billiards. Once you have a moving ball, I want you to show me that you can have a ball spinning around that ball which is moving on the table. You know,
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
never. Yeah,
It's not going to attract anything.
yeah. Or throw two rocks in the sky, yeah, in the air, but one of the rocks has to spin around the other rock constantly.
Never going to happen.
No. If you tie them with a string, they will spin like, yeah, eccentrically, but it won't be one rock in the center and the other one rock orbiting it. No, that's not happening in nature. Nowhere.
No.
You know.
It does call into question the nature of the atomic level and how things work there.
Yeah,
How
yeah,
faulty
yeah.
is that science too?
It is very faulty. It's
Because that would
the
be another
atom.
case
Yeah.
where they have the
Even,
ball, the small ball spinning around the bigger ball. That's what they
yeah.
claim with the atomic particles, if that's even true.
It's theory also.
Yeah, total theory.
I know that with electron microscopes and stuff like that, yeah, it's fascinating technology, instrument. We can see stuff very, very small, but how do we define what we see? Because we are actually using electrons to create an image. So we are dependent on the behavior of the electron, which we haven't yet established it. We don't know everything about electrons. What we know about them is very, very little.
True.
Yeah. There's a huge difference between a nail and a screw, but both serve pretty much the same kind of purpose. You know?
Yeah.
This is what happens when we let clowns to teach us science. You know.
What could go wrong?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can understand this wish of the clowns to act as teachers and stuff. Yeah, they can do it very well, but it doesn't mean they know physics, that they are scientists. Gotta run to work. Catch you later, guys.
Hey, it was a
Great
it was
having
a
you.
pleasure meeting you. Get be get.
Yeah, pleasure also.
I hope you have a
Catch
great
you
day today.
later. Thank you. You too, the same.
Goodbye.
Yeah. See ya.
Another interesting thing to consider would be the Star Wars movie Episode 4 New Hope and the filming of the Death Star. So according to the science fiction show, the Death Star is a globular space station. It's a giant globe that floats through space. But yet, when they filmed a lot of the scenes when the rebels were attacking the Death Star, a lot of the surfaces from which they filmed were flat. A lot of the model kits that they created. So if you look at the behind the scenes where they show the cameramen and how it was filmed, the props and everything that were set up, you look at that, it's all flat. They didn't use any sort of curvature for that, which I find interesting. I just saw the new iteration of Dune, Dune. I thought it was quite good. Well done. I wasn't able to detect any really bad subliminal messaging, although I'm pretty sure it's there somewhere. But I'd be unable to tell you where. But it seemed really well done. The actress that they chose for the love interest, I don't find her very appealing with my taste. But aside from that,
Who was the love interest?
are you familiar with the Dune series?
When I was very, very young. I don't even remember. I just remember it being awesome.
Yeah, well, this because I've never read the books, but I did see the 1984 film. I saw that in the theater when it came out, and so I thought that was amazing. I was blown away by that at the time, and I think this film it captures a lot of that. Except, see, the 1984 film was trying to capture a huge chunk of the story and condense it down into 2 hours or something like that. This one didn't try to do that. They stopped at the halfway point and covered as much as they should, but it stayed true to what you would have seen in the 1984 version. except the effects were obviously better, and the acting was really well done. I was very impressed by that. The love interest would be you've got the main guy. He's the prophesied hero, and the bad guys are trying to slaughter him and his family. He escapes, and then is taken in by the nomadic people, the Fremen. And his love interest is one of the women of the Fremen. There's the whole thing of he's got psychic abilities and he can see into the future, and so he's been dreaming about this woman for some time. They stayed true to all that. I just wish they had picked a more attractive woman. Well, at least for my taste. I'm sure other people like her. But aside from that, it was pretty good.
See, I knew you were talking about Zendaya. Yeah.
A bit chubbier one.
Well, she's a bony thing.
Yeah, she's too bony. I like a little more there. You know what I mean?
Chubbier.
Yeah, definitely.
Like a pear shape.
Yeah, more like I definitely prefer more of that shape.
Not to come at slim women. I love slim women. I call her the same thing I'd call my child because I mean, to me, she's a very young girl.
Yeah.
I know she's grown up and all that, but still, it's just my thing. I've never liked women my age or younger, so when I see her, I just see young girl.
Yeah.
Well, I happened to have a friend when I was like 40 years old. I had a friend, he was 105, and he said he married young when he was 80, and he said he married a younger woman, a girl.
Uh-huh.
She was 60 and very, very chubby. He was describing her like she was so rich. She had all these shapes and forms and curves, and he was saying how beautiful she was. And when he got 100 and his wife was 80, he said, "Oh my God, now she lost all the beauty, all the weight, everything, and now she's just skin and bone." And he was like looking at other women which were chubbier. Yeah.
Well, these flesh bodies, they don't last forever.
Yeah.
They certainly don't hold the same shape for very long.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's quite impressive, though, that the gentleman had lived such a good long life.
Yeah. He lived about 110. Yeah.
I need to take on whatever diet he was doing. Eat the same things he's been eating.
Yeah. He was a numismat, if it's the right word. He was collecting old coins.
Yeah, numismatics.
He was very knowledgeable. Yeah. He was very knowledgeable in history, world's history. Yeah.
Numismatics is fun.
Yeah.
It's like treasure hunting, especially when it comes to those golden coins. I love that. And the silver coins. It's so fun.
My dad, he had a little coin, and he faked it. It had a small letter, an F at the bottom, And if you were replacing that with B or A, that means it was a different place. It was printed, made, and it
Counterfeit?
was much more valuable. Yeah, if it was
Oh,
print from that place. Yeah, and yeah, he carved into that metal and changed that letter, faked it, from a F to a B, I think. And yeah, he bought the house, the living room furniture with that
oh
coin.
no.
Yeah, yeah, but he made it a very good fake. So yeah,
Right.
it worked. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes we can do this, and he sold it to experts. They
Mm.
took it as a good one.
Boy, that's dangerous, though. I mean, you could get
Yeah, yeah.
criminal charges.
Mhm. But hey, he never got caught. And yeah, this was something which I appreciated quite a lot at my dad, like ingenuity. Like, he wasn't into doing this stuff. He just did this once, and yeah, he told me it started him for him as a curiosity,
Hmm.
and I saw him standing at when I was a child. He was standing at the bureau and at the desk, working there with all sort of magnifying glass and stuff, you know. And yeah, he told me, hey, at that time I faked this coin and I got this money for it. Uh, yeah, once he finished it, he was pleased with his work, and then uh, a friend of his, he presented it to him as a good one, real one. And this guy said, "Wow, this is real good one." And yeah, are you willing to sell it? I'm gonna bring buyers and all that. And he set everything up, and yeah, sold.
Huh.
Yeah, they took it to experts, and yeah, they verified it. Nobody
Some
could
experts,
tell.
huh?
Yeah, 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 yeah. None of them could tell it was fake.
Well, they put the question of the shape of the world in the hands of experts, and what do we get? A globe, right?
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
the experts
yeah.
say.
Yeah,
So we can see how good experts are.
yeah,
These experts
exactly.
have a bridge to sell you.
Yeah, and that's why, an expert's explanation never meant much for me.
And
So I
when an expert
started,
tells you what to put in your body,
yeah, yeah. That's why I started alone to research, and I started reading, and then I was going to check everything, get the technical details, specifications. And when I read those technical details and specifications, I understand. I don't know. It's something in my blood. I know exactly what it is about, what it can do, how much, and stuff. And there's no um get around that.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, I arrived at my workplace. I have to go now.
Well, have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
See you later.
Living to 110 is really good.
I'll call when I have the break. Yeah, catch you later, guys.
All right, take care. My great-grandmother lived to 80, so that's the oldest known relative I've got. I don't think my grandfather made it to 50. They got my father at 75. But yep, experts could not spot the flaw in the fraudulent coin, and experts cannot tell you. Well, they don't tell you the truth in regard to the shape of the world. So you really have to take the experts with a grain of salt. You can't just take what they say at face value. You've got to double check it. They got what peer reviewed is supposed to make something credible, but those people are all bought and paid for. They're told what to rubber stamp and what not to. But you can ask, why would they propagate the deception of a globe? Well, one big reason would be through the quote-unquote space exploration programs, they're able to funnel large sums of money from taxpayers into God only knows what sort of programs that nobody knows about. You know, all the black programs, the covert stuff, the unclean experimentations, devising weapons against humanity.
The one thing I think they do is to make war to bring peace every time. They create a war to bring peace. This is the madness thing and the more illusion thing a man can imagine. They will have to kill someone to bring peace. Madness. No logic. It's everything a lie. They are manipulating people, they're lying to the people, and they think that people are ants. Just workers, nothing more. And if you talk, you get smashed.
Right. Well, that's World War One. That was the big thing. That was the headline. The war to end all wars. All we have to do is fight this one horrible war, and there's going to be eternal peace. And we all saw how that worked out.
Here in Greece, there's a man. He's involved in very, very bad things. He has channels, Greek channels. He has newspapers. He has everything. But no one touches him because he is the government. Understand?
Right.
But they're looking for an answer, but the answer is before them. But nobody takes the answer. They're looking, but all the time they're looking, they're searching everything. They're searching, but the answer is in front of them. And the matter thing is, he's looking also together with the others for the answer. But the problem is he. He's the problem. And he's looking also for an answer and a solution. It's a big circus. This is what, and the elections and the voters and everything this, It's just to manipulate people to have a choice. No one gives a shit about the people. No one.
Right.
No one. You have only to choose. If you choose, everything flows good. If you choose. They just want you to choose something. They're presenting you three people. The three people are from the same side. They are playing together. They say different things. And you have only to choose one of the three peoples. They are in front of you. It's an illusion. And the people think that the, the leader will take care of them. They will feel them. They will do everything for them to solve their problems. It's an illusion. No one will solve your problems. They create your problems so you can have problems. So you can work all the day, have nothing else in your mind to do to solve your problems. And if you solve your problems, they will create you another problem all the time. So you have no time for you to think, to realize where you are, why you're here, where are you, and other spiritual things. They just want you to have no time to think logical, to be every time in hurry and say, I have no time, I must do this, I must just do the other thing. You have no time to talk about this or think anything else from your problems.
Very true. Those are some fantastic points.
And
I think the
how
technical
this
term,
also. Okay, tell me.
well, just for what you described, the technical term for that I think is called the Hegelian dialectic.
I don't know this term. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a Hegelian dialectic is a system of control where forces deliberately create the problem, and because they know how the public is going to react, and they have a pre-made solution, so they create the problem and the solution at the same time, and they only deliver the solution at the right time to get because they know how people are going to react. It's all controlled.
Yes, exactly.
And that's just known as the Hegelian dialectic. Hegel was an individual who he was a researcher that devised ways of controlling humanity. That's where the name comes from.
Yes. But the thing is that they use some problems, they already know the answer, but they bring this up in the right time so people will work for them. What I mean is, let's say the flat earth now is, let's say, 1,000 years a problem. They will argue about some things, some more, sometimes they will leave it alone. But now, let's say 2, 3 years now, they're bringing this up in the media. They play it all the time. They have sarcasm about it. Even Obama said it like a joke. We have no time for the flat earthers. Here in Greece is the same.
Nice.
And I think they use this topic so people have something to say. And after that, they will present something for this problem. So to bring this up, they already have a solution. They already have something to say about it. They thinking about something to do about this or for this. I think for this, they have already something in the mind to do. But it's like a seed. They plant the seed, they will let it grow, and after that, when it's a fruit from the tree, they will collect it easily. They
Right.
they don't make anything. They let it be. Let it be. I will plant a seed here. I will plant a seed in other countries. I will plant a seed everything, everywhere, and every time I have something to collect. But the thing I have in the mind is how many things they have controlled, how many sources they have, how many money they have, how many TV reporters they have, how many TV stations they have, how many stations in US they have, in Greek, in France, in Italy. It's beyond the imagination how much power they have. And everything is controlled from, let's say, 10, 20 people, 50 people in the world. They have all the things. It's very crazy.
True, though. So, was it Siler? Siller? I don't know how to pronounce that.
Silence.
Siler. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and in the almost the middle part, there is a road called Siler Road. It's named after your screen name there. It's pretty cool. And you're fluent with Greek, the language Greek?
Yes.
Oh, man. See, I've been studying the book of Apocalypse, Revelation, and I've stumbled onto a few things, but you see, I'm not very good with Greek. But I was looking at the Mark of the Beast, for example, and I know that Greek is a very static language, meaning that it doesn't change very much over time. For example, the opposite of that would be the English language. If you traveled back, say, 300 years and tried to speak English to somebody, they wouldn't know what the heck you're talking about. But Greek is not so. You can, with modern Greek, you could probably communicate with Socrates or any of those ancient people because it hasn't changed that much.
Yes, but the thing is, I think they want the Greek people to forget about their beliefs, their religion, their language. They've changed everything. Let's say about the religion. Greek have nothing to do with Christianity. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Nothing. The Greek are 12 goddess, the 12 god of Olympus. We have this mountain here, and this is our original religion. After many years, someone came here in Greek and says, okay, from this on, Theodosius II, I think 348 or 384 BC, and he says, okay, from now on, this is your religion. Whoever disagree, you get killed. They killed all the people. They destroyed all the statues, all the memorial, everything. They destroyed everything. And after that, it's the Christianity that says that you must be calm and good and friendly to the other people. A joke. You cannot kill people and say then you must be good. Is it true or not?
That's a very complex question. I can't answer that simply.
Okay, after that, they changed the language. From the language we have from Socrates, they changed it to New Greek.
Is that Koine Dialectos?
No, they remove some letters from 27. They make it 24. Their writing is different. The letters are different. Everything is different.
Okay.
Because every letter and every thing in Greek language is a number. Greek has no number. It's the letters. And I think it's the Greek and the Chinese that has also every word is a number. And every letter is a number. And every letter is meaning something. And every word is a specific number that it's an arrow for something other things. So it's a very complex language. It's a very cryptographic language. And it's very, very interesting, but they want to simplify it. So it's like, let's say, English. Understand? So
Yeah.
it's not nothing different from English, but it's not like this. It's very interested, and you cannot read also Socrates because it's in Greek, old Greek, and you cannot understand it because it's like, say, we speak with metaphors, but you cannot translate metaphor to English or from English to Greek. You will lose something. You have to know the culture. You have to know many things: how they live, how they speak, how they think, everything. This is why they remove everything. They put everything on the table. They say from now on, from 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the Greek people will live like this. It destroyed everything. They make
Social
it,
engineering.
yeah, they make it little from here, little from that. They begin to from the TV, from the social, tattoos, drugs, uh, cigarettes, uh, alcohol, new style, new life, new look, everything to change the old fashion and the old culture. You can have don't have an Indian and dress like, let's say, uh, a Muslim. Understand?
Yeah.
An Indian is an Indian. A Muslim is a Muslim. You cannot mix them up. This is why they do this. They mix up people, so you cannot have an, let's say, identity. You are like all the other things. If you see an American, some Americans are from China, with her parents is from China, from Africa, from Bangladesh. They all together, and you are an American mixed up. I think they call them Latinos or not.
No, the Latinos are people that come from Spanish-speaking countries, or even some Brazilians, which are Portuguese, might be considered Latinos.
I mean, the people they're not original from a nation. How do you call it? If I have parents, one is from Africa and one is from Greek or from Italy, and I get born, how can I call it me? How can you
Mixed
call me?
race.
Yes, mixed race. So they create here in Greece mixed race, a mixed culture, a mixed. They try to twist your mind to make you confused. But the things are very simple, and I think you make some things from your own. You have to decide what you are, where you're going. If you let the media to tell you what to do, you're always on the wrong side. I do every time the opposite media tells me, and
Not a
I'm
bad
every
idea.
time in the correct. I'm correct. Every time they told me don't go out, I go. Every time you tell me go inside, I go out.
That's not a bad
Yes,
idea.
yes.
That's pretty good.
Because I see many years now, they tell every time the opposite from the truth. Every time they call the opposite, and the most scary thing is that they have also so many people to back this shit up. And you say one time, you say maybe I'm wrong. So many people say the same thing. Is it possible? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's possible, and it's going for a very long time. I don't know what experience it is. It was an experience that I think with Alliance, it's a test. There was, I think, 4 or 5 people, and the third line, straight line, was the biggest. And they asked the 5 people, which line is the biggest? One, two, three, or four? 4 or 5. The 3 was the biggest. All 4 said that the third line was the biggest. And the 5th people, he's not on this game, mind game, he told also the first line, but
Yep.
he can see that the third line was the biggest, but
Just to
he
fit
cannot
in.
understand. Yes, just to fit in and not to get pointed and said,
Right.
why? Why must I do the different? This is what happened today in the media and all the things.
I
I don't
agree. I
know.
think you're right.
I think you have to pass some things to get some age to understand and to choose what to get into and what to get away from. I think if you're 20 or 25, you you cannot choose
Guys,
so easily to back this up.
1 second. So can I have a mic check?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
Yeah, is this good or not?
you. Sounds
yes.
good.
Hmm. Yeah, I have a new headset, but this is... Somebody say something? Hello?
All
hello?
right.
Yes.
Man, just coming from somebody who listens to you a lot, you sound a bit muffled. Being
Yeah,
honest with you.
yeah, I know. Thanks. Shit headset. Okay, thanks. I...
Well, Siler,
Yes, and I
yes.
want to say the thing is that if you're 20 years old, you will not have the opportunity to to go away from some things. You want to fit inside some things. You want to participate to some things, to know many people, to new people, to have experience, to have many things. But if you get a little bit older, you can pick some good things and the bad things or the things that not fits to you. You will leave it back without thinking about it again. This is my point of view.
No, I think you're spot on. I mean, those are axiomatic truths that you're speaking there. You're talking about the social engineering, and I don't remember the name of the experiment, but you described it to the T, where they had the three lines, and they peer pressured the guy into giving the intentional wrong answer.
Yes.
They've done other experiments, the Milgram experiment, where they would tell the test subject to, if this person gives a wrong answer, press a button that gives them an electrical charge, and they would have an actor that would scream in pain to make the person think that they were actually hurting them. And then they would adjust the voltage to a lethal level and say, all right, hit the button again. They said, well, that's going to kill him. They said, no, I'm an authority figure. You can go ahead and do it. So they were testing to see how far people would go if an authority told them. And a lot of people would commit murder if they were ordered to do so by an authority. It's a very frightening prospect, but it's good to talk about those things so that we're aware.
What is the name of the test?
Milgram experiment. Let me see. I don't know if I'm gonna look it up so I can give you a correct spelling of it.
Milgram. I think I found something on YouTube. Urba spine. No, Milgram. No, it's another thing. It's about the spine. Social, yes. University, Milgram. Wait. Yes, about the button. Yes. Milgram, small world experience.
That's right.
Obedience to authority. You're direct
Yep.
here. The book. Okay. Thank
Yale
you very much.
University.
Yes, but the thing is, some things I don't know about the experience, but from my experience from life, I can describe it. Not good, but I think I can give a taste of it.
But have you looked at the book of Revelation in Greek at all?
Revelation, no. What's about?
No. Well, I just I've been looking at, because the book of Revelation talks about people being forced to take a mark in order to be able to buy and sell, right? And a lot of people
Yeah.
translate they translate that into English as 666, right? But I have a
Yes,
copy.
but yes, tell me.
Well, I have a copy of the Textus Receptus, and what's printed there is 3 Greek letters, chi, xi, and it could be either sigma or stigma. Stigma is no longer commonly used, but sigma, on the other hand, is.
Yes, they remove Copa, Vigama, and some P. Copa is, yes, Vigama is the F, the English F. Gamma is the ABC, the C on the Greek letter. Alpha, beta, gamma. The F is Vigama, is the number 6. The number 6 is because it's 2 C's, 2 gamma, so Digama, 2 gamma, Digama. And this is the way they pronounce it, and they remove it for obvious reasons, like I said, told you.
I'll try to. My Greek is awful, but says Turo arithmos gar anthropou esti kea o arithmos aftu, and then chi xi sigma is what I see here. Does that make sense?
Yes, I make sense, but the last thing I don't understand. It's kappa, sigma, the last letter that describes the people.
The last letter describes the people?
No. You told me here, o arithmos ine, the last thing.
It says ke o arithmos aftu, and then it has 3 letters printed: chi, xi, sigma.
Okay, can you tell me one letter? Chi, S?
It looks like the chi looks like an X, and then xi, which is see, I can I have an image of the page that I photographed.
Yes, and you can.
I'll send it to you so you can see it.
Yes, thank you.
Because my pronunciation of Greek is awful.
Okay. I will wait. I will send you a hi, so you can find me easily. I sent you Aldion. Is your name here?
That's correct. That's me.
Okay. I sent you hi, so you can send me anything you want.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm there. And let me just. I'm pulling up the image.
Yes.
And I just opened the book. I took my iPod and I photographed the page itself, so you can see.
Yes. I read some books on the how you call it. I forgot about that. It's a laboratory with books, a library. Yes.
Okay, so there's that one. Yes. That's the chi xi segment. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation.
XS. This is yes, but see, the thing is that I don't know if it's this, but the Greek letters have also. I told you a number. Every number is a letter. They don't have numbers. The letters was the numbers. Okay, and the Romans bring the letters in Greek.
Right, with the Roman numerals.
Yes, and the X is the X. The first letter is not the last before the last number. Number as a letter on Greek alphabet. Now psi omega. The third last number of the alphabet. Okay, the X is the almost sixth, and the S is also, let's say, 8, 10. Okay, I don't know what the meaning of all this is, but I think that they have something to do about Christianity. But I told you again, Greek has nothing to do with Christianity.
Right.
They bring this here in, let's say, I see it. Megas Theodosius bring this here in Greek, and they say, whoever not believe in my religion is dead. Simple like that. And all the people did this. Okay, people did this also in other stages of their lives. Okay, when they have German here in Greek, Turks, Bulgarians, they also try to sell their families. They're not so dumb to get killed. This is what I think. If you have no choice,
go ahead.
if you have no choice, you have to choose to live or to die.
Well, most people would choose to live.
Yes, that's why this happened also. We have here Acropolis, but the Acropolis is a, let's say, something very special only for the gods of 12 gods. It's no meaning if you're a Christian. Understand what I mean?
Right. The Acropolis does not have any value.
Yes, it doesn't have any value if you're a Christian.
Right.
Because it does mean something for the Christians. But for Greek, it means something. Because they have the 12 gods of Olympus, you have the mountain Olympus, you have many, many, many things to back it up. Understand?
Yes.
But you cannot have something to say because you get cornered, you get tagged with names, swearing, penalized. They even make it on the flag of the country. Can you imagine that? How much power they have? How much power must you have to put something on the flag of US?
Oh, tremendous power.
Yes. So you cannot tell something. You get smashed like ants.
Or like, Julian Assange?
I don't know him.
He blew the whistle on some very powerful people, and now he is in hiding. He was holed up in a consulate in London. I don't know if he might even still be there, but he can't leave this. He's basically a prisoner. He's enduring awful conditions, and all because he spoke out and exposed corruption.
Yes, I think it was a man. He played chess, but I don't know what his name was. I don't know if I can tell his name. Okay, it's a name. It's very, very famous name, and he spoke about corruptions. And again, they chase him. I think it was a Russian chessman. I don't know if you understand who I mean. His name begins with K.
Because when you were mentioning a Russian that spoke out, I'm thinking Solzhenitsyn.
No. Let's say I'll write it to you, so I cannot. Maybe I cannot tell his name here. Maybe I'm in trouble then.
Oh, you can't. Oh, it's that serious. I've never heard of that gentleman. Yeah, I see it.
It's a chessman. Very famous chessman. If you let's say take it here, YouTube. I think they're making also a movie. No, it's not right this way. Wait. And the name is. Wait. Okay.
Yeah, I see it. I pulled up the Wikipedia page on him. I've never heard of this gentleman before.
Yes, yes. He was get from the police and everything, because also he has told some things he must not. And I think he has also a podcast with Joe Rogan. I don't know if you know him. Joe Rogan Experience. If you
Oh yeah,
put his
I've heard of
name,
him.
if you put his name on the Spotify, I think with his name, with the name of the salesman, I think you will see the interview. I think it's an interview also on YouTube. What time is it now? Now you are there. What time?
6 o'clock a.m.
How?
6 o'clock
It's
a.m.
oh, I was in my job and I talked here, and I listened all the people here to talk, and I think it was midnight. Midnight has a lot of people here in the chat. It's here 3 o'clock afternoon. It's yes.
Going back to, because there are not very many Greek-speaking people that I can speak to and ask questions, and it's the only hope I have of getting some answers about that book. And it just the key, the number, right? It being given to people. It's not stigma, which stigma would be a tattoo, right? In Greek, if you go to get a tattoo, that would be called a stigma, would it?
Yes, yes. You can, yes.
But could you call that a charigma? Does that word make sense?
The charagma is if I scratch something on your body, but the meaning is also if I scratch something on my table is charaxakati, charaxa. I have something like a spray, not graffiti, but I have with a pen, with a knife, I scratch something like this. Okay, charagma is the meaning of the bad people that from the devil. If you have if the devil choose you to do some bad things, and you are the chosen one to do the bad things, and you have placed to yourself in a bad spot, and you have the point of the devil on your body, and some of these things. Understand? This is the meaning of a bad thing.
Well, let me ask you this:
yes.
Could you possibly interpret that as meaning an injection of some sort?
An injection of this we're living now, if it's also something they refer of this.
Yeah, could the word charigma describe that?
You can place it anything you want. Maybe you have a tattoo and you'd say it's a charagma. If you have something, you do something, or you are on a group, you have a tattoo, it's again a charagma. Why not? Why must it be in something vaccination? I think it's all this made up, and they trick the people to get sided and to get sides and argue each other and all the things we know. It happens years now. They have also stores, cafes. They say this is for these people, this is for these people, these groups. Okay, let's make also groups for ages. Why don't you say, here comes 30 AIDS people. Here comes people that have income $1,000 a week or 1 million a year. This is tagging people. Understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Why?
I think so.
We are all the same. The difference on the people is here we call it pedia. It's let's say behavior. If you have behavior, if you know how to behave, everything is fine. If you have manners, understand what I mean?
Yes.
If you go to a store, you have to have manners. You have to be civilized. You cannot go with your pajamas there, or spitting around, or sitting around, or go on the table and dance. You have to have behavior. If you have a behavior, it's everything good. You fit everywhere. But the creating all the thing, all the creating, let's say, they make groups out of the people. This group, this group, this group, this group will dress like this group will dress like this. You will go this time there. You will not go out this time. You will talk only with these people. You are related economically or socialized. How it's the same group of people. You have the same money. You know the same people. This is garbage. It's very, very, very bad, and I think it's ridiculous to do so.
It's a classic divide and conquer.
Yes. Okay. I say again, I cannot do anything about it. I can only realize what happened. I can realize and see what happens, and I can go to my distance or participate also with these things. Maybe the things go from the other side also. I don't know. The only thing I see is they're planting seeds everywhere. Afghanistan, Iraq, Greek, Italy, France, US. They have all a plan for each one of us. And
They're
you
not
cannot
plans for
do
good
anything
either.
about it. I don't know. Only time can tell. Okay, internet is very good. Okay, maybe they use it for also bad people, but this time we're talking. You're in Mexico. I'm from another country. We are talking. It's a good thing.
Right.
I think the technology is a knife. You can do very good with a knife and very bad things with a knife. You can harm yourself. You can help somebody. You can cut the bread with a knife. You can do everything. Open a fruit to eat. You can do everything. But the thing is that it's how you use some things.
But we're basically discussing the one world system on how people are being manipulated, right?
Yes.
And the book that I was bringing to your attention, it speaks about that. It's a prophecy of these things, and they're starting to happen.
Yes. The thing about it, you know what I mean? I think these books are written from the same people. They plan all this. It's not written from God. It's not written from 5,000 years ago. It's written from the same people that have planned all this we are living now. These are the peoples that write this book. So you can read it and accept it slowly. No one can tell the future. But if you create a scenario, you can do it in the future. These are the people they created this all we live in. Maybe this is maybe this is a plan to be, let's say, 100 years from now, before all this we're living. I heard that the Nazis bought the technology of the UFO disk, okay, not UFO, from the disk, 1940, from the Russians. 1940 was that Germans got the technology from the Russians.
Yeah, they were close allies back then.
Yes, until now, everybody says this is UFOs. There's no UFOs. It's a technology from 1940. Can you imagine what technology is it now?
Oh, yeah, I don't think we can even imagine it.
Yes,
So
exactly.
vast. Well, you know, my father was
They plan also a drone. A drone is the same technology like a disk. It's the same, but they plan it for the kids, like a game, like, you know, it's fun, it's good, and after that you will see also the police to have something like that. To have. Have you played the game Detroit?
No, I've never played Detroit.
Detroit is a game from PS4. If you see, it's police drones, and they see the people how they moving the police to chase criminals and other things. And China says they will create a drone, like a drone, 1 kilometers wide. A drone. Can you imagine what power it has to have to let this up? Tremendous power. Spaceship. I think they called it a spaceship, but it's like a drone. China, 1 kilometer. Announce here, UK. It says that no moon science announces a plan for 1 kilometer long orbiting spaceship. Latest twist in space race with USA. Wait, I will send it also to you so you can see it. So you can see it. I don't spit out of my mind.
Oh no, look,
China spaceship.
that's not crazy at all.
Yes, but you see how the planet at first for the kids, after that for the grown-ups, and now a China great spaceship. They didn't make a spaceship all of a sudden at once. They plant the seed, they play with the kids, it's very fun, it's very good, okay, accept it. Then you can have also a drone for grown-ups, and after that, they create large spaceships. Is it, let's say, coincidence?
No, it's planned.
What I'm thinking? And after that, they will say we can travel also. So the technology of 1940 they presented to us 2021. So we are, let's say, 80 years back of the technology. If we say that the technology was 1940 and not before. And I heard also that in Vietnam they had Wi-Fi. When they fought with the Viet Congs in Vietnam, they said that they have already Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is now, let's say, 20 years, 10 years. How much? I don't know how much, but not back then. The military had it.
Oh yeah, you see, my father was a U.S. Navy officer, and he was chatting with other pilots on the internet. You know, like a chat room, back in 1984. I remember.
See? So it's not a myth.
No, it's not a myth at all. I saw it firsthand.
Through the internet. Yes.
Yeah, via the internet. The other pilot, the gentleman with which he was speaking, were in another state, which most people didn't have access to that kind of technology in 1984. That didn't really start happening until 1994, 10 years later. After that,
When was the internet introduced to the world?
early 1990s.
Yes.
But
I
by then,
think
it just wasn't new to me because I'd seen it.
yes. The thing is that they're playing with us. They throw a ball. Everybody runs for the ball, and after that, they take the ball and they throw it in another direction.
Ah,
But what can you do? You cannot do anything.
Very true.
Like I say, it's a movie. You can see the movie. You can close your eyes. You can go also play with the movie, but you cannot stop the movie. And after that, they choose another actor and they take your place and the movie moves on. If you see if you see the speed that Charlie Chaplin make, I think the last dictator, the last dictator speak of the Charlie Chaplin. I think the movie was 1940. If you see it, you will be astounded. Have you heard about it?
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Yes. The great dictator speech. Okay. It's nothing changed from them. It's everything the same. Nothing changed. And I saw also Kirnamusi. I think it's an Indian. I think Kirnamusi, something like that. He played in the movie Zeitgeist. I think in the first 2 minutes, he says that people are the same. They create a society. They're aggressive and they're building society inside this how to say they they measure something up and they say okay, from here until here we'll do this. Understand?
Hmm.
It's very controlled. I don't know. Wait. I will see. I'll find it. Zeitgeist. Have you seen the movie Zeitgeist? It's 3 parts.
Which guy was it?
Zeitgeist. I think I don't know his name. I don't know his name from this man who talk about it. But it's very good. Zeitgeist. I think Zeitgeist is. I think it's a German title. It's not USA. Here, wait. I don't know if you can hear them. Wait. To the speaker. Oh, wait. Can you hear it? Wait. Wait.
It is. We will see
Here?
Yes.
how very important it is to bring about in the human life the radical against the crisis is the crisis in countries, a crisis that cannot anymore accept the old norm, the old, the ancient tradition. And considering what the world is now, with all the misery, conflict, destructive brutality, oppression, and so on, man is still as he was. Is still brutal, vile, aggressive, acquisitive, competitive, and he has built a society along this line.
Understand what I mean? He
Yeah,
built the society in these lines. I will find his name. But it's the same. No one has changed. People are the same, aggressive, and they've created a society within this line. He speaks very simple. If you think about all this, you will get how can I say it? Very not sad, but you think all the same things all the time.
Oh yeah, it'll consume your thoughts.
Yes. Okay, I find it. Judu Krishnamurti, I think. Wait, I will text it to you. Judu Krishnamurti.
I've never heard of that.
Yes, if you see it from Wikipedia, he's a good-looking guy. I think he died 1986, 90 years old, from India. He has many books, and I think it's worth to read about it. Sometimes I go in and read how is this app? Wait. I have an app. I read books from there. Some are free, some you must pay with it. Wait. It's Scared. You know about it? Scared. It's an app. You can read books. Scribd, something like that.
Yeah, I've seen similar.
No, it's an app. I think it's Scribd. It's called. You can read books about it from him. Or what's an app? I can read books from it. Do you know an app?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Do you know any app that is for a phone to read books?
Oh, I think there's a
Amazon?
Yeah, Kindle. I think it's called.
Yes.
And I'm sure there are
also-
others. I mean, there's many that do that.
Do you have a book? E-book?
I've used one many, many years ago, but now the books that I read are hard copy.
Yes. I bought a book reader. I think it cost in US dollars, let's say $150.
Hmm.
But it's worth it because I can upload many, many books.
Sure.
You can carry them. But okay, it's 6 inch. It's not big, but you can increase the letters, you can increase some things, and you can have it for a very long time. If you read every day, it will last, I think, with one charge, almost 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yes, it's for six or 7,000 turns, page turns.
Yeah, the device, it's called a Kindle. That's what it's known as here. And I'm sure there are many different brands. A lot of people, you can get one for your phone that'll read books.
I have, but the Kindle kind of the book I have is totally different. It's if you go outside, it's not like the phone.
Mm.
You can read books on the sun,
Oh,
in the
nice.
beach. Yes.
That's
If you
better.
have a phone, it's very it glance. It's
Yeah, you can't see it in the sunlight.
it's like a mirror. Yes, it's like a mirror. You cannot read inside there. But this book is made for to read outside. It's like paper if you go outside, and it has also light for the night if you have. But it costs $150.
You get
Okay.
what you pay for.
Yes. If you buy one thing like this, you can upload also or download some books and upload it there. It's like you buy at once 5 books, let's say. But it's good. I like it. I have so many books inside there. I cannot ever read it. I have 5,000 books uploaded. It's too many.
It's an
We
entire
have too
library.
many things. Yes, we have too many things. We cannot use it. On the old times, you had one book and everybody reads it, borrow it, and talk about it. Now you have millions of books. You can download it also from some sites. You have not to buy it. If you go to a site or torrent or something like that, you can have free books, free magazines, free everything's free. It's very weird times. You have everything and you get bored also. I remember when I was a kid, I had only one Nintendo, I think it's called.
Oh yeah, I
I
had that.
have only one. Yes, only one game, Super Mario, and I play with it all the day. Now I have, let's say, 50 games on my computer, the latest games, all the good games, and I play it one time, and after that I get bored, I play something else. Then I go to the PlayStation 4. After that, I get bored again. Yes. If you have many things, you get bored 10 times more.
Interesting how that works.
Yes. What job are you doing, if you can ask? If you don't want to answer, it's okay.
Well, I'm working on that right now. One that doesn't require me to get stabbed, if you know what I mean,
Yes.
or get a could I say charisma?
Yes.
So
But
that's
engineering for the computers, are you engineer computer? Or,
I have some training in graphic design, zero graphic printing,
oh,
architectural software, Revit,
yeah.
and AutoCAD.
Yes, yes. I had also sometimes on AutoCAD on TeamViewer. No, no TeamViewer. It's another. Uh, I build sites, websites. I think not TeamViewer. TeamViewer is for wireless communication to fix some computer. I think like WebViewer, something like that. I built also some sites, and after that, I didn't do anything more like that. It's good, but it's a lot of time in front of PC.
Yeah, Revit is an amazing program. It's the next level beyond AutoCAD. It's easier to use, and you can do more, and you can see what your design looks like. You have it'll render a 3D image of your house that you designed, or whatever building, or whatever object. You can design anything using it.
Yes, I understand.
You can design even a washing machine.
Are you building the design for homes or?
Right, anything. I don't care what it is, as long as there's a paycheck and no charisma, then I'm all for it.
Yes. If you can have a living off of that, everything good.
Exactly.
If you can pay your rent to buy a car or to have in, let's say, good life, everything good.
Otherwise, I have a tent,
Oh,
a backpack.
very nice. I see now here on YouTube, MetaHuman Creator. You know about it? It's an app. I think you pay for it. I think you have it for free from some days, and after that, you can create a person. You can add it to your game, to your software. And you have many reactions of the MetaHuman. It's a people like Sims, but it's very realistic. You change the teeth, you change the hair color, you change the attitude, everything. Wait, I will send it to you. Wait, I will send you the link. It's Unreal Engine.com. MetaHuman Creator. Wait, I will send it to you. You will see like real. This is why I'm scared. This technology is beyond the imagination you can have.
Oh, yeah. There's no limit.
You can see it and says, you say, is it real? It is fake. You cannot decide if it's real or fake. So real. The details, even the marks on the surface of the skin, even the pores of it. I don't know if I say it correct. Pores is the from there the skin is breathing. The spots on the skin and everything, the hairs of the skin, it's everything in detail. It's very, very good. Are we alone here in this room?
No, there are other people, but nobody is conversing. Some people are responding via the voice text.
Oh, I didn't have. Yes. I figured this room out, I think, 3 days now. It's very cool. It's not only about flat Earth. It's about almost anything. It's very, very good.
I'm gonna. I took some photographs of some pages of the very same book because I thought I already had images of them, but I had to take fresh photos. I'm gonna go ahead and post those because
Okay.
I want to, my trying to interpret that is I'm not confident in my ability. Let me see.
Yes. Even if you go to the Google Translate, they will translate it very different. If you don't
Yeah,
know the language, you cannot understand the meaning of the words. The if you combine some words, it's something else. Understand?
yes, I do.
If you combine some words, you
And
have another meaning.
unfortunately, the passage it's part of 2 pages. I'm mainly focusing on the last part, the very bottom of the page that was just sent, and then the rest of it is the top of the page that I'm sending right now.
Yes. See, this is what I mean. If you see from the outside of each word, it's a number. The
Well, that
number
number.
23, yes, the number 2342. I see it before.
Well, no,
See?
those numbers correspond to a dictionary that I have. So each word in the Greek is numbered. So when I see that number, I look up that number and I find the word in the Greek word and it has an English definition. That's what those numbers
Oh,
mean. And they put what they think is the best translation for each word underneath in English. But how do I know that that's correct? You know what I mean?
yes. Yes. See, but if you say let's say one word, the tones it's different.
Yes.
In each word, the tones are different
You have
because
to take the whole thing.
this is the old Greek. The new Greek is only one tone. One tone. It's a spelling different. And I heard also that some people that have mental problems or speaking problems, they go to a doctor in US from Greece, and they say we have a problem. The people we have here, he cannot speak correctly, and the doctor says he must learn either Greek, ancient Greek, because the words and the phrases and the letters and the pre how can pre-intonations,
Pronunciation. That's right.
pre-intonations, yes, is with with um, with a rhythm that creates something or your brain and it unlocks some things you have not the ability to do before you know this language. So he says either Chinese or Greek. And he said we came from Greek here in the US to tell us that we must know Greek. And he says this is the solution. Because on the ancient Greek, each sentence is, I think, 25 or 24 letters. All the letters are not are caps. There are no small letters.
Right. Everything was capitalized.
Yes.
Because I've
And
seen old
everything is
Greek texts, it's all capitals.
yes. And if you count the letters, each row has the exact same letters, number of letters. Let's say 25 or 26 or 50. I don't know how much it was. But everything is with a meaning. Now here in Greek, they say, do you know Greeklish? Do you know other things? Understand? We
Yeah.
have the best language on the world after the Chinese. I think Chinese is also a very, very good language, but after the Greek. The second good language, because they have also 7,000 symbols that mean something.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it's very rich, but I think the Greek is the richest language of all. And we speak in, let's say, in Facebook, in Greeklish. It's
Well,
to laugh.
the English language has incorporated several parts of Greek. For example, when I say the word cardio, does that make sense to you?
Cardia is the heart.
Yeah, it means the same in English, and it's part of our
Yeah.
language as well. So there are parts of the Greek language that's incorporated into ours.
Yes, I think the Indians was also spoken Greek.
Hmm.
Greek
The
is,
ancient.
I think, yes, yes. Indians has also Greek language, but the thing is that they want to eliminate this language, simplify it, and also to make it Greeklish, to write with English letters, Greek language.
Yeah, so we don't need that. We need to preserve the Greek language because it gives us a tie back to the ancient books and the
Yes,
old knowledge.
yes. But the most of the ancient books are burned.
Hmm.
From
Or
who?
sitting locked up in the Vatican.
Most of them are burned from the Great Alexander Library.
Hmm. That was in
Christians
Egypt, was it not?
burned it. Christians burned it. All the pastors and everybody. They destroy everything. Some they got also in Vatican saved on a papyrus. Let's say papyrus. Let's say it's leaves from trees, and they write with ink there.
Oh,
I don't know
papyrus.
how. Papyrus, yes.
Yeah.
This is the ancient
Writing medium.
book. Yes. Well, the thing is that most of knowledge is lost for the people. Maybe they have get saved. Maybe they have also an ebook and they have millions of people's books inside. Maybe before they burn it, they have also a scanner and scannerize everything. Maybe for the people, it's lost. I think I think maybe they have also a copy of everything they needed, but for the people, it's lost. Even if you can find it, you cannot read it. This is the point they bring the Greek people. Even if you find an ancient book, you cannot read it. You don't have the knowledge, so it's nothing to you. It doesn't mean something for you. But again, I think that the religion is the most dangerous thing on the world. Religions.
Well, there certainly are a lot of cases to support that argument.
Because they create groups of people. They create groups of people, and if I see now how many people are controlled from the Christianity, let's say, I find it.
Large number.
I think it was 2.1 billion people.
Sounds about right.
I think. I think it was 2.1 billion. And after that, it was Muslims and yes, religion. Religion. most popular. Yes, Christianity. 2.382 billion people. It's the 30% of the general. 1.9 billion people, Islam. 1.1 billion people is secular, no religious, agnostic, atheist. And Hinduism is 1.1 billion people again. So the Christianity controls 2.3 billion people, the 31% of all the people. It's very, very much power for this kind of people.
Though it is largely fragmented.
They built a church. It cost $2 million, and after that, they teach in this church that cost $2 million how to survive with very little things, not to have too many desires, and all of this. Is this possible? Do you find this logical? To spend 2 million people, $2 million to create something so you can teach how to live without nothing?
Oh no, that doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, Yeshua he preached about tearing down buildings, the structures, the walls, the stone, because he said that the actual building is the human body.
Yes. This is what happens here. And not only here, everywhere, I think. I think in the Vatican, I heard something. They want to paint this or make something, fix something. It will cost $8 million to fix something and paint something. It's ridiculous kind of money. And inside there, they will teach you how to be poor and be thankful and how to pray to God. And they spent $8 million to paint it. For my imagination, it's very crazy. It's very not logical to happen things like that.
Right. Well, it's
But I
filled
think
with
in
corruption.
US, yes. But I think the US, it's more lighter, the things. But also, I heard about it. If you have no relation with a kind of religion, you cannot find any job also, because I heard that you give 10 or 20% of your salary to be in a church, and they find you jobs and they find you sources and everything.
I've never heard of that.
Yes. And if you're not a Christian or if you're not something, you cannot find anything. They not accept you. Maybe it's bullshit. I don't know. I heard something like this because a friend of mine came to US and told me this. You have to be in a church or in a religion, so they can help you to find out, but you give 10 or 20% of your salary to them every month.
There might be some instances of that happening, but you can get by without it. I've never gone that route towards getting a job.
Maybe it's bullshit. I don't know.
Well, I don't think that's commonly practiced.
Did you come ever in Greek here? Did you say?
Oh, what's that?
Did you came in Greek?
What about Greek?
In Greece, did you ever came summer
Uh-huh.
for vacation?
Oh, no, I've never been to Greece.
How common you find this book, and how was this book on your hands? How
It was a gift. My father
also
gave it
you
to me.
oh
But I'm
yeah.
interested in, mainly I'm trying to understand the context of charigma as it is written in that text. Never mind the
The
English
context
translation.
is the context is that it will be a time that the devil will come in earth, and he will have and he will let's say stigmatize all the people that he will have like soldiers to conquer the world. Understand?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Yes.
But
And
specifically,
yes,
oh,
and
go,
you will be a soldier of the bad people. How are Illuminati? How are let's say Rotarians and other bullshit? I don't believe any of this. All this is like ghost. Nothing's real. It's only in your mind. Only your mind. You can imagine you have ghosts in your room. You have black magic, white magic, sacrifice chicken, all the nonsense. I don't think that's anything real. Do you think it's anything real of this? Have you seen any ghost in your life?
I have, yes.
Where?
I used to work in a building downtown Orlando, Florida, that was quite
Eh?
haunted. And I saw a full
Yeah.
apparition in the building.
What did you see?
I saw the figure of a man walk into our room and disappear.
Day on or night?
It was nighttime.
And so, I don't understand. Why will he walk? Why will he go somewhere and then disappear? I don't understand the meaning of that.
I don't know either. It turned on a machine. It was a photocopy machine. It activated the machine, and when I first saw it, I didn't realize it was an apparition. I thought it was an actual person, so I didn't think anything of it. Then when I realized what it was, I didn't bother to go see what it had printed out. There might have been some message. We'll never know.
I don't know if you have this experience. I don't know, but I didn't see anything. I didn't feel anything. I heard a lot of things, but nothing like someone says. Let's say I saw it. Everybody says my grandmother said it. My grandfather said it. My father said it. Saw it. You're the first person I heard that you say I saw it.
I did, yeah.
Okay, accept it.
Well, see,
There's
this
no reason
building
not to accept it.
was very old. It had originally 3 stories, right? But the second
Yeah.
story had been closed off and condemned and sealed off for a very long time. And so we were on the 3rd floor, but we thought it was the 2nd floor because we did not know about the actual 2nd floor. And then one day a pipe broke in the building where the 2nd floor was, and there's a stairway heading up. And on the wall of this stairwell where the 2nd floor was, the paint was eaten off of the wall in the shape of a man. It was as though somebody had painted the image onto the wall, and it looked
Yes.
just like a man.
Yes. Okay, but it could be a person did it, doesn't mean something else did it. I understand what you're meaning, but I don't see the purpose. Okay, if
I don't
someone's
know
dead,
either.
why would you do something like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. I think, let's say, if 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 you can remember, the Eagles wrote a song about "Welcome to the Hotel California."
I've heard it.
They made this song, and after that, everybody wants to stay in the Hotel California. If you see now how the Hotel California is, it's a five-star hotel. They make
Yeah.
millions out of it because they say it's haunted, and everybody wants to stay there.
Yeah.
And it charges a lot of money to stay there, a lot of money, and they're rich now because they say that it's haunted. So I think that it's a purpose for the ghost to make also money, to talk with the dead, to talk with the Bigfoot thing, the everything, dinosaurs, everything. I think it's man imaginations, but I cannot explain what you saw because you say you saw it. I cannot say it's not real or you're lying.
Oh, I didn't
If you
just
saw
see
it,
it.
you
It
saw it.
interacted. It interacted with a piece of equipment.
Yes, yes, I accept it. But it's the only time I hear something like that. I cannot lie to you. I never heard about it.
And then, of course, there were others in the building who had seen similar incidents as well.
Yes, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll see also something.
Well, you never know. I was just there to do a job. I wasn't there looking for that sort of thing. But going back to the text, though, in the context, I am curious about the use of the term charigma, right?
Yes,
So, could I use the term charigma to refer to any sort of injection? Or is that not correct?
I think that. Can you hear me? Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear
Okay,
you.
okay. I think that the meaning of charigma is scratch something on your skin. Understand? It's not like you you do something on yourself, like a vaccine or something like that. Because if
So
you
it's
do it
it's not
like that,
that.
I don't think so. It's like this because if you do it like this, if you the meaning is like this, then all the people are vaccinated. All the people from the child, you can't vaccinate it. Before you go to the school, you cannot go to school. If you go to the army, understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody is then the what you say. If you before you go to the army, you get vaccinated. You don't know what's inside there. Do you know? Did you go to the army?
Right.
Did you go to the army?
Oh, no, not me. No, I never went.
Okay. I go to the army 3 years. I never know what the vaccine were. No, nobody asked me, you want to do it? Have you do it?
They tell
What
you to
will
do
you
it.
do? No. They tell me nothing. The doctor came, he vaccinated me, and he tells me, okay, go further to take your clothes. They never ask you. They do what you have to do, and it's all this. It's simply like that. But the thing is that this word you say, it's mostly for religious people to say that um, you will get tagged. Understand?
You'll get tagged.
Tagged from the devil, let's say.
Okay.
This is the meaning. Karagma, like you get tagged from the bad people you want to bust. Let's say you go to the prison. You have to make it a two to fit to one group of people. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Some have a star, some have a cross, some have an arrow. If you don't have anything of that, everybody will attack you because you will not fit to anyone. Okay, yeah, it's like something like this.
So it is a tattoo.
It is a tattoo, yes, it is. But the meaning of this is the charagma is the meaning of this is that you will have a tag, a bad tag on you, and after that you will suffer, and they can control you, they can mind control you. You will die, and you will die one day. No one will live forever. Eventually, everybody will die. So,
Yeah,
what's the
unfortunately,
meaning?
in this,
What's the meaning of all this?
what's the meaning? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Nothing. It's only to have something to worry about. That someone will hurt you. Don't do it. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it because you get hurt. It's everything about the religion. It's nothing about real time life. And even if this book was written for people, for the people, it's written. Let's say if I don't have the the meaning that they written to us for us before 100 years or before 50 years, the people that control the world, there are 20, 50 people, like I said to you. If they written this book, it's already done. You have no choice. You cannot do something about it. They poison us all the day
Oh,
with
that's
the
true.
cars, with the cars, with what we eat, with what we drink, what we think, what we see, what we listen, the music we're listening, all the movies from Hollywood is. I don't know if you were here today. Some user here told us that the X Files, the TV show X Files, um, starring of the the movie, this movie X Files, told that the FBI give them script to create a movie, and after that, if something happens, they can tell you will see a lot of movies like X Files, nothing surreal.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That was me that was explaining that.
Yes, okay. On the morning, I heard it.
Yeah, that was
They
me.
give a script from the FBI and say, play the script. See, you told us.
And they do that. It's a fact.
Yes, I believe it. But I mention it because I heard it and I thought that it's very correct. That's why I told you this. I was listening from a long, long time now from let's say 8, 10 hours now. I'm listening only this, only the chat. I'm addicted to it now.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yes. It's also for company. Okay, you heard something, you know some people, you talk about some things. It's cool. It's fine. I like the chat here. It's good.
Maybe someday I can increase my knowledge of the Greek language to where I can interpret these things for myself. That's the goal.
Yes, but I will ask you a question. Why are you searching this kind of book? Why? What is the purpose?
To gain insight.
About what?
What's going on these days?
Even if you know what's going on the book, it's nothing has to do with these days. Even if someone writes a book before 200 years ago or 100 years ago, it's for them to understand what's happening then, not now. Every year it's different. Let's say you told me your father has used Wi-Fi from 1980. It's 2021. If you read a book that someone has Wi-Fi technology now, everyone will laugh and say, "We already know this." Understand what I mean? But the knowledge you're reading is for back then, not for now. This is what I mean.
Well, I understand what you're saying.
And before they cannot explain some things. If they tag some things bad or good. Let's say here in Greek or in other countries, I don't know. In Sparty, I think it was. If if you make a baby that has blue eyes, they will throw it away. In Kaava, it's like a river. Um, let's say they will throw it away. If you were blonde, again, if you're paralyzed, if you are people with you cannot walk very good, you cannot speak very good, maybe you have some problems, you cannot walk, think, speak, they'll throw it away. Understand? This was happening back then. But the thing is that I think they will try again to compare or have similarities the Greek with the Christians. This is not possible. We have nothing to do with this religion. And I think it was also the propaganda, the movie, the exorcism. How?
Oh yeah, The
With the
Exorcist.
doll. Yes, the exorcist. It's also propaganda because the doll with the girl was speaking Greek.
I thought she was speaking Latin, so she was actually speaking Greek.
In one phrase, yes, he said,
I did not know that.
"Yorgo Horimu, Yorgo Horimu, Yernotifu." Yes,
Hmm.
Yorgo. It was very very funny. They will they try to connect Greek with this religion. You cannot do this. Even if you give billions of dollars like they give, It's nothing has to do with Greeks. But again, I told you this this religion has so much power that they have the symbol on the flag of the Greek Greece. They have too much power. Too much power. But again, you cannot do anything about it. Okay, my friend, I have to go a little bit to sleep.
Well, hey, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, I will be here. I will listen to you, and
Yeah,
we will contact again after
thank you.
one, two
I
hours. I
appreciate
wake
that.
up and I will. If you have any questions or want something, anything, just message me. Thank you very much for the chat.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to be heading off as well. Take care, everybody. Have a great day.
So there it is. The Earth from outer space. Do you believe this is a real, live recording? Do you believe? How about now? Does this make it more believable? Ask yourself,
is this real? Do you believe? Is this real?
Let's try this another way.
Breaking news. NASA finally did it. They finally did it. They're finally live streaming the Earth spinning from outer space. The world is celebrating. This one will go down in history.
Convinced? Well, if you didn't fall for that, then why would you fall for this? Maybe you just never paid attention. When you do pay attention, you start to notice things. Are you paying attention? Did you know that starting at the end of 2015 through 2017, Flat Earth was one of the top searched terms in the USA, let alone the world? While most of you were falling for the political charades, the rest of us were trying to discover the true nature about our world.
My name is ODD TV. I'm a local rapper here in Denver, Colorado.
I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live in America.
I've been rapping for 20 years. Just like anyone else, when you're a kid and you're really into music, you're into making music, every kid looks in that mirror and fantasizes about being famous. And because I like to make my own music, I just decided, screw it. I'm going to make a YouTube channel and start talking in videos.
There has never been one experiment that proves that the Earth is in motion. When you try to find the curvature of the Earth, it's nowhere to be found. Unless you're looking at footage from GoPro cameras that have fisheye lenses, Hollywood movies, or NASA propaganda.
Started making the videos in 2014, early 2015. Started getting noticed. You're living in a world where there's fake people faking events on TV in order to move agendas forward. With the Earth being flat, I couldn't just sit around and do nothing. There was videos everywhere. There was videos of people doing science, putting balloons up with a camera that doesn't have a fisheye lens on it, like a GoPro lens, a wide angle lens. And they were using these cameras that didn't have those. The horizon rose to eye level, which would be impossible on a ball that would be falling away from you as you rose up. There's people putting out top 10 NASA hoax videos, debunking the moon landing, picking apart NASA just left and right. It was awesome. Awesome time for YouTube between 2015 and 17.
Even Google mentioned it during their commercial. Do you remember this? Why would Google be promoting this?
As a joke?
As a joke? No. We know why. They were panicking. Panicking because the platform they purchased 10 years ago was collapsing with truth. The powers that be would not allow that.
Is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
So instead of deleting all of the millions of videos we have made, They simply decided to bring in their puppets to reiterate the agenda at stake.
We are already sufficiently motivated to invest the necessary resources and people in addressing this threat.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
The Earth being flat is getting out of control. Can you please help?
When you stand on the shoulders of those who came before, you might just see far enough to realize the Earth isn't flat.
1 + 1 is?
2.
What color is the sky?
Blue.
And the Earth is?
Round. Second is here.
This float celebrates flat Earth theory that is spreading ironically around the
World and its possible roundness.
Spinning.
Now they are talking about it. They want you to search for it, because they already changed their algorithm to be set up in their favor.
What is this trash?
None of this tells you our side of the story. These are all videos they put together, so you can watch and learn nothing. Nothing that any of us would show you. Like here, have you ever seen a time lapse of the sun? Does it look like the Earth is rotating backwards and the sun is still? Or does it look like our sun is simply moving across our sky, traveling away from your perspective? Again, but with some inversion. You can clearly see the sun, not only decreasing its size, but heading towards its next destination with a slight turn before it disappears from your line of sight. While Google would make sure when you type in flat Earth that nothing like this would ever pop up, many agree the science regarding our sun is far from settled.
We're told that the sun is a massive ball of burning gas 93 million miles away. But if that were true, then all the light that arrives here would be parallel because it's so far away. And it has to be parallel because one of the most often cited supposed globe proofs is Eratosthenes' experiment between Alexandria and Syene, by which he calculated the size of the Earth. For that calculation to be accurate, the light must come down parallel. The only problem is that that's not what we see. If you go out on a sunny day with broken cloud, what you'll see is that light comes down at angles, diverging angles. And that means that we can follow those light rays back to the source and triangulate the sun's height above the Earth, proving that the sun isn't millions of miles away. But we can also perform physical experiments that prove that these crepuscular rays, as they're called, can only be recreated with a light source that is small and close.
It doesn't take a genius to understand that the further the light source goes up, the more the sun rays would spread out and become parallel. The reason you'd even think that the sun...
If the Earth was flat, wouldn't it be sunny all the time? I mean, have they ever even thought about it?
Well, if you'd let me finish, the reason you'd even think the sun would be visible from anywhere on Earth is because of the images they have shown you. No one promoting this bull stands for truth. You can keep believing in your fantasy gas ball 93 million miles away.
You can keep believing in your fantasy gas ball.
While we keep experimenting to try and figure out what the sun actually is, and how close it could be. With a local hotspot, it should be easy to comprehend that the sun is small and close to you.
To put that in perspective, imagine a table 2 meters wide in a completely dark room. And you're holding a small but very bright light bulb, 3.4 millimeters across. And you were holding it about 31 centimeters above the table. What you'd see is a circular pool of light directly on the table, beneath the light bulb. But on the other side of the table, it would be in darkness. Now, it seems to our mind that if you were on the other side of the table, you would see the light because it's, above the table. But that's not true because on that part of the table, it's in darkness, meaning that the light isn't physically reaching that part of the tabletop.
Your senses are correct.
We're also told that the sun sets because as the Earth rotates us away from the sun, it's actually obscured by the physical curvature of the Earth. That's not what we see.
What we see is a local sun that is taking its local light with it. What happened to the horizon glowing across half of the world? Most sunsets are already fading through pollution, dander, chemtrails, and fog. Plus, refraction will always make the sun seem like it's going down, as well as your perspective.
It would appear to sink down in your field of view. That's perspective. The further away you get from it, the lower it will appear. It doesn't physically change its height, it just appears that way to your eyes, until eventually it will disappear behind the horizon formed by your eye's vanishing point. Your eye has an angular resolution of 0.2 degrees, and anything at that height will disappear beyond the limit of your sight. Many times we can see time-lapse footage of the sun that shows it getting smaller as it moves away from us. Now, that's not always the case, since the sun is travelling around the North Pole. The closer you are to the north, the less you'll see the size change. But from locations beyond the equator, you'll absolutely see the sun's size change. And that could never ever happen if the sun was 93 million miles away. You wouldn't see the sun change at all.
Our eyes cannot see farther than what they were designed to see, but that is no reason to keep them closed.
There's also an effect that occurs under certain conditions called atmospheric lensing, where the sheer amount of atmosphere, as well as the rain between you and the sun, acts like a lens and a prism, magnifying it greatly, which leads to another observational proof that the sun setting is an optical effect. At such times, when the sun is setting over the sea, and it seems as though it's half hidden by the horizon, then you can zoom in with a high-powered zoom camera and see that it's actually still above the horizon. It's just an optical illusion.
Pay attention to the sun rays here. This alone proves our local sun, and so do these shadows. So what about the moon? We all witness the moon only illuminating the local clouds around it. That is because it is also a local light, but one with opposite effects from the sun. As we can all agree, shade from the sun is cooler than direct sunlight. But did you know the moon's shade is actually warmer than direct moonlight? The moon produces cold light, something the science priests must have forgotten to teach us all about in school. Not only that, but at times we can see stars through the moon, proving it is not some solid rock 238,900 miles away. In the 60s, true science regarding the moon was the shadow band topic of its era.
I consider myself to be an ordinary, humble person who wants to serve mankind with what man has striven for from the beginning of consciousness, with truth and understanding of the world.
Well, now, one thing, you have a theory about the moon, and we expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon. What is your theory?
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is plasma, cosmic plasma. Gravitational theories are out, and the new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved. This fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you're proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. And
the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen.
People actually believe they walked on the moon, talked with Nixon, played golf, drove a car, and planted a flag.
If you really believe that Neil Armstrong took the first step, then why do you give any credit to the cameraman already there waiting for him?
These guys were all U.S. military men coerced into acting. They wanted the money and power that came with the deal, of course. The problem was, they were terrible actors. They couldn't even pretend to be excited, knowing they were lying to the world. But the show had to go on. Michael Collins and Neil Armstrong rarely spoke in public about it. But there was one man not shy about lying to your face. The spokesperson for the Apollo deception.
It's my pleasure to present Colonel Edwin Aldrin.
No handshake, hug, smile. Their facial expressions are similar to those experiencing constipation, not celebrating an accomplishment.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great sense of pride as an American and with humility as a human being that I say to you today what no men have been privileged to say before. We walked on the moon.
I mean, they couldn't pay them enough to look up and smile? Society has always debated these planned Apollo events since day one, never imagining then that almost 50 years later, they haven't had the balls to fake another.
As a tattooer, I talk to hundreds of people a month, and people are actually really starting to wake up with everything that's going on right now. I mean, people are sick of the lies. This is the biggest deception ever. The globe, the spinning ball globe, is the biggest deception. If NASA was legit, literally all they would have to do is one thing. Take one of their satellites, zoom in on someone in Australia, upside down, driving a car. Or in the ocean, swimming, upside down. That's all they would have to do, just zoom in. But they won't do it. They'll never do it. We have the footage of them in the space capsule, still in Earth orbit, covering up a small section of the window so you can see through the circle and making that look like that was the Earth. And this is a joke. I mean, how do people think this is real? I think it's hilarious that NASA will straight up tell you we destroyed the technology to go to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
But they destroyed the technology and they can't go back. It's ridiculous. There's an interview with Buzz Aldrin, actually, where he's being interviewed by a little girl. Her question was,
why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
After 50 years of lying to humanity and perpetrating this giant fraud, he's sick of the lie, and his conscience, he had a moment of humility, and his conscience wouldn't let him lie to this little 8-year-old girl. This silly globe model with water magically attached to it, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, and rocketing through the universe at 500,000 miles an hour is just the goofiest, silly thing that I've ever heard in my life. They want you to think you're a monkey man, a purposeless accident created by nothing, that exploded from a big bang that was created, not by scientists, by a priest, mind you, while they steal $58 million a day in taxpayers' money to show you cartoons. CGI. They just have to show you enough of Hollywood and magic tricks and for you to believe the nonsense. It shocks me how many people actually believe they're floating above our heads. It's all filmed here on Earth. Outer space is a fantasy. the Earth is a stationary plane. Google bubbles in space. You can literally see bubbles coming up from these astronauts' helmets. It's ridiculous. When I saw it, I was like, this is a joke.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there? All right, well, I just encourage everyone to look up Bubbles in Space, hashtag Bubbles in Space. Thank you very much. How's Bubbles in Space doing? How's what? Bubbles in Space?
Bubbles in space?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
No? You Mr. Kelly?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? You don't remember the question from Tampa about the bubbles in space coming up from the helmet? Yeah, you guys are in an underwater pool, remember? We know. Just remember.
What's up, man? Can you sideline the hashtag Bubbles in Space?
Hashtag Bubbles in Space?
Bubbles in Space, brother. What's your word on that?
What is that?
Yeah, you were asked that 2 times in the past couple months, actually, about bubbles coming out in the spacewalks.
Oh, you're that guy.
I'm not that guy. I'm one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm not going to write that.
And then,
thank you so much.
There you go.
Astronauts on harnesses as well. Anything to say about that?
Do I have anything to say about it?
Yeah.
I have anything you want me to say about it. What do you want me to say?
Whatever your thoughts are. I just want your honest opinion.
About what?
There's video evidence of guys hanging from harnesses in the International Space Station.
Sir, we need to keep going. There's a very long line. Thank you so much. Can you please step forward? Thank you so much.
How about
please step forward,
selling a book of pictures with taxpayer money? How about that?
Thank you so much.
Taxpayer money?
These were all on taxpayer dime, wasn't it? Not this one, but the picture book.
Go back over here. You know what you can do? You can sell the same pictures yourself because they are public domain. Absolutely.
They should be free to the taxpayers.
They are free.
Why are you selling it for $40?
You can do whatever you want with them.
Well, you're doing it a disjustice by ripping off the taxpayers.
You know
what you're doing.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Once people start realizing that we've been lied to on a grand scale, everything from the government to our schools, it all just comes crumbling down. It shocks me how many people actually believe they're floating above our heads.
I've seen the International Space Station on YouTube and the astronauts floating about in it while they're orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour. You can't do that unless you're in outer space.
Practice makes perfect. Give me another
It's
week.
as simple as using a zero-G plane and strapping a harness to their belt. Then, just like Batman movies, they remove the wires using a computer. At times, the manipulation reveals itself. Green screen and blue screen technology cannot always be flawless. How can you keep denying this trickery? Here we see Europe's space agency at NASA's studios using a blue screen with grids. This technology has been used for decades. It works best for 3D and live manipulation. It's funny. Once NASA was caught red-handed, they produced a couple of senseless videos 8 months later, trying to pretend like they always use them for science experiments, knowing damn well it was too late. Why do clowns defend them?
There is no chance you could remove the background.
These people lie to your face in the hope that you will not do your own research. NASA knows that most are too lazy to dig through its massive rabbit hole. Yet, in the meantime, they just love to rub it in your face.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on the magic
steal $52 million per day from American taxpayers just to create a fantasy display of men orbiting their spinning pear-shaped space testicle Earth. Their green screens are awful. When they are live and something glitches, their reactions are always priceless. I'm not sure why you globeheads keep defending all of this. Are you waiting on NASA to finally come forward?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens of America. We here at NASA have been lying to you all since the 60s about our projects, operations, and missions into outer space. We have never been higher than lower Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
Every image we have shown you is CGI. Our films are mostly done in an underwater buoyancy facility. We have funneled millions of dollars per day to show you cartoons and false illusions, and we are truly very sorry. We will repay all taxpayers back the trillions of dollars we have stolen. This will be divided evenly between the citizens of America, as well as rebuilding poverty-stricken towns and cities all across America, as this department has finally come to an end.
Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series, I had them all, Joe had them all, we watch them all the time. I try to remember all the about a neutron star and a superhypernova. Me and Joe were deep into space.
Beyond Venus, 93 million miles from the sun, is Earth. Its great oceans forming the clouds and air currents which warm and irrigate the planet.
I thought I was better than people and because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that and wonder, what? This is all cartoons.
And every now and then I think to myself, it's weird that we're not watching any actual footage of space. It's all CGI.
All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to.
Don't we have Hubble? Why don't you point it at the Earth and get some awesome shots of where we live? All the pictures and images from space are CGI. None of them are real.
We haven't gone past that. What, are you telling me that that's okay? We could just gloss over that? And they admit that they're all CGI, except for one in 1972, which is fake. They have one picture. They say one is real, 1972. All the rest are CGI. Like, where are the pictures of Earth from space? I want to see a picture. I want to see tens of thousands of them. I want to see the sun over here and the moon over there. People should have posters all over the world. People should have these epic pictures of the Earth from space with the moon over here and the sun over there and the planets. There's none.
Literally zero. They do sometimes exaggerate, like claiming they used a NASA camera 1.6 million miles away to take this alleged video of the dark side of the moon. It doesn't take a genius to see how undeniably computer-generated this image is. And yet, you think we are the moronic ones?
I would rather be thought as a moron for not trusting criminals than a sellout and a traitor for defending them.
The reality is...
The things that come out of your mouth, are you saying something that a defense attorney would say, or are you saying something that a prosecuting attorney would say? When it comes to the government, that criminal, that's like John Gotti. I'm saying that a prosecuting attorney would say, not saying like, we'll prove it. It's a criminal. Without a doubt, whatever's coming from the government, I need the kind of evidence that would shut down a case. If I don't see the evidence, why would I believe it?
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
So you're telling me gravity is strong enough to hold oceans onto it, battling inertia from the spin. So gravity's holding oceans, and inertia's trying to pull it out and make it fling. Skyscrapers would fling off the Earth, but this gravity's holding these. It's so strong, it's holding the ocean, but it can't hold a helium balloon. Things that are less dense go up. Things that are more dense go down. Has nothing to do with gravity. Where's gravity at with butterflies? You would think that if gravity's so strong it's holding skyscrapers down to it, we would be flat on the ground.
There is gravity all the way out to the moon and beyond.
Long before the theory of gravity was a glimmer in Newton's imagination, the natural physics of density and buoyancy already perfectly explained why apples fall down. Objects fall or rise based on their relative density to the medium surrounding them. Apples fall because they are denser than the air, while helium balloons rise because they are lighter.
No gravity necessary.
This is why raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through water. Everything seeks its relative density and rises or falls until settling accordingly. This is why a tiny pebble sinks to the bottom of the ocean, but gigantic cruise ships and aircraft carriers stay afloat on the surface. Because even though a pebble is so small, its mass, relative to its volume, its density, is more than water, so it sinks. And even though a cruise ship is so large, its mass, relative to its volume, is less than water, so it floats. If Newton's apple had landed in a puddle, he would have seen the apple only fell through the air because it was denser than the air, but then floated on top of the water because it was less dense than water. The natural physics of density and buoyancy was understood and agreed upon for centuries before they changed our textbooks and started NASA.
All our space information is coming from NASA. Werner von Braun was the director of all 6 moon missions, and he's a Is that not a comic book? That's a comic book.
My fellow Nastanos, I am sorry to say I am leaving you to join the elite.
Operation Paperclip.
In the United States of America.
Operation Paperclip. My people in Germany, all they want is freedom and peace.
We want to welcome you to the US of A.
We must divert their attention.
I'm going to make so much money. It's crazy. To brainwash a nation, we will need animation.
I want to bring my technology of airplane models.
I want to work with Walt. I want to see the best people. We need to get the indoctrination started. If people believe an airplane can go to the moon, we might be able to do it. To brainwash a nation,
I will need help.
We will need animation. Please bring in help. United States of America. Action.
Oh, geez, who hired these guys?
Jesus Christ, these guys can't act. Bring it up into an airplane, dark window. You just record the Earth from a dark window. We can do that on the computer afterwards. People will fall for it. People will fall for it. People must know. And the heavens declare the glory of God in his firmament. Showeth his handiwork.
The people must know.
The people have to know.
We come from this big bang and fluffy puffy pixie fairy dust and unicorn farts, and all of a sudden consciousness just came out of that. No, it was designed. It's not an accident. Everything according to their bogus Darwinian theory of evolution, all of it points to a godless, atheist, demonic, demon-crat lie. NASA is a corporation, and they are the same people who run Disney. In fact, they are very, very similar, because what they do is they entertain people. They're not teaching people. They don't want people to know the truth about the cosmos. They're entertaining them with CGI images. Every image you see, image, not photo, every single one of them, all of those are computer-generated images. They are not photos. Everyone you see on Google is a CGI image. It is not a photo. And you can't tell that they are CGI. Either there's 2 things wrong with you. You are either or you are mentally deranged. You do not have control of your own mind. Your mind has been indoctrinated, it has been brainwashed, and you've been duped, and you still believe in Santa Claus and the upside down spinning Santa ball, which the Jesuits invented in 1542. Prior to 1542, every single culture, all our intelligent ancestors will be rolling in their graves knowing that their stupid progeny actually think they live on a spinning globe that people bow down to for their false ideology. Zoom up to Venus, zoom up to Mars, and you will see they are lights. They are stars. Hence all the intelligent pre-Copernican astrologers, Ptolemaic astrologers like myself, taught that all the planets are wandering stars. They are luminous bodies. Just as the Egyptians said, just as the Greeks and the Mayans and the Aztecs said, just as our intelligent ancestors said. If all the stars, as they say, in every constellation are all at different depths by millions of light years, how come for thousands and thousands and thousands of years of hurtling through the sky, there is no distortion, no difference in luminosity of stars? We're supposed to be flying at breakneck speeds through the galaxy, and yet the same boring stars keep turning over our flat, stationary, plain Earth forever and ever and ever and ever. So we are not moving. We're supposed to be traveling at, get this number in your head, 66,600 mile an hour, 666. That's how fast the Earth is orbiting. If you are broke, that's what you are. You are stupid. Stupid beyond your wildest imagination. That's why we have a horizon, because it's horizontal. That's why we have sea level, because the sea is level. It's not curving. You cannot call it sea level. You will call it sea curve. That's why we have tectonic plates and not tectonic bowls, because those tectonic plates are just that, flat plates. Check out the Suez Canal, 120 miles, no curvature. It never overflows, it never drains. And to all those astrologers out there who think they are astrologers teaching heliocentrism, like Laura Eisenhower, the granddaughter of her grandfather, the president of the US, calling herself a heliocentric astrologer, no such thing exists.
From a very young age, wondering why the heck did I land in the Eisenhower family. I was faced with the opportunity to go to Mars. Some people wonder, why the heck didn't you go to Mars? But my intuition told me, from really recalling a youth filled with a lot of insight about what I was here to do, was to not go anywhere.
That is, Laura, you are a false prophet. The line going from the AC to the DC is called the line of the Earth, and it never moves. AC to DC, ascendant to descendant, that's called the line of the Earth, according to the astrologers of ancient, and that never moves, proving that there is no movement of the Earth calculated in any astrological chart reading that you do. You never account the movement or the position of the Earth in relation to any of these planets, because it's that line of the Earth which we call the horizon.
Speaking of horizons, some guy, he filmed a mountain. He was flying over Texas, and he used his camera to film a mountain. This mountain was supposed to be hidden by 35 miles of curvature with the current circumference of the Earth that we're given. Oh, just sitting straight up. He's just right there. It's not hidden by 35 miles of curvature. It's crazy. As soon as flat earthers found out about P900 cameras that are made by Nikon, where they can zoom in times 80, I think, and what's going on is, like, you can see a boat disappear with your naked eye. And that used to be proof alone. That used to be proof for the curvature of the Earth. But now, you can watch the boat disappear with your naked eye. And then you can pull up this camera and you can zoom in on the boat that you just watched disappear. And you could bring it right back into full view, perfectly just perfectly visible. It's crazy. There's no camera tricks, there's no illusions involved. Nothing. It's just perfectly back into view. There's flat earth proofs coming out all the time, every other day, it's just a matter of if you can find it or not, if it's going to surface in the right areas where people can share it. You know, they're trying to censor this stuff nonstop. There's just a mission to keep this stuff buried. I got mad love for all the flat earthers, man. Since day one, everybody's been doing their part, putting in work, and just picking up where they're finding slack, they'll pick it up. You know what I mean? Like, there's no spot in flat earth that is not covered. They're covering their zone, their quadrants, and they're just taking care of business, man. And if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for all of us, we wouldn't be where we're at with this flat earth thing, man. They wouldn't be so scared. They wouldn't be trying to cover it up at every turn and stop it everywhere we look. Each and every single flat earther out there has played their part. And we wouldn't be where we're at if it wasn't for you. We wouldn't be heavily censored. They wouldn't be scared to debate us. They wouldn't be trying to censor us at every turn if it wasn't for you guys and you wonderful women exposing flat earth with all your might, all your power. All the glory to God. What a wonderful world we live on. So beautiful. There's pilots coming out all the time too, and they're attesting to the fact that you can't find any curvature.
Ask any airline pilot what the shape of the Earth is. When they're done laughing at you, they'll tell you it's a sphere.
That's not, the ground looks to us like it's standing still.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
No.
No? What'd you see while we were up there?
Just the blue sky, white clouds.
Yeah, is it flat or?
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
Alright, thank you.
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
That's true?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Alright, cool.
All right.
God bless, brother.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No? There's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
Casey, how are you, mate? Pleased to meet you guys. There's no way there's curvature. We're around the flat, aren't we?
Definitely.
We are, aren't we? Thank you.
Most pilots know their plane is flying over a plane. A stationary plane. Always a smooth and level flight. We never feel the plane dipping its nose down. We only feel the landing. Which flight route matches reality in your mind? If you chose the left, you may need medical attention. Everything beneath you while flying is level and motionless, just as expected, flying over a stationary plane. Sometimes it's hard to see far ahead of you, but other times...
You could probably see the Rockies from Kansas.
Wow.
But if it's a clear day, but if it's smoky or hazy, obviously we can't see much.
The world is so generous in its beauty, and you do your best to take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous.
Silly actor not, you took the words right out of my mouth. Earth is flat and gorgeous, but they trick you to believe something else. Not every pilot instantly connects the dots and keeps quiet. Sometimes it can hit them 25 years later.
Hier in Australië en dan is want dit ding behoudt zijn stand, dus dit blijft blauw en dit blijft vrij. Het is niet zo dat we opeens omklappen de verkeerde kant op. En dit was voor mij dat ik dacht, oh man, waarom heb ik dat nooit eerder gezien na 25 jaar in cockpit? Dus zo geïndoctrineerd zijn we dus allemaal. Ja, het is gewoon heel vervelend. Het is gewoon heel vervelend. Dat je daar al die jaren naar hebt gekeken en dat het kwartje nooit is gevallen. En ook zeg maar, toen ik eenmaal wist dat de aarde plat is, dat je naar buiten kijkt en dat je denkt, waar heb ik nooit gezien hoe plat het eigenlijk is?
Better late than never. Most pilots may have skipped over their training manuals. In their Flight Dynamics Summary, Section 112 explains all you'll need to know about what you're flying over. Heck, the military knows the same thing. NASA admits it as well. In tons of documents available to the public. They just assumed nobody would pay attention.
This comes
from the Army Research Laboratory. This one's from the CIA. There's another one from NASA. This report documents the definitions of linear aircraft model for the rigid aircraft of consistent mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. This comes right from our own government. Now, I have available 44 documents. Who do I give them to, sir?
You give those to the city clerk, please.
Which is this person here. So what I want is a law that's passed that we can't teach anything about the globe. We have to teach the truth of how things are.
From the documents to the imagery, they are not flying around a curve heading to outer space. They are flying over a stationary, flat plane. Stop falling for the illusions. Every rocket goes up and then levels out. Most of NASA's rockets launch from Florida and head towards the Bermuda Triangle. Well, besides the occasional... They're not shy about showing the truth in plain sight. 125 alleged miles up, and they show you our level horizon with a local sun. Then quickly switch cameras to their fisheye lens, as if that didn't just happen. You have to pick one. You can't have both. Looks as if their cameras go about as high as most hot air balloons do before they burst. Who do they think they're fooling? But let me guess. You saw the curvature in the images from satellites. The thousands of magical orbiting aluminum tin cans floating in space. It's all animation and games until one comes crashing down on your squad. Many crashed satellites have been reported the world over, and the one thing they all have in common is giant helium balloons attached to them. Of course, satellite technology is real. We get our weather information, communication equipment, and even some internet service from them. Look up Google Loon, for example. It's not that they wouldn't use the magical floating satellites if they could, it's that they don't physically exist, nor does the globe. They have been sending these up one at a time since it all began. I will allow them to explain it.
And he got a patent on that in 1950. And those early balloons were so large, they didn't have any way to launch them, except they actually launched them from aircraft carriers.
Modern scientific ballooning was born. It was also the genesis for NASA's newly developed super pressure balloon.
The reason for super pressure ballooning is they have absolutely stable altitude, day, night, and it doesn't matter how cold the atmosphere is. They are sealed.
So your shape is always the same, you always displace the same amount of air, and therefore you have the same amount of buoyancy all the time.
This day-to-night altitude stability allows super pressure balloons and the sun.
Hi, I'm Matt, and this is NASA Now.
NASA's been using balloons for science research for over 30 years. The exploration that can be done on balloons is continuing to grow. The standard balloon that I fly is about 660 feet long when it's made. So when it's inflated, it's over 400 feet tall by 440 feet wide. Think of a dome stadium. That's how big my balloons are.
So let me get this straight. It is now public knowledge that they send up satellites on massive helium-filled balloons. As you should know, NASA is the largest consumer of helium in the world, for obvious reasons. But the issue with society is that they never critically think. Just think for a second here. If these are sent up to provide the world with all of the important information we need, and I'm sure the entire process is expensive and difficult to accomplish, then please explain to me what in the flat world do these pathetic animations do for you? Do they make you happy inside? Are they so super duper cool that you cannot see past the obvious CGI? The fact of the matter is everything NASA sends up on a balloon simply hovers above our motionless Earth. That is why they rarely speak about orbiting satellites, and of course, they never show footage. Here is some footage of a random evening with a man, the moon, and his Nikon P900. Notice anything floating up there?
Forget it, Bart. It's so bright out you can't see anything in the sky except the Fox satellite.
Another remarkable fact about NASA's balloon launches is that many are launched from Antarctica. Is it because we cannot travel past certain parallels to witness their launches with our own eyes? What else are they hiding from us over there? It would be nice if someone was allowed to truly explore Antarctica again. It sure has been a while since the last guy.
Greetings to you, my young friend. Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored. But more important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime. Because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources. An area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Since late 2014, one of the biggest things I've heard, the earth is flat. Why don't you find the edge and fall off? Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond, an ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond. All the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center where all compasses point, you can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here?
Is there an edge here?
Because we know the physics of water is defined and maintained level if you've been paying attention. And also water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks and we keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains, they're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome? How does that make you feel?
The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors in Operation Paperclip to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there. Look up here. Look, everybody. We're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided you or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
More. Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there. More to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
I'm sure a lot of you have heard about my $200,000 Globe Challenge. And up to this point, no one has been successful at completing the challenge. We've had a few clowns here and there that have stepped up to the plate. Here we go. And claimed victory. But at the end of the day, you can't make water stick to the bottom of a ball, much less spinning. Okay? You can't show where sea level turns to sea curve. There's no curvature on the x-axis or y-axis.
That stuff is flat.
Here's a fair challenge here for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why don't you get off your fat, lazy butt and out from behind your screens and your scripts?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles.
So Earth got a little bit wider at its equator than it did pole to pole.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out.
Like spinning pizza dough, it just gets flat.
If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you.
Wow. If you shrunk Earth down to the size of a cue ball, it would be one of the smoothest, roundest cue balls ever made. That's how round Earth is.
So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, where it's like pear-shaped.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's funny, 6 years ago I sent a whole bunch of questions for you to answer. And I noticed you haven't answered them. You're not a scientist. You're an actor with a couple of science degrees. There's people with those same qualifications flipping burgers in Burger King.
It's like pear-shaped.
So you don't impress me.
Neil Disgrace Tyson, you are a lying Jesuit thug and a deceiver. You are a degenerate from good luck to all your lying when you're down in doing favors for and remember my name when you're in there, Santos Bonacci.
Hey Neil, you talk about pears so much. Why don't you try eating a few, you fat That's actually good.
Hey Neil, if the level and motionless plane is so easily debunked, so easily refuted, then why don't you just debate Eric Dubay?
Why don't you get off your fat, lazy butt out from behind your screens and your scripts
and debate Eric Dubay? You've heard the name Eric Dubay, but you're scared. You're chicken. You won't debate Eric Dubay because you don't have a script and lines and people telling you what to say. You know you'll get demolished. Why don't you just come on a podcast or any type of show, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe an hour, if you've got the and debate Eric Dubay.
Isn't flat.
See how much of a man you are there, Mr. Mic Drop.
Looks like we're gonna have Eric Dubay, he said he's agreed to do it, talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What?
Yes. I had asked you to debate one of them flat earth guys.
No, I can't, no.
I know. We talked about it and we were gonna have him on Skype.
No, what we do is, and I think this is a diabolical plot, so that the next time we can ship people en masse into orbit, they all want to be the first in line because they know we're gonna send them, so that they can see the round Earth. They're gonna be the first ones in space. Just so they can stop annoying the rest of us.
I don't think you're correct.
And I know that you're not correct. Why the backpedaling, Neil? You already agreed to debate me on Joe Rogan's podcast. The show was scheduled, posted on Joe's site, announced on air twice, and then you suddenly decided that you, quote, don't debate flat earthers. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. Someone at NASA told Neil, we're not going to let you go head to head with Eric Dubay because he'll make you look foolish. Prove me wrong.
ODD-TV, I'm coming with a disruption. With all my flat earth homies on the Hibbler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach you, this is a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke.
What happened? Did I leave?
Hello. Or is the signal just so Hello, is anyone there? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, there is a go there. Is the world flat?
I believe it is.
No, how would you explain gravity then?
What do you mean?
Pardon?
What do you mean by that?
How would you explain if I drop an apple from where I'm standing, it hits the floor? How would you explain that?
Okay, well, how would you explain if I attach a helium balloon to that apple and it floats away?
Well, that's due to buoyancy, not gravity. That's due to the helium being less buoyant than the air, so it floats like a ship on water. How would you explain gravity then?
I don't need to explain it.
They
How long is the Earth then from end to end?
I just posted something in the voice chat area. I'll take a look at that video. Tell me if you still believe what you believe.
Well, did you take a look at it, or are you still watching it?
Yeah, I can't be asked to watch that. That's just like 8-bit quality.
Oh, good excuse. I like that. Do you have Google Drive? I can send you the original.
Nah, I don't really care.
No, I'm not interested in that because it's evidence against what I'm saying, so I don't want to look at it. That's great, guy. That proves it all.
I mean, I've watched some of it. I just struggle to read 8-bit, but like, you know. Can I ask how gravity works then?
You're in the wrong place if you're coming here to ask me questions because I don't answer questions. I can give you information and show you the truth, but I don't answer questions. Okay, if the 8-bit standard is too difficult for you, do you have a compass handy? You know, a navigational compass in your house? Do you own one of those?
I don't think he's here for any of that. I think he's just here to answer some entry level, aha, gotcha type questions.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that he's having a bad day or he's got something up his butt and he's wanting to come in here and pick on somebody. So you got to work on me, dude. Sorry. So you got no compass? How about a uninflated balloon, like, you know, a helium balloon that doesn't have helium in it? You got one of those? I have an idea. How about if I read some of these documents to you? Then, you know, since you can't see them, and I'll read them from my screen, and then you guys can see them. You can hear what they say.
Go on then, enlighten me.
Okay, here I go. So the first one says, the first document says, it's from NASA. It says a trajectory simulation incorporating the above requirements is presented in reference 8. In addition to the above requirements, this simulation assumes a vehicle with 6 degrees of freedom and aerodynamic symmetry in roll and missile, and the missile position in space is computed relative to a flat, non-rotating Earth. This trajectory simulation was programmed on the IBM 704 electronic data processing machine and is the basis for all trajectory computations made in this paper. Another document says, on the ocean plane, the quasi-geoid coincides with geoid, but on continents, the quasi-geoid can be taken. If necessary, it is an appropriate expression of the geoid shape. We must consider, first of all, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, you notice they said on the ocean plane. Well, if it was a plane, sir, it would not be round, because a plane is flat. There's another document that says, surface of the Earth and only, I'm just coming to the middle of it. Whereas it is not definable. Where it is not determinable at all other points of space without knowledge of the edge of the Earth and the density of the attracting masses. It is a question of internal points. Thus, we can also formulate an analytical expression for the disturbing potential TWU, but only for the points of the physical surface of the Earth. But since the shape of the Earth is not known, the true coordinates of these points, B, L, and H, are unknown to us. Oh yeah! Another one. Let's see what else we got. We got Russian documents too, where they talk about the brightness of the firmament, 5 to 6 points of the firmament. They talk about the firmament over and over and over. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see here, it says, in the middle of it says, unlike ordinary equipment, this camera with 35 millimeter MGG movie film can automatically photograph the entire firmament down to the horizon. A convex illuminated mirror is used to reflect the sky. Very interesting. Here's another one. Photographic observations of the spectral intensity of the firmament. Text. The spectral brightness of the firmament along the almacanter of the sun was observed in the Pugachev and Alma-Ata regions by means of a spectrograph with glass lens system. So in other words, they use a mirror. The sun served as the source of light, which light was weakened by the gray screen made to mix, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about firmament. See, photographic observations of spectral, blah, blah, blah. From the sky for fixed wavelengths, we calculated from the measurements Reshoots? Yeah. The author presented a graph of the spectral brightness of the sky and discusses the particularities of the state of the atmosphere that characterizes the time and site of observation. The color temperature of the firmament amounts to 6,100 to 1,750 degrees Kelvin. Holy crap. That's very interesting. There's stuff like this all over the place, guys. It's everywhere. The government, it's in patents, so we've got patents of it. They're all talking about firmament. They're all talking about the shape of the Earth being flat and non-rotating. Now, why in the heck would they put that all in there if it was a joke? They wouldn't, my friend. They would not. So you can either say that this is all just crap, or you can just screw off, I guess.
Yeah, that kind of actually makes a bit more sense read out loud. But I just don't quite understand the gravity thing. Why do things fall if we're just on kind of a plane?
Because of density and buoyancy, bro. Like, you're heavier than the air. So if you're heavier than the air and you rise in the air, which took energy to rise you, you're going to fall back down because the air is dense. It's less dense than you are. It's that simple. And of course, water is the buoyancy part, right? It's just really simple. Gravity is just a name that they attach to density and buoyancy to make it sound good. And then, of course, they always base it on the center of the Earth, which no one could find it, even if it existed. We don't even know how deep the Earth goes. We've only been down 8.5 miles. I mean, I don't understand how you could ever see it as anything but a flat, non-rotating plane. If you read all this stuff, I just don't get where your angle is when all this evidence points to the truth. Why are you in denial? I don't get it.
What about the underside of the Earth then? If we're a flat rotating, non-rotating plane, what about the other side?
Well, you're assuming that there's space, that space exists. There is no evidence that space exists. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, pressure needs a container. So you're either going to have to admit that there's a dome over it or something protecting the air, the pressure inside, or you're going to have to concede that there is no dome and that we wouldn't even be alive right now. So the fact that we are breathing, we are under pressure, means that there must be a barrier up there somewhere. Who cares what's underneath it? What difference does it make? But see, you're looking at it as, oh, there's space out there, we must be floating. No, space doesn't exist. There's water above you, there's water below you. It's simple. And there's a dome or something covering it. I can't explain it, I can't describe it. I have never seen it, but I know it's up there because we wouldn't be breathing and speaking right now without it. And the same goes for a creator, like you wouldn't be standing here talking, you wouldn't be sitting on here talking to me on this damn thing if a creator or somebody didn't make you and put you here. It's illogical to even consider. It's just ridiculous. It's dumb. So why we sit here and argue about this stuff just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I can't, people.
I'm trying to understand to agree with you. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand.
Right. And I'm not trying to be frustrated, but, it's just like this stuff kind of gets to me sometimes because it's like, I don't understand where all the hate and all the anger comes from. Like I get on here and I tell people, I say, well, check out this document. And they're like, well, I can't look at that. I can't see it. Well, then I take a picture of it and then I show them a picture. And they're like, well, I don't know. I don't know if this is real. I go, well, just explain it to me.
But Callum, you do realize that your question isn't very, very, very logical, given that, like, it's kind of like if I asked you, what's beyond the edge of the cosmos?
What makes you think there is a cosmos?
No,
what makes you think? Do you have any evidence do you have any evidence that supports the truth of that? You've only heard it from NASA. Try proving it without using NASA or some kind of government agency. You'll never do it.
You're not listening, rookie.
Not listening. So you think that some kind of argument angle is going to change that? The Earth is flat, dude. You live on a flat plane. That's all there is to it.
You're not listening to me, and therefore you're arguing as if I'm saying something I'm not saying.
Well, then what are you saying?
Yeah, rookie, look at my tags, and then rethink yourself.
So it's defamation of character that you're working on then. Is that what it is?
No, you misunderstood what I was saying and then argued as if I was arguing for the globe when I was just saying this is what they believe. They believe in a cosmos. He's asking you what's underneath the Earth. We don't have that claim. We don't have a claim on what's underneath the Earth. They don't have a claim on what's beyond the cosmos. So asking him what's beyond the cosmos is equally valid or invalid in this case.
If I misunderstood you or something, I apologize.
Yeah, it was just a misunderstanding, and that's all.
But I just didn't understand what your point was. My bad.
Yeah, I heard that.
So what would be the distance of this plane then? How long is it?
We don't know because we cannot explore it. Try going past the 60th parallel. Good luck with that.
And then what about the water? You said there's water below us, or something like that.
Well, this is the ocean. That's below your feet, right? Like unless you're standing in it. If you're standing on the shore, then the water's below you, correct? So the ocean's on the ground, on the floor, the level plane of ocean, and then there's water above us. That's why the sky's blue. It's not rocket science.
Well, the water above and below is Abrahamic convention that comes with that religion. It's not something all of us hold.
Religion has nothing to do with it. Scientists have tested it out.
I'm trying to understand. That's all. I'm not trying to argue or anything. I'm trying to understand the logic behind it.
Right.
And then what about volcanoes then? How do the very hot rock come out of them? If there's nothing below them.
Because of pressure. Have you ever heated up water before? It expands, correct?
Also,
so you can assume that everything. I know it's a straw man, but he wants an answer.
There's nothing below the earth. We don't claim that either.
Well, I'm not claiming anything. I'm just telling you I think this is what I think. I mean, I could be wrong, but since I can't prove it, then we're going to have to go with what we see. And what I see is a flat, non-rotating Earth. Go to the ocean and look. Get yourself a bubble level. You know that thing that you measure lividity with, that they make your house level with, so that when it rains, the water runs off and it doesn't run into your house. That thing. Hold that up to the edge. Hold that up to the sky or the horizon and measure to see how flat it is. Guarantee you, there's not going to be a curve there, my friend. And if something is that completely flat, you really think that it curves? You think if my house continued on forever, it would just curve around the Earth, huh? That doesn't make any sense at all. Not to mention, I've asked many, many, many carpenters, people that work with wood, concrete, all this stuff. They all tell me the same thing. Everything goes by a plumb bob. They use a plumb bob to find lividity, and then they just keep the level plane by using a bubble level. It's that simple. There's nothing. It's not difficult to understand how this all works, but you have to understand what all of it is. And most people don't even research that at all. They don't understand what the Earth supposedly is. Therefore, they don't even know why what they see is contradictory to that, because they don't research it. They just assume that, oh, they're telling us the truth. They're scientists, but they're not telling the truth, obviously. Like I went to my doctor yesterday, and he gave me a 5-minute lecture on why I should get the jab. I'm like, are you kidding me? I wonder if you're getting paid. But anyway, this world is falling apart, bro.
Yeah, you're right. All construction and engineering operates on planar geometry, not spherical geometry.
That's right. And bridges and everything else. So if you build a bridge that's 5 miles long and it's completely flat from one side to the other, what you're telling me that just stands up? So you're saying if you looked at that from a distance, and why don't they zoom in on the Earth when they're up there in the ISS? Why can't they zoom in and show people on the ground? Why don't they do stuff like? Because it's not real. It's real simple. It's real easy to understand. They have a Mickey Mouse symbol in the background of every single footage. I mean, they stand in front of that little spot, where there's like Mickey Mouse. There's like 2 windows above it. There's a big circle where they supposedly come in and out through the space station window. It's shaped like a Mickey Mouse head. It's literally Mickey Mouse baloney. Think about it. They're telling you in every single angle that they're lying to you.
Yeah, just think about the ISS. You see the ISS pass by the moon, it's a certain angular size, but then you look at the fakery that you get from NASA that claims to be from the ISS, and you cannot see a bus on the Earth, but that would be the equivalent.
Plus, I'll prove to you, I could prove to you very, very quickly and easily that you can't see a light from a certain distance. If I take a really, really bright flashlight and then I drive away from you on a straight level road, eventually that light is going to disappear, regardless of what you think. Light does not travel that far. It hits things. And since we can't prove space exists, we know that light isn't traveling through this place.
What about stars then?
To get here.
What do you believe on those? Because those are really bright lights, really far away.
I don't know what they are.
What about that?
I really don't know what they are. All I know is that all but 6 of them go in the same direction around us at the same time every year, and it doesn't really change. The wandering stars do little squigglies all around. I mean,
also,
I don't know what they are, but they're lights. That's all I can know. All you can prove is that there's a light up there. You can't fly up there and stand on it. So,
yeah.
And supposedly, from what I've heard from the astronauts, once you get to a certain distance, you can't see the stars anyway. Everything blacks out. So the stars are actually down here. They're not up there.
There was also
they're up there
assumption in what he said earlier, in that the stars are really far away and really bright. They just assume they're really bright because they believe they're really far away.
Well, if you think about it, if you're telling a lie, okay, and then somebody catches you in that lie because you didn't think about the angles of it and the repercussions of it and how it was going to iron out, then how would you fix that? Well, you just throw in this little story that sounds, like they did with time, the bending of time and space. Einstein comes out and changes his mind and says that time and space bends, and that's what causes things to happen, and for progression and the downward pull and all that crap. Which I don't know where he got that idea, but it's just none of it makes any sense. You know what I mean? And then when you start looking back at history and you find out history wasn't even what they say it is. That means whoever wins the war just makes up their own damn thing. It's really, really ridiculous. So if you really think about it, we're lied to about everything. For all we know, we live in a little tiny dome that's sectioned off in a bigger place that's got a bigger dome over it. We don't know. We'll never really know until we're dead or until we find the edge or find the way out. But if the government has actually been there and they've written down on documents that there's a freaking firmament that goes from 13,000 feet all the way down and touches the ground. Now, why would they say that? Why would they write that if it wasn't true? Because scientists and NASA and these people supposedly take this stuff seriously, right? So if they're saying this and they're writing it down in their documents, it's not just our imagination, is it? Look at patents. Look at any patent for an airplane or any patent for a submarine. It's going to tell you that it's all based on a flat, non-rotating Earth. In some way or another, that's what they're going to explain to you. That alone tells me that they're lying. It's a flat plane, period. And they're lying to you. Why they're lying? You could think of a million things. It might be because of God. It might be because they just want to control us. I think it's because of God. I really honestly do. I think the people that somebody figured out that gods really exist, found out the dome and everything, and now they're pissed off because they didn't expect that to happen. They thought they were going to fly out into space and just swim away. It didn't work out for them. Oops. I mean, explain why you can't see the backside of the moon. Why do they have no pictures of it? It's baloney. There's too many holes in their story. Like if I told you that I went and flew with pigs somewhere, you would be like, okay, well, you're going to have to show me this, right? Well, what if I couldn't show you a picture, but I could describe it? Well, it wasn't true. So if you live on a flat, level plane, it doesn't make any sense why you would think any other things. Like, why would you even ask me how gravity works in a flat plane? You live in a flat plane, you moron. Like, what? I don't, totally doesn't make sense to me why people ask these silly questions. Because it's not relevant to explain what you're seeing. If you see something that's flat and you don't feel it moving, then you have to assume it's not moving and it's flat, right? So why do some people just flip over and go, oh, well, it's a ball though? Well, because someone told you that. Not because you believe it, not because you know it, not because you've seen any evidence, but simply because someone told you that over and over and over, and you've seen it on TV over and over and over, until finally it just sinks right in. You accept it. Oh, it must be a ball. Baloney. Prove it. You can't prove it, therefore, get out. Stop coming on here when you don't have any evidence. Bring me some evidence. That's all we want. Bring me some solid evidence that the Earth's a ball. You don't have it. You'll never find it. I've looked for it for 3 or 4 years now. It doesn't exist. And all you're going to find is more and more evidence that it's just a flat, level plane. Sorry, and real scientists won't tell you that the Earth's a ball. They'll tell you, well, I don't know. According to science, it's a flat, level plane, but what am I going to do? Argue?
Yeah, the guy left during the middle of that.
It's all right. I'm not really talking to him. I'm talking to everybody, but
yeah, at least the audience got to hear it. It was good. It was a good talk.
Well, my bad if you guys don't think I'm perfect, but I am a lion.
Oh,
I like how everybody critiques when somebody talks on here. It's like, Don't you ever think of what it's like when you're talking and somebody's in there critiquing everything you say and making fun of it or trying to poke fun at you? It's like, why is that necessary? Is that
Well,
something
when
that
people critique what you say and it's constructive, then that's very helpful.
true? I get that. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's just a gentle reminder that we keep it real. I mean, the mic's there for anyone to talk at any length that they want, but it's a gentle nudge to, yeah, go on, mate, carry on, you're on the right track. It's kind of funny in a sense, but it's also a pat on the back, bro. We agree with you. We might jest in the text, but we agree with you, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of in a mood this morning. You know, like when I get up in the morning, I got back pain all the time, so it's like the morning's bad for me. So I apologize if I sound like I'm just grumpy. I'm really trying to snap out of it.
It's all good. It's all good. I like listening.
And I didn't mean to bite your head off. No, I hear you all the time, Dre. So as far as I'm concerned, you and I are friends. I got a lot of issues, I guess.
Oh, I get it. It's all cool.
All right, cool. I got this book over here. It's called Evolution Cruncher. It's like a short version of a bigger book that has all these things about how evolution is baloney. I've not heard anybody talk about this book yet, except for me so far. But it shows you all the different ways that evolution just doesn't fit in with the reality. And there's thousands of pages of it. Well, I think there's 900 and something in this book, but the bigger version of it is like online. But if you're interested, it's called Evolution Cruncher, and it is written by Vance Ferrell. Vance, V-A-N-C-E, Ferrell, F-E-R-R-E-L-L. Scientific facts which annihilate evolutionary theory. It says it includes 1,350 pages of quotations and references, illustrations, a research guide, and a complete index. It's based on material on our website, which has been highly recommended by scientists and educators. It talks about dating methods. It talks about what else got in here? DNA, proteins, natural selection. I mean, it goes through everything in detail and tells you why it doesn't. You know, it shows you how it doesn't match up with real science and how they just kind of like push it and push it and push it until they get people to start believing it. And then, of course, it does beyond that. People just teach each other. But like he goes even down to classifying animals and plants, they're screwed up by orders of magnitude. It's just insane how wrong they really are about it. Yeah, I do rant a lot. I'm sorry.
Cool. Can you post a link, Rookie? Please.
Yeah, I'll write it down and I'll post. Well, I don't have a link, but I'll see if I can find the website and post it. Cool.
Oh, good man. Thank you. Yeah, these are all the things that they're taking away from us, and they're taking the access to them away too.
Yeah, I definitely would want to look at that book. That sounds cool.
All right, hang on to take a picture of it and stuff. I have to cut offline, so I'll be back.
It's like when I posted the Anarchist handbook in here the other day, and then I heard someone saying, is it still illegal in America? And I thought, oh my God, what have I just done? We're not allowed to trade information anymore at all, are we?
They're certainly trying to make it so right now. But I don't know if that is is an ulterior motive of some sort. All this stepping too far with all this censorship using Facebook and the different medias. I don't know what they're gonna bring as a result of this, and kind of like with Hegelian dialectic, where they create the problem. We see them creating a problem. But that generally means they have a solution in mind that they're going to slap us with.
Probably just stricter tightening of what you can and can't say online.
Yeah, some kind of legislation or something for it instead of it being in the hands of the tech companies. I can see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, here in the States, they've already had people testify in front of Congress, people from YouTube, and Congress pressing them on what are you going to do to, take care of misinformation that's spread on your platform, as if it's the job of a platform to censor or not censor certain information, and what information is deemed correct or not. I mean, going down the path that we've all gone down here, we found a lot of information that we were told by authoritative sources may not be the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I find it just so crazy because it's almost if we transferred this craziness over to phones, it's kind of like you're talking to your friend and then all of a sudden the call gets cut and you hear an agent who says just, sorry, you spoke a word that's not allowed, thought crime.
Well, I want to say they're already pushing for and implementing changing your text messages that you type to people so that the receiver of that text message actually receives something possibly different than what you typed, because you may have typed something that was not deemed an authoritative opinion on the subject you're typing in your text messages.
Yeah, that's even worse because they're editing what you're saying there and lying to your friends and gaslighting everyone. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've got to second check my text that I've written every time now, because the number of times that I've written anything that's NIL, it spells it as an entirely different word. Or anything like that. BIG, it spells it as that word. It's just, and if you don't watch what you're posting, you can post racial slurs, sexual innuendo, all manner of things, just for the sake of not checking the spell text. And that's predictive, set by the machine.
It's hilarious. They got the phone auto-completing for you and then sending the text and then editing the text midway. It's crazy.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll watch the text on YouTube. There's one or two people that use a voice to text app, and some of the things that text thing posts are horrendous, because the people have been on afterwards saying, "I'm so sorry it said that. I'm on text to speak to text, and it's not putting in what I've said." I've seen it countless times. It puts in profanity.
Yeah, I think they're just babying all of mankind a little bit too much. We're not allowed to really grow up, and they want to have control over us like we're just pets in our little cages with our little pet food.
It's like the song by Porno for Pyros. We'll make great pets. We'll make great pets.
Y'all think at some point they'll give us an official list of what we're not allowed to say? I'd like to know.
Eventually, yeah, probably. They already tried to do that with the hate speech thing.
Yeah, they've got the kids saying it already. That's racist or that's hate speech or, yeah, look at that little Danish girl or whatever her name is. Everyone's so hateful to her and she's preaching about it.
They hate her because he's dumb, wrong, and preachy. And so now she's gonna preach some dumb, wrong stuff about people not liking her. So great.
Yeah.
Drace, I just popped in. I was totally laughing because I was listening back to some of the stream from yesterday with that Mac OS guy, and I was laughing because he kept calling you Drake. I just found that so funny. He's like, "Listen, Drake," like the rapper. Funny. That was a good debate, though. I was listening back. We did a fairly good job with that guy, I think. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Just another wet day in Europe.
Any Glovers today so far?
Doing great, man. I woke up breathing. I'm alive. Life is good.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Another day above ground is always a good one.
We had Callum here for a bit, but Rookie just told him what's what until he just couldn't take it anymore and left.
Oh, he did that last time. He did that last night, remember, when he was in here about talking about Eratosthenes calculating the circumference of the light that hits the...
Oh, my God.
Oh, dude, that was so crazy. Bro, that was wild, man. So what was he trying to punt this time? Same stuff?
It was more like the classic, what's underneath the Earth? How does gravity work? Those kind of questions.
Basic.
We tried to say hello to Commander of it, VC verified. Hello, Commander of it. Welcome to the server.
The Earth is flat.
Prove it.
Can you prove that?
Yeah. Laser test.
Awesome. Well, where did you test it with a laser?
Yay! Thank you, buddy.
Starting off the morning with some comedy. Love it.
Man, I love this place. I really, really love this place. Whatever's going on, I love all this. It's great.
I'm glad he could add some value to the conversation. Good job, Commander of it.
When the acting skills are so low, you can't really hold your character very long. That was instant. Wig pulled off.
You know, I've kind of got more respect for them when they do that than when they try and sit here for hours and explain their case with no chance. Yeah, just bolt and run away and try another angle tomorrow. Okay.
At least learn one flat Earth proof and go with it or something, right? Come on, man.
Yeah, they still think it's a disc, so.
About jazz with no rolls. Have we tried them?
Yeah, so I did a little sleuthing on Jazz last night. I believe this is another account who's streaming the feed out to YouTube. I posted everything just now in the live stream locker room. If you guys want to get a little bit of context on what I'm talking about.
More publicity. Thank you, Jazz. Y'all don't quit over talking to each other. I'm going to call Indio.
Yeah, I was just reading what Creation Bear said in the locker room.
It might seem a little confusing because there's like 3 different accounts that are involved. But it was weird. They came in last night.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's cool to live stream from here. It's not a problem.
Well, what's weird? What happened?
Like some covert globe earthers trying to stream without, anyone knowing who they were and verifying their accounts or anything.
So they basically, we got raided.
I can post a link to the stream. I think I still have that.
I mean, isn't that the thing to do, is to be a glober and then to raid 24/7? Wouldn't that be the goal? Just have to tighten our security.
It's not like we're hiding anything here. This is getting live streamed on 2 live streams on YouTube anyway, so he could get all that from there if he wanted it.
Yeah, the only thing that was weird was like these got like a PayPal wallet and donate to my crypto and all that stuff. I mean, I don't that's not a huge problem. It's just weird that they didn't come in and say, hey, you know, what's up? This is who I am. You know, I'm going to drop a bot in here or whatever. It's just
Yeah,
all.
but they could change the audio and make it like we're talking about stuff that we're not talking about.
Yeah, it's the Jazz account, I believe, that was streamed. We deafened him last night, and the stream stopped. Looks like he's off deafen now, but when I clicked on the link, it went to a private video, so I'm not sure what happened there.
We can keep an eye on it, see what they do with it.
So you're saying without asking anybody, he dropped a bot into our chat and was broadcasting it?
Yeah, it was funny because they created, you see at the top of the VC, there's the two R2 bots there. They created something with a similar name under another account, and then somehow swapped it to the Jazz account when they were both here. I don't know. It's super weird. But
Okay.
yeah.
So what's the deal with Jazz's account now? Well, why is he still sitting here on? Why is he still able to listen without having sorted this out, basically?
I'm led to believe that's like a bot, basically, but I'm not sure.
Well, I'll message him. I've muted him. I'll message him. And if we get a reply, maybe, or if I hear back from admin, or if anybody knows of anything from admin that it's okay, we could maybe allow it.
Do you want to deafen him also, old dude? Just by any
Yeah,
chance?
might as well, buddy. Yeah, might as well.
Like, obviously, there's nothing to hide. It's just like, why don't you guys come in and verify yourself instead of doing this all covertly and stuff like that. So.
I mean, we don't have nothing to hide, but it's like Hank said, we're taking audio and chopping it up, making us look idiots or something. Who knows? It's not like we're going to sit and listen to their live stream, but who knows what they're doing. They'll try every tactic to suppress us poor truthers, won't they? This is how you know the Earth is obviously a spinning globe, because they have so much evidence for it. They wouldn't have to try stupid stuff like this.
Yeah, why isn't there a stream of just a bunch of people going out and doing measurements to prove the radius, or doing observations and any of that to prove anything that they claim? Why isn't there just a bunch of those? Should be easy.
That should be like grade school field trip. Go out and measure the surface.
Yeah. Yeah. Should just be a bunch of people out there measuring the radius, confirming it over and over again. Measuring the distance to the sun and the moon. Should be simple, grade school stuff. We all know it, right?
Yeah, they should be rubbing it in our faces, right? It should be easier.
Yeah, but instead they'll create servers and stream 24/7, just talking shit about flat earthers and not actually providing any solid empirical evidence for their claim of this model that they think they live on. You'd think it'd be easy. Just go ahead and prove that radius claim, Glovers. Should be simple. Go out and do your little measurement, live stream it. Take all your data. Provide us evidence.
We had a guy earlier this morning named Callum, and as he was trying to defend the globe and getting overwhelmed, he says, "There's no way it could be a disc in space."
Oh my god!
Then he ran out.
He does think that.
But they are.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah,
yesterday.
he really thought that.
I tried to tell him too. I tried to tell him, like, dude, no one here thinks that. He's like, oh well, whatever, spaghetti monster. I think you had to tell me what that meant, Godric, right?
Yeah, the spaghetti monster is the atheist idea of God. But there's another guy. He was going back with the Helio truth earlier this morning. He was defending the globe. And the basic argument, he said, well, give me the math, But he didn't know. He didn't know the arguments, and he, at the end, as he was running out, he said, well, how can it be a disc in space?
Oh my god.
Truth says something interesting. I never heard this before. She said, as he said, boats go over the curve. She said, as you lift up, you can see more. That's what he said. And Truth said, well, if there's a curve and you lift up to see more, that comports more towards a flat plane than a globe, because there's still a sphere hiding those objects, even if you lift up.
Yeah, the straw men are absolutely strange. The whole idea, like, well, if I climb a tree and if the Earth is flat, then I'll just see anything. It's like, wow.
That was his other argument. He said, well, why can't I see Australia when I look out to the ocean?
That's so weird. Man. That's so weird.
So you can see Australia, even though it would be so tiny you couldn't see it.
That has to come from all the how to talk to flat earther articles and stuff like that. Where did that come from? Like, I never thought that. Well, you should be able to see forever. Like, that's crazy.
Kiwi had a good example. Kiwi says, go to an ice rink, hockey rink. Go to one side. Then on the other side of the rink, there's a red ant on the ice. And you're on the opposite side. Can you see the red ant? No, too small. That's what happens with distant objects. They're there, but too small to see.
There used to be a contact lens commercial, and the lady would say, use your special eyes. And I kind of feel like we should resurrect that commercial, because it's kind of like people think that they got special eyes and they can see forever. It's like, oh, why can't you? I don't know. Why can't you? Are you like a superhuman? You can see forever? Well, no, I don't have owl eyes or anything. Well, use your special eyes.
Yeah, a telescope will let you see farther, right? But to a point. I think I have it right when I say that you can't see a brick 3 blocks away. It's not because the Earth is bending. It's because that object is too small at that distance.
They have this weird idea that, well, if the Earth is flat, then everything's changing. The Earth is going to morph into something else. It's like, no, guys, nothing changes. The world is still the same. You still can't see through the town next to you. You still can't see over the ocean and all that stuff. Nothing morphs. Nothing changes when you realize there's just no curvature.
Yet they don't understand that the only thing changing is their perception of reality, not reality itself, right?
Right. They're expecting reality to, like, flip upside down, and it's like, no, guys.
We basically have to tell people, like, take a deep breath, like Neo, Take a deep breath, you're going to pass out, right? You're just trying to understand the Rayleigh criteria. It's not rocket science.
Well, what I find interesting is the mainstream, quote unquote, science community spends more time creating a straw man model of the flat Earth than they do providing empirical evidence for their globe model.
Well, that's because if you got a model that's 96%, what should I call it? Band-aids and duct tape and glue, right? Then these other people, all they got is observable reality, right? I mean, it's going to look pretty crazy. So you have to make them a straw man model like yours. You know, one that's made out of straw and stuffing and glue, right? For the audience, I'm talking about dark matter and dark energy making up 96% of the universe. But you can't see it, smell it, taste it, sense it in any kind of fashion. But it's got to be there for gravity to work. Just trust it. Why would we?
If it makes it 96%, then where is it? Is it like everywhere, like around us, like on Earth? Or is it only in black holes?
Well, you see, they say that it would have to be like permeating throughout the galaxy, so you could be made of dark matter right now and not even know it. And how come the dark matter doesn't block out anything? Well, it doesn't interact with light.
Can you demonstrate dark matter?
Yeah, light just passes right through it like a spirit, right? It doesn't interact with reality.
Well, it could be like a magical force like gravity, you know?
I think you've been watching too many Star Wars films.
Dark matter is actually the quantification of the invisible unicorns that make gravity go.
Yeah, but you can, like, show it in a science experiment. Demonstrate it. Can you?
No, of course not.
So there's dark matter in the cup of water, right? Is that what you're saying?
Dark matter is like, it's not a scientific question, it's like a what is question. It's just invisible unicorns that can't be detected. But you can calculate that they exist if you believe in gravity.
Is it like the ether just goes through everything?
I'm not quite sure they would say that. I think they would probably say that it collects within matter or something along those lines, because they claim it's what's giving gravity the extra mass to hold everything together. So I don't know. It's just one more band-aid on top of band-aids. They just have nothing but band-aids left.
See, in accounting, we call that a plug, right? Meaning we plug in an amount in order to get us to the end result that we want, right? Let's say that might be the books balancing, and say we have to plug in an extra $1 or $2, or sometimes 1,000 or so, depending on, you know, the total amount of the accounts. If you're millions, it's okay if we plug in maybe an extra 1,000, right? Like that's considered acceptable. But in their model, their plug is the bulk of their whole entire model. In accounting, it's just a small fraction of a percent that allows your books to balance.
Is that why Michio Kaku says that physics is off 120,000 zeros?
Correct.
So back in accounting, you just plug so you can balance But you're kind of like, you're kind of like lying in a way, are you?
Well, when you get into very large numbers and you're dealing with complete what you would call a rounded number, you're not accounting for the change, the decimal points. When you deal with books that are in the billions, some of the rounding errors that can take place can be in the thousands of dollars. It's not often that takes place. Usually our rounding errors are closer to the $1, $2, $10, $100. But when it does take place, they can be in the thousands. So these are rounding errors, right? You're rounding up and down and up and down, and you can be off by a significant amount when you're dealing with a large quantity. But that significant amount, when dealing with a large quantity, is still a fraction of a percent of the total, so it's considered acceptable. Whereas their model, what is it? More than 75% of their model is a plug figure, which wouldn't be a plug.
I think it's like 96%.
Yeah, 96%. 26%, I think, is dark matter, and the rest is dark energy. And then there's 4% of everything that you can observe. The quasars, the phasars, everything else. Sun, moon, galaxies.
Yeah, so when you make errors,
basically.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you make errors like that, so for instance, I'm sure most of you are familiar with Enron. So Enron was fudging their book, third party, and they fudged their books so much that their assets were completely unfounded, and at such a high level that it was noticed. That would be similar to their model of the universe, right? They have 96% of what they claim as assets is something they can't prove, which would land them in jail financially if this was accounting.
I love how you put that forth. Only bad part was it started roboting right at the beginning, but it was a really good point.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Basically, I was saying like Enron fudged their books. The company Enron, they were claiming account balances that were not even there, right? So they were overstating their assets by a considerable amount. I don't even know what the percentage was, but it wasn't anywhere near 96%. So if the model of the universe that is claimed is overstating its assets by 96%, they would land themselves in jail.
So what you're saying is we kind of need an audit on cosmology.
That's right.
Yep. And if you audit the cosmology and you find out that 96% of it doesn't exist, the model should be thrown out. But people are convinced that, well, it's just something we haven't figured out yet. And people, unfortunately, accept that as...
they say it's the cutting edge of science. Dark matter? Really? Show me the science. Oh, well, that's why it's at the cutting edge, because we haven't cut the cake yet. They often say it to me, Hank, why would you bring up the most cutting edge of science, knowing that we don't know what it is? Like, you know what it is. It's a fucking hole in your model. It's a gaping hole in the line. Like, we play football, right? You have the lineman, right? I was a lineman. Right? I was the big, dumb, strong one in the front, right? And, yeah, you didn't let a hole, like the tiniest of hole, when you're playing offense, because somebody will sack your quarterback, right? Well, they got is like 96% of the football field, like their football players are on the sidemen going, "Oh, I can't be bothered. That quarterback out there, we're gonna need another one."
So you were an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, or both?
Both, and kickoff and kickoff return.
Okay. Just curious. I was a big baseball player in high school, but wasn't good enough for college. But nobody cares. Y'all go ahead. So generally, it's no big deal that they don't know what 96% of the universe is, because nobody even knows that they don't know that. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times we ignore space in here, but I kind of think it would be helpful to remind people that they have to make up 96% of the universe to make the model work. Because people come in here like with the model cookie, you know?
Yeah, that's the biggest struggle. Is they all think they have a working model, and they really don't. In reality, they have a mathematical model that they think works. That's about it, right? And they're not predicting anything. They're just watching patterns in the sky. I know I'm generalizing, but you know what I mean.
I read this paper once on the vacuum
scientific globe model.
catastrophe.
Go ahead and show it to us. Sorry, Trace. Go ahead.
No, that's no problem. I just wanted to add on to what Hank was talking about. I read a few articles and papers on the vacuum catastrophe or the cosmological constant problem because they're deeply tied together. Because within quantum field theory, there should be a large energy density in a vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects if gravitational theories are correct. So in some of the papers I read, the students were arguing that, or the people giving in these papers were arguing that either gravity is wrong or quantum field theory is wrong, but quantum field theory has experiments for it, so it's harder to deny. But if both were correct, then everything would simply collapse into a singularity, because both cannot work together. Too much gravity at that point.
Yeah, when you pointed out to these people, like, you have to choose. Like, Einstein doesn't work with quantum physics. And the problem with that is because there's no experiments in Einstein's work. So quantum physics is the physics where there's experimental science. So what are you going to choose?
When in doubt, it's logical to go with the scientific method with experimentation, correct? Am I wrong?
Well, what the other guy was telling me the other day, I debated that physicist guy, and he says that if you use the different types of scientific methods, the really good ones come with, like, probability on the paper, like how probable it is that this is true. And I'm like, oh, the good ones do, so what about the other ones? And, you know, it's like, they don't. So they use inference nowadays, right? They can just postulate and infer and speculate, and all these beer bubble galaxies pop in and out of existence, and that's what you're seeing with the cosmological constant crisis. You know, because nothing really means nothing, because there's 0 point energy, right? And what that does, that leads you on like another trail, like not understanding the problem at all. So Lawrence Krauss misleads his own students that are paying him tens of thousands of dollars, but that's none of my business. You know, I'm just going to keep drinking my tea.
Yeah, I have a video of Lawrence Krauss, which I recorded from one of his times speaking somewhere, where he's talking about gravity and how he invited a bunch of esteemed colleagues from different fields to try to talk about gravity. And he invited them onto a submarine and showed them anti-gravity through submarines and hot air balloons. So he was arguing for our side. It was pretty funny. You won't hear him actually argue that argument openly, but you can hear him anecdotally tell you about how he used that argument.
That dude is such a cheeky bastard.
So how many scientific methods do these people think there are? Do they ever say?
I heard him say that there's a scientific method for every person over Jim Pandas.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So
there's billions of scientific methods. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there's 7 billion plus. Because it's not possible that one person would get their scientific method, from a teacher and they would share the same method. No, that's not possible. Each person's got to have their own. I guess it's kind of like their own King James Bible, right? Everybody gets one.
At that point, do you actually have a method when every single method is different? You don't have a method then. It sounds like you're trying to kill the method.
Right. It sounds like we should obfuscate the science thing away till it disappears. Right? Until we can black bag those flat earthers. Because what we're in the middle of, like Kent Hovind basically started he fermented, let's say, this whole revolution of science. Like we're reforming right now. Like this is the Reformation. This is the scientific Reformation. Like you're in the middle of it right now. Because there's people going, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And then we're like, uh-huh, why don't you debate us? Where's Creation Bear with his crickets?
I'm here.
I mean, some people do debate us, but I get a lot of tactics, man. I cite something and, they say, oh, well, he changed his mind when he got older. And it's like, well, can't you just, take this at face value that, maybe we should use the scientific method? It's like, no, we like postulating.
I think deep down they know that the scientific method doesn't help them get to the conclusions that they want to get to, so only through postulation can they imagine it to be true.
Am I correct to say that they need dark matter to make gravity work? Otherwise, gravity doesn't make sense?
Yeah. But only when looking up. Not when looking down, though.
A lot of these problems come from Hubble, right? The man, not the telescope. Because Edwin Hubble discovered galaxies and the Doppler effect. And it was like, cool, that's a cool concept. Like all these, stars, what if they got planets? Right? What if they got Earth-like planets? And then they do that equation where, oh, there must be aliens. But you had to make up 96% of the universe out of thin air, or dark matter and dark energy. And that whole Doppler effect, if you could hypothetically rewind time, it would be blue shift in every direction. And that would mean that we're the center of the universe. And then they say, oh, well, it's different on Andromeda. Right? It's different on other galaxies. Really, how do you know that? How could you possibly? And they say it's like raisin bread. It's like baking raisin bread. Really? How do you know that? How do you know that that's what it's like? Well, we observe it. Oh, but did you test it? Oh, shit, that testing part. See, that's where the Bible outdoes the scientists, right, who don't stick to the scientific method, because the Bible says test all things and keep that which is true. So how do you test something? Well, how do you test a diamond, right? How do you test gold? How do you test high-quality heroin? How do you test high-quality cocaine, right? There's all these different methods for testing, but each thing has its method that's number one. Like for the natural world, that's the scientific method. Oh, and by the way, before Hubble deemed the universe to be expanding, right? Before Hubble, they said the universe was eternal, and the Bible was right and they were wrong, because the Bible said that it had a beginning. So now that science is slowly creeping up, trying to catch up, we should be easy on them, right? We should take it easy on them. They're just angry little children, right? They're mad at the Easter Bunny even though they don't believe in him. They're mad at God even though they don't believe in him. I don't know how that works, right? How could you be mad at something you don't believe in? But that's what it boils down to. They didn't get their BB gun so they could shoot their eye out, right? So they didn't experience any of that, so they're mad at God. Because Santa didn't bring what they wanted for Christmas.
Yeah, Hank, and didn't Hubble have the quote? I'm going to butcher paraphrase, but we must avoid the horror of a unique position at the center of the universe or something like that.
Yeah, I'll post it for you, buddy.
Yeah, at all cost.
He's telling people right there he's making a philosophical choice. Everybody just breezes on by that, it's no big deal. Oh, well.
With some past the great advantage. There it is. Such a condition.
To me, is the horror of the unique position. It would be so horrible that the Earth is the center of the universe, right? What's so horrible about that?
It's the accountability that comes with it.
Because then we're special and they can't control us.
Exactly, both of you.
Wait, but I want to be a random speck of dust.
You want to be an intelligent rock?
Oh, that makes me feel good. Yes.
Sorry, not intelligent. Complicated rock.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Thank you, Miss Bill.
She's really closely related to rocks, isn't she?
My cousins. I didn't know I had cousins, man.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to mainline crack rocks. I don't know. I'm not a doctor or anything, but it seems like when you just shoot it directly into your arteries in your neck to make it go directly to your brain, I don't think that's how you're supposed to use crack.
But remember, she said it's not okay to think the Earth is flat. It's just not okay.
Oh, that would be crazy. That just would be crazy.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
What? Bro,
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, they can't have us in a unique position because that goes against their creation story, right? Their creation story is that basically nothing exploded, created everything, and gas coalesced into balls, and matter somehow was created and coalesced into balls, and it's all just spinning around. That's their creation story, and the only way that creation story works is if we are not in a unique position. So it doesn't support their religious creation story.
Yeah, I find that also super funny because it all hinges on this gas collecting into balls theory, which just we should be able to test here. Does gas attract other gas? No, it doesn't. So that whole idea just dies in infancy.
But Drace, you've got to go to space. That's where magic happens. In Narnia.
No.
You know, if the average person knew what we knew, right? And not just what we're hearing, like Michelle Fowler saying, but went out there and measured it themselves, like you guys were talking about earlier. Like, how come the Globers aren't out there all measuring it themselves? It's because when they do, they become flat earthers. That's why they tell you to look at the sky, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at anything but the actual Earth itself. Because if you actually go measure it, you might find out what the truth is. That's why we got to obfuscate the scientific method thing and, tell people they can believe in math, except for when they're measuring the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, so they have to not only believe in mass attracting mass in order for their creation story to work, right? Like this matter coalesced into spheres over time due to the fictitious force of gravity. They also have to believe that gravity is also gas attracting gas, meaning that the gases attracted one another and coalesced into large balls of gas. But they have no proof or evidence for any of this taking place.
Could that happen in the center of a vacuum? I have a fifth grade vacuum chamber, and when I suck the vacuum, when I suck it, all the gas goes out. So I don't get how you can have gas in there.
Well, it's not all the gas, but yeah.
Yeah, in their theory, introducing gas into a vacuum, it will magically attract. The gas molecules would magically attract one another and coalesce into a ball.
Well, no, that's why they say, oh, you need to go to space, because it should collect into the ball floating in the middle of the chamber, but because gravity of the ground is making all the gas go down and go boom boom, it doesn't collect into a ball in the middle of the chamber. But that problem, that idea is just so bad, because if gas were going down, going boom boom, then you would have gas would act like liquid and collect at the bottom of the chamber. It expands to fill the whole chamber, so they're just wrong.
Another problem is when I say that they got to go to space, right? To test this, they don't need low Earth orbit, right? The only reason they have microgravity up there is because they're falling in orbit. Continuously falling causes the microgravity, right? But they really need to go out in the middle of nowhere in space, right? Like that exists, like deep space, right? Where they're outside of the Oort cloud and the galaxy is passed by. And the only thing left is you and gas, right? And then there you could do the experiment, right? Because everywhere else you're in a gravity well, and that's going to make the gas fall down and go boom boom, like Dre said. So you got to have like a really special belief, that you could do that. You got to do it out in the middle of nowhere fucking space.
Yeah, I mean, really, in their theory, any propulsion that they would be using out in outer space, those gases would come out and coalesce into little balls. It would be like rabbit turds of gas coming out of their rockets, right? If their theory held true.
You're talking about like dingo goat pellets. Goat pellets.
like rabbit turds. They're little pellets.
Don't you all wonder when they were coming up with this whole bullshit that the first guy that suggested to have gas planets in space, somebody should have called him out on that. But anyway, y'all go ahead.
The thing is, I'm sure that there were multiple people calling all this bollocks out at the time, but they were just ignored. Like, people knew that Lucy was a scam at the time, and it's still taught today as a key proponent of evolution, you know. It was known at the time to be a scam. So why is it being taught now?
Well, as we know with our current situation, you know, you can try to tell people what's actually taking place, but the power of propaganda and media can perpetuate a lie so big and for so long that people eventually believe it to be truth.
Yeah, it's also control of the narrative through select books. They only show the select books, and other books are just removed from circulation slowly but surely.
Yeah, and with everything being digitized, it's going to be much easier to just disappear that information than it would be with physical copies.
That's why we still find physical copies of Flat Earther books from the 1800s and up.
Yeah, they're changing Google and Wiki and everything online to fit the narrative, and they don't tell us when they change it. They just change it and act like it's been there, always been there.
But it's hidden in plain sight when the largest big book distributor produces something called Kindle, which kindling is what you use to start a fire, and then they create the fire stick. They're telling you in plain sight what they're doing. They're digitally burning, or they will be eventually digitally burning the books so that they no longer exist in reality.
Good point.
And this is kind of what the mainstream does in a way. It does not quite burn the book, but it points a spotlight on other books that and reinforce the narrative they want to continue. Meanwhile, anything contrary to that narrative is just pushed out of it with censorship and other stuff. So even though it's not literally burning the books yet, they're pretty much putting all the books to the side and being like, here's some gasoline, we're getting ready. We're getting the matches.
Yeah, through an algorithm, you can push those book results. So say you wanted to search for books on a specific topic, you can push the books that you don't want to be promoted so far down on the list via the algorithm that, as we know with the younger generation that we speak to even on this server, it's very hard for them to get past the first results on Google, let alone the first page on Google when it comes to doing any type of research or reading on a specific topic. So through algorithms, they can just push those books so far down that the information never really sees the light of day unless you're actively searching for a specific title or author.
So the problem is, like, only 2% of the world's literature has been put on the internet, right? And everything else is kind of turning into like dust or dust mites or, a place for bed bugs to sleep or something. I don't know. But yeah, try to collect as many books as you can, because my grandpa offered me some encyclopedias and I kicked myself in the butt for not taking them, because I was like, I got the internet. I could just search for anything I want to find. And it was like so arrogant to think that I'll always have that.
Yeah, I was texting back and forth with somebody in CogDis earlier about this exact scenario, where I was explaining when I was in school and I wanted to do a research paper, I had to actually physically look through the library, find a bunch of sources, read the whole entire book and books and various sources, and then formulate my research paper. They found that mind-blowing. Whereas now you can just Google and skim through a couple of results and project out what you think is, the correct research.
Yeah, according to, like the modern globalist, right? You weren't doing research, sir. You were cherry picking. That's a fallacy. How dare you go through encyclopedias and read books and then formulate an argument? We know what that is when you cite your source. It's called cherry picking.
Yep, the doublespeak is just increasing exponentially these days.
I would venture to guess that most young people these days don't even know what the Dewey Decimal System is at the library,
Do they still utilize that? I haven't been to an actual library in quite some time.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I just want to say that just remind them young people, right, for talking, just remind them that we can write in cursive.
Yeah, even worse than what Napalm was saying there, that if they want to pay for it, you just buy your research paper online if you want to these days. You don't even have to write one.
Yeah, my favorite is when people say, "Oh, where'd you find that information?" The internet. But then you ask them a question, they immediately go to Google.
I think a lot of people don't understand that, the genetic fallacy. I was in here last night and I was talking about Manly P. Hall briefly, and I said something along the lines of, you got to be a fool just to dismiss something based on where it comes from, right? And even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Right. Well, there's a lot of people that will dismiss information that you provide to them, even when it comes from the direct source that they may believe a narrative from, right? So say you take world leaders and they're saying X, Y, and Z, right? They're giving you some sort of narrative or agenda, and you've read the materials that they have produced via either books or articles, and you cite that person's information back to somebody, but it may not be what they're saying on television. It might actually be contrary, or it might give insight into maybe a little bit further down the agenda where they might be trying to take things. And those people you're talking to will be like, where did you find that information? The internet? Oh, is that a conspiracy theory? And then when you tell them it's coming from a direct source of somebody that they look at as an authoritative figure who is at the forefront of pushing said agenda, you're the conspiracy theorist for reading ahead in the literature that they've already produced.
Yeah, that's why I said you're a fool if you dismiss like the wealth of information from Manly P. Hall because somebody at one point labeled him a Mason. like in my opinion, that would just be dumb for you to miss out on that much information because, like, if you talk about a rabbit hole, right? Okay, so not everything that came out of his mouth was like something that you could use in your everyday life, but for someone to go in like the deepest level, comprehensive level of understanding on a subject, and it's just him talking, like he's not going through like a bunch of notes. He's just off the top of his head, like it's amazing. It's just not many people can do that, and the fact that he can do that, and it's off the top of his head, and it's comprehensive and like the deepest dive in every subject he goes into. Why would you not want to hear that?
Right, which is why I feel like a lot of people get scared away from reading or even trying to understand some of the concepts that are considered occulted or from the occult because they get scared that, you know, it may be the devil's information or whatever. But in order to truly understand those people, you need to read their information.
Exactly. But think about this. Natural law is occulted, right? How many people were born or graduated knowing about the laws of thermodynamics? That's just natural law. Like, that's something that's true, like, every day. I mean, maybe you heard once or twice that heat always moves the cold, right? But did you fully understand the laws of nature and the laws of thermodynamics? Because they're not scientific laws. They're natural laws. And natural law is occulted. It's hidden.
Yeah, Hank, what are your feelings on somebody like, say, Mark Passio when he does presentations on natural law? Not necessarily the same as thermodynamics, but what he calls natural law.
Right. Right. I would say take it with a grain of salt. He's a former Satanist. But if he starts making a whole lot of sense and something starts resonating with you, you might want to research those topics further. Right? Don't just do Mark Passio's research, and don't let him be your research. Let him be your preliminary research that takes you down the path to a fuller, more voluptuous research.
Right, I agree. Because with like a lot of people, he has a lot of truth in there, but he also has a lot of deception, right? He's giving you a little bit of truth, but steering you in a specific direction, like most people. But I agree.
Well, he was absolutely right about solipsism, right? He said that solipsism is satanic.
100%.
Like, it's absolute, like, evil, right? Okay, so your everyday life, you're walking to the store, you're driving to the store, you see a homeless guy, like, how do I even know that homeless guy exists? Right? But the pain and the hunger guy and the homeless guy's belly, like, it's real, regardless of, what the highly educated college graduate thinks, right? How do I even know that guy exists? Funny.
He also has a good description, or he got me to think along the lines of and understand the difference between ignorance and nescience.
Yeah, that helps a lot too, right? I mean, what year is this? 2022, 2021 or some shit? It's like, if you don't know about 9/11 by now, it's like, what have you been doing? If you don't know that there's more than one conspiracy theory, that NIST report was one, right? And then the other one that Fairbanks, Alaska did was another one, right? Those are two conspiracy theories, right, of how the building fell, how the Building 7 fell, right? And then there's the official 9/11 Commission report, right? And then there's what researchers have found outside of that. Now, are they allowed to find information outside of that? Well, according to George Bush, he was the president. He said, let us not tolerate conspiracy theories. So what about your own conspiracy theory, Mr. Bush? What about the official conspiracy theory? Well, let us not tolerate that one as well, Mr. Bush.
Yeah, his quote of not tolerating conspiracy theories, that was like day of or day after 9/11. Immediately planting that seed that conspiracy theories will come out and you should not believe them.
Look, it's real simple. The Pentagon has created a dichotomy. Either a plane hit the Pentagon and the White House and the government, the shadow governments, they like conspiracy theorists, and we're working for them somehow by pointing out their lies. And they could disprove us all at once, but it would stop their divide and conquer strategy. So they don't put out the planes and they say it's a matter of national defense or whatever, top secret, right? We can't release but 8 frames, which is going to make the division even worse. Or B, no plane hit the Pentagon. Right? Either one, they're lying, right? Either way.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think, right? It's obviously speculation, but I kind of think that the quote unquote conspiracy theories that come out right away, right after some event takes place, right? The most widely broadcast initial, very quick observations or conclusions that are a conspiracy theory are actually intentionally constructed and guided from the get-go. So that people get kind of caught up in the initial conspiracy theory and taking that as truth, 100% truth, when it's probably a controlled distraction away from maybe finding more concrete empirical evidence, right? Like people are given these nice and neatly wrapped conspiracy theorists or theories with a nice little bow on them for them to continue to unwrap that package for months and years, when it's just a diversion away from something that maybe was overlooked because you're automatically buying into the first initial quote unquote conspiracy theory. And that one's also created because it can usually easily be dispelled or dismantled, or at least a portion of it can easily be dismantled.
Yeah, that's why the trauma-based mind control works really well, because after you get traumatized, like you're going to remember the next events very carefully, right? Because your brain is in like super detective mode when you encounter trauma, especially like severe trauma. So it's like, what led up to this? How did this happen? Why did this happen? What are the concerning factors that led to this happening? How could they have been avoided, right? You start like analyzing, super analyzing everything. Like if you fall in a hole and break your leg, that's going to traumatize you. You're going to remember that for a long time. Ask, what's his name in here? Helioskeptic. Ask him about the day he broke his leg. I dare you. Right? He'll tell you all about it, right? Or the day that you got knocked out, right? You'll remember like probably a little bit before, but what you really remember is what happened after. Like you woke up, like why am I here, not in my bed? Like why is everything so sore? But it's immediately after you get traumatized, that's when they plant you with, you know, what I like to call the auto hooks, right? The auto hoaxers come out, and whether they're, you know, conspiracy theorists who are, you know, wet behind the ears and they don't really know what they're doing, or whether it's like someone trying to psyop you, like they're feeding you a narrative with little to no evidence other than preliminary research. And that's another thing. Okay, so it should be nations, ignorance, preliminary research, and then what do you say is a fair amount of time given to a topic? 20 hours to get to like level 1 of its understanding? Right, because in that 20 hours, there's going to be commercials and coffee breaks and, what do you say, 20 hours? Maybe 25 hours? Yeah, let's think about it like, if you want to level up on a subject, right, you got to put in at least 25 hours. And that's only the first level, right? Your preliminary research is like an hour or two, right? But once you get to like 50 hours, okay, level 2, you're getting a better understanding, right? Yeah, but that trauma-based mind control, that's how they're doing it to us. That's how they affect change. And I'm often reminded of, what's the guy's name? Manufacturing Consent. It's a book by some college professor. He's my favorite professor, and I can't remember his name. But yeah, Manufacturing Consent talks about stuff like 9/11 and how they do it. Why can't I remember his name? I'll just type it in.
You're talking about Chomsky, aren't you? Chomsky.
Yeah, Chomsky, that's it. Yeah, you said it before I could type it in. Yeah, I like Chomsky. I don't agree with everything Chomsky said, you know, because he's like some sort of socialist or communist or some shit. I don't agree with his like financial stuff. But like other stuff that he talks about is really good, and I wouldn't have been able to get that stuff had I just turned him off and said, no, I disagree with this guy. But his other stuff is golden, and the other shit he talks about is trash. So, you know, you really got to, you know, be able to step into the tall grass and go through some weeds, right, to find that truffle, you know. You might even have to put up with a little bit of swine, but the swine might help you find your truffle. So that should be your philosophy when researching the occult. The hidden things and the naughty things.
Yeah, you can't dismiss information from a specific character just because people have given you an idea of what that character has or has not said, right? That's kind of believing another man's interpretation of somebody else. So completely dismissing, like, I don't know, most people have a misconception about the writings of, let's say, Karl Marx, right? The average person who is against communism and socialism has probably never read Karl Marx. Not saying that I agree with Karl Marx's conclusions or his philosophy, but it's very hard to attack a philosophy that you haven't even fully read and understood the person who is promoting that philosophy. But the average man on the street who is anti-socialism and communism hasn't read Marx, but already has a formulated opinion about Marx. Not saying that their conclusion would be different, but it certainly isn't as well versed or, have a good argument against socialism and communism and the theory that's been proposed by somebody like Marx if you've never read them.
See, it's so much minutia, right? It's not that cut and dry. And what I mean by that is socialism is bad, right? Can everybody agree that socialism is bad? But it took Nazi Germany from being one of the poorest countries where they had to buy a cup of coffee with a wheelbarrow of dollar bills. It took them to being one of the richest countries in the world in 11 years. Richest and most powerful country in the world. And then socialism is bad, right?
That wasn't the socialism that did that. There was two very specific things that have been missed out there. First of all, it was a very specific brand of national socialism, as opposed to the international socialism that is pushed on us today. They're very different. And it's, in my opinion, why people who are self-proclaimed nationalists are attacked so vehemently, is because they would promote something similar to him. And the net result of that National Socialism was to remove the bank from the society. And that was what led to the great economic recovery, or whatever it's called, in Germany at the time, was basically taking the banks off of the backs of the German people and allowing them to actually benefit from their own economic product.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, it was their special brand of National Social. I completely agree with you. I just didn't get far enough in the conversation. And there's other forms of other forms of socialism, like our vets, right? They get socialist health care, and a lot of people have been complaining about it, and been saying it's not the greatest. So we need not more, but better socialist programs for our vets. Right, and I'm okay with having that conversation. That's fine with me. I wish we could have national socialism, right? Because Texas is a very rich nation. And that's why I'm a Texas nationalist, because I realize how rich we are. We're extremely rich. I mean, we got the United States' largest military base. We got prisons everywhere, so we got lots and lots of slaves, right? We got oil out the wazoo, and access to the ocean. I mean, what more could you ask for? Other than some Cajun and Mexican food. Come on now, you hear what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say that, like, we'd be rich.
You're kind of cutting in and out for me.
Sorry about that.
I can recap. Frank is a Texas Nazi. Just kidding, Frank. Hank, sorry.
Yeah, well, that's.
Oh.
I mean, you say it in that way, but it's actually quite funny because people now they very much conflate nationalism with being like a Hitler supporter now, and that's deliberate because the people who rule us want to rule over all of the nations. They want to be international rulers, and you can't be an international ruler if nations are aware of their own individuality. You know, it's like they're all about promoting the atomized individual, but they're not about promoting individual. They don't want us to be separate identities collectively, which, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They want collectivism, right? Which means ultimately that the society as a whole is more important than each individual. So they want collectivism as a whole. They preach anti-Nazism or anti-national socialism or anti-fascism while they continue to strengthen their fascist control over the people under the guise of democracy. When you
At an international level.
Correct. Even in the United States, it's at the level of just this country as well.
Well, it depends how you want to see it. I mean, you could see that the US is one nation, or you could see it as 50 nations. I mean, Hank very much sees himself as a Texan first. Is there anything wrong with that? I don't think so. I think it's just how people choose to identify. You know, it's funny how we're all about your identity. If you're transgender, right? Yeah, now we've got to talk about your identity all day long. And I don't know, if you're an ethnic minority, even though literally everyone is an ethnic minority, you know, we've got to talk about your identity all day long. But you can't talk about your identity as like a Texan because now you're a nationalist, and that's bad. It's really funny how that's happened.
Yeah, the federal government in the states has slowly been increasing its control over the states themselves and has convinced people that the most important governing body that we have in this country is at the national level, which is why most people pay only attention to national politics and pay very little attention to their local and or state, county politics.
Elevator music. Only works on a level stationary plane.
Well, put it this way: if you're on a ball Earth, then the elevator's two directions would be out and in. You wouldn't like have an up and down.
You'd be going nowhere really fast and really drunkly. Eh.
But like, I'd like to go out three stops, please.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. Let me just get my abacus and a team of physicists to figure it out.
I was doing something earlier when someone else was talking. You know that they talk about, oh, you've got to go to space to do X or Y. Well, theoretically, we are in space. That's the point, isn't it? According to them, the Earth is in space. When they say you have to go to space, well, here I am. What now?
Okay, I'm back. I just found this. I posted it in the live stream. Noam Chomsky says, you know whated, unsubscribed subscribers to the subscription ought to be isolated and treated like prisoners. So obviously this dude's a fucktard, right? That doesn't make his manufacturing consent any less relevant. So I'm going to go ahead and give everybody a chance to click on that if they want to. But I'm just going to delete it. Going once. Am I still coming in like crap?
No, if someone's deleted it, I think you might have to maybe post it to DM people with it. I think I can understand why it's been deleted.
No, I deleted it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe you can just DM if you.
Yeah, you want it? Okay. I've never sent you a message before. Is that a new account? Did you change the name, or is that your same old account?
I got showered about 2 months ago.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not allowed to speak the truth, otherwise you get your account banned.
Right. Well, I guess I'm going to go search the YouTubes. Peace.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful life. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Thank you, Eddie Murphy. Good to hear from you. Well, while it's quiet, let's do a station check. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. Anyone listening to the sound of my voice is welcome to come in here and discuss the matter at hand, which is the shape of the Earth. Do we live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing? If you think we do, feel free to come in here and inform us of where we went wrong. Now back to silence till the next person talks. Thank you.
Hey, I just came across some more blacklisted stuff, some stuff we're not supposed to talk about. Would anybody like a link?
Do it, do it, do it.
We can't talk about it. I don't want to know about it, man. Don't DM it to me. Do not.
I can't tell if you're trolling me.
I definitely don't want to talk about anything that the government doesn't want me to talk about. I'm a good U.S. citizen, right? Okay.
Anybody else? Yeah, I felt this one to be special, right? Because they're saying, please, government, don't cut out any more facts.
Wow, man, they got a package deal for everybody, don't they, Hank?
The newspaper's asking the government to shut their fucking mouth.
Got responsible fact checkers on the job, making sure everybody's got their facts checked and they're checked correctly. So don't worry about it, Hank. It's all good.
Oh man, government, you better check your stuff before you wreck yourself.
Hi everyone.
Hello, whoever said that.
I said hi.
Who is it? It is coming in real low. Who was it?
My microphones.
Hey, can you string a sentence together longer than 2 seconds so we can see who you are?
It's Ademoglu. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, Adamoglu, translate English, son of Adam.
Oh, hey, son of Adam, brother. Good to see you. How you doing?
Things fine. And you?
Good. We met before, haven't we? I remember you.
My question is about the water above in the firmament.
So, the water above the firmament. There would be no way I could answer any questions about that. It would all be speculation.
No way to verify anything unless you can clue us in on a way to verify it.
Can I
So,
one link I
if you think,
send you?
hey, you want to send me a link? I'll post it for you.
For YouTube video, the firmament.
All right, so I'll just say this: if you can imagine the world like that has layers, but not like an onion, more like lasagna, right? And this world that has layers, if you think about heaven and it were to be made, Earth was similarly made like heaven. Well, Earth has deep places that are filled with water and high places where you can go stand on the rocks. And it would make sense that there would be water above the firmament. And this is all speculation. And on top of that water, there would be mountainous regions, or maybe a throne, or, you know, similar structures to plants and animal life like we might see here on Earth. So that's a speculation. I don't know if it's a good one. Could be not a good one. Who knows?
Yeah, I send it to Lobby the video link. Maybe you looking video.
I didn't hear you, bro. Also, guys, did you hear that CNN doubled down or tripled down on the Joe Rogan thing? I found that to be fascinating, right? Because after their head doctor said, you know what, we were wrong about that, and then they go back on, you know, like that never happened. So it looks like, you know, Joe is squaring off against the Communist News Network. So that should be interesting. Who has more followers?
You said who has more followers, Joe or CNN?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Probably Rogan. That's probably why they're attacking it so hard, right? I didn't realize they tripled down. I saw the double down. I'll have to look into the triple down. That's hilarious.
Yeah, apparently they said it again. Right? And you know what it boils down to is that these news organizations, they're not who they say they are. I mean, is it possible that they're actually affiliated with the same people that they advertise for? Is that a conspiracy theory? It's almost like they're on the same team.
Are you insinuating they're paid propaganda agents? Like, how dare you?
I'm insinuating that, you know, there's a lot of fake news out there. And it's easy to tell who's fake and who's not. But when you got, you know, the Times of London telling the government to shut their mouth, that's hilarious. Stop putting out facts. That's rich. Because, you know, the newspaper is supposed to want information out from the government so it can provide it to the people. I thought, I mean, isn't that how news works? North, east, south, west, or west, south, sorry. News. They take the information, they spread it to the four corners of the region. What do I know, though? I didn't graduate high school, so I'm probably not worthy. Don't get your news from old Hank. Go get it from the London Times.
The Fifth Estate, like they taught us in school, they're out there being the watchdogs on corruption and stuff, and they're all for the people. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a good thing the algorithms haven't sussed out sarcasm. Then again, neither has Hank.
Not sarcastic. I would say real journalism died sometime in the early 1900s, if it even existed.
Yeah, my guess is about that time too. Every time I search Library of Congress, I set my parameter. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should be more limited. But like after World War I, they had to have get everybody on hush. The Balfour Declaration. They pretty much had to hush everybody up over that one. So.
Yeah, for anybody listening that may care, All this silence you're hearing could be being filled full of globe proofs, but people don't seem to have those. I don't know. Could be just me. I'll shut up.
Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
It's still quiet in here? What's up? Where'd we go?
We're just waiting for you. It's your time. Your turn to bring the topic today. So what is it?
If I had a choice, it would be something we can't talk about, so you might not want to ask me that.
Yeah, I ain't got that list of things we can't talk about. One disease. Got
You're roboting a little bit at the end there.
always robot. I'll shut up now.
No, you don't got to shut up. Just, I'm just letting you know. I could hear most of what you said.
Yep, just patiently waiting for direct movement of Earth curvature of the alleged Earth ball. Movement detects the movement of the Earth and the existence of said ball Earth in the vacuum of space with a gas pressure system right now. We need some demonstrations of these things, please. Thank you.
I don't know if you accept him, but I sent your friend request, by the way. Okay.
Wait, why is someone talking?
Yeah, sorry, I was just using an angle grinder, so I was on mute. What would you like to discuss?
Just you can tell that the ball because of how flat it is.
Do you remember the old Saturday Night Live character? I think it was, I can't remember the character's name, but she would always be like, I'm getting a little verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Earth is neither a ball, nor is it spinning. Discuss.
I like the New York accent. Very nice. But city accents, you get accents within cities as well. Most of America has kind of got this fairly homogenous accent, I would say, and then you get like New York and Boston, which sounds totally different. And then you've got like the I don't know, maybe like there's a couple of other. There's like a southern accent, but I wouldn't say it's that different from the northern accent, really. You can get kind of like city accents, and they'll be really different to the kind of general accent.
Yeah, I would say the same is fairly true for the UK as well, right? You've got different British accents. But to most Americans, they all sound very similar. Fairly homogenous.
Most fucking Americans, they all sound the same. Like NASA, whale holes and la 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 la.
Their well holes and their shadows. Yeah, but you talk to people from other parts of the country, and then they say that they can pick out your accents, even though some people claim to not have much of an accent at all. So, I mean, shit. There's people from parts of like Virginia that I can't even understand.
I think it's funny that we have different accents in America, but like UK, a little tiny spot, has how many different accents, Crypto? Like 20?
We have all the accents.
Yeah.
No, way more than 20. We've got ridiculous. I mean, I can think of about 10 accents that are just from London that are pretty different from each other. I can name them if you want.
You gonna name all 20? I bet you can.
I can name all of the kind of distinct accents that you get in London. So you kind of got, so first of all, you got like the East London, which is kind of similar to the Essex accent. And then that's very different to the South East London accent, or the more generally South London accent, which is kind of a bit more influenced by African kind of South. And then you've got the very posh Central London accent, which is your BBC sounding people. And then there's like a posh Southwest accent, which is a bit different. It's a little bit more, I would say, friendly, a little bit less, how do I put it like? The Central London accent is business posh, whereas like Southwest London, I would say, is kind of like relaxed posh. And then you've got like the ghetto North London accent, which is fairly similar to the South London accent, but it's got more, say, like North African kind of sound to it. And they're the kind of regional London accents. And then on top of that, like if someone's like Muslim, they'll have like a Muslim twang. There's like a Muslim London accent, which is then kind of layered into where they are in London, right? So you add those two together, and then that's how they sound. And like there's all these different kind of features of these people, but when you put them together, they sound similar together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I feel like New York is very similar in that respect. Like a Brooklyn accent's different than like a straight downtown Manhattan accent. And a lot of it also has to do with, you know, most people in the US came from other parts of the world, right? So you have your New York Italian accent versus a like people of Puerto Rican heritage that are in New York, right? That's a very distinct accent as well.
Yeah, Elisha, you know a bit about South London, don't you? What do you?
Mate, what's with these kind of accusations? What's going on here? I'm busy.
I just heard you pipe up. I thought I'd.
Look, I can simplify it. London is like the world compressed into however many square miles.
Yeah, that's actually. Yeah, I suppose that's kind of true. We've got like little Italian sections in like central London. We've got like French sections where everyone's friends. Heathrow is basically Indians. We do have these like kind of ghettoized areas in London, don't we?
Yeah, you're gonna have straight up region. No, they kind of just find themselves in weird positions. It's like, where did you come from, bro? What are you talking about? Yeah, they're a funny lot. They might as well just be considered permanent tourists, and they always seem to be, I don't know, extra or loud. Not in a bad way, just kind of they always stand out like a sore thumb once they open their mouth.
Yeah. Especially in England, where everyone's really like, "Oh no, I couldn't possibly say anything loudly," because then people will look at me. And then a bunch of Americans turn up and they're just whooping and hollering and like, "Yeah, they're Americans. Everyone can tell." But yeah. So there's a lot of Americans in the banking sector here, actually. So there's probably a lot in kind of
right,
like Canary Wharf.
But see those guys. Oh, sorry for speaking.
No, go on.
Yeah, you're just not likely to hear them unless you rock on those lines, right? And if they're likely to open their mouth and they're not looking at the Economist paper or whatever. And those kind of guys have a better English accent than your average American because they're international, right? They speak a bit. They speak, I don't know, more eloquently, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know really. But yeah, the tricky of many accents. I don't know if they all maintain themselves, but they could somehow do.
But the big question is, are all the English accents slightly pretentious, or just some?
No, only the South one.
I'm just messing.
The South of only like half of the South of England is like that. There's no way the North can ever be pretentious unless they're a Northerner pretending to be something other than they are.
Yeah, exactly. I know someone from Northampton, which is fairly is it Northampton? That's quite far to the north, near Scotland. Northumbria. I'm thinking of Northumbria. It's Northumbria, but you wouldn't know it because he's worked on his accent for a while. Well, he went to like some point college school all the rest of it. And he sounds like he's from the south. And I think it's deliberate. Like they know that their accents kind of suck. They try to sound more like us.
And people from the north are probably leery of people when they sense the southern or the accent from London, right? And vice versa.
They what?
Are they somewhat like leery of those people, like a little more?
I don't know what leery means.
Suspicious?
Suspicious. Yeah.
So what was your statement again? Make your statement again, because I missed half of it.
He wants to know if the Northerners have got beef with the Southerners.
Oh, by definition, of course.
Right. So,
But it's
somebody from the
it's all
south.
in good nature. Like,
Right.
we don't actually hate each other.
Maybe.
The Scots hate everyone, and especially the English. But when it's like the Welsh or the Northern Irish or the English, and then you've got like the different towns in England, we don't really hate each other. It's kind of all a bit of a
Yeah,
joke.
I suppose the context and how many drinks have been shared. If it's not a football game and you're not drunk, then it's usually just tongue in cheek.
Yeah, well, it's kind of that way here.
Depending on which neighborhood you're walking through, of course.
Right. I was just trying to say, kind of like the more rural parts of the United States, when you have people come into those towns with a kind of city type accent, they're usually a little more apprehensive or cautious of those people, right? Because it's like, oh, who's this city slicker coming out here trying to tell me this or that, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, what we have in the Netherlands is Amsterdam is the capital, right? So people from Amsterdam, they think they're pretty important because every tourist visits Amsterdam, so they like to think they're pretty important. But meanwhile, all the money is being made in Rotterdam, where the harbor is. So.
Yeah, we have kind of that sentiment here in the States, right? A lot of people who come from New York and move elsewhere have this kind of chip on their shoulder, like they're from the big city and they're super important, and it can put off a lot of people who could care less about New York, right? Which is 99.9% of the country, unless you're from there.
I think and New Yorkers see themselves kind of the unofficial capital of the United States.
Try that again, Crypto. Crypto, try that again. You were muffled from the beginning.
What? All right. I was just like, the impression I get from some New Yorkers, not all, but some, is that they feel like they're the capital of the United States, and like they're the most important city. And it might be that the sort of attitude that a lot of people kind of get wound up by.
Yeah, that's a very good perception, because it's 100% correct. People typically from New York carry themselves as if they're in some way, shape, or form better than other people because they are from New York City.
Well, I only recognise it because I recognise it in Londoners too. You know, the difference being that London actually is the capital of the UK, but or of England at least specifically. But like that doesn't make you better than someone from outside of London. But a lot of Londoners think that they are, and it's just what's so funny is that those people who have got that opinion of being better than everyone are the same people that push radical egalitarianism, and they don't understand their own bigotry.
Yeah, and who probably haven't done much more than travel for a few weeks here and there. But what's funny with New York is that, for all intents and purposes, it is actually the capital, because that's where the financial capital is.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
it's you got to give them a bit of the benefit of the doubt because you got London and New York. That's how the rest of the world is run. And then you got what, Tokyo after that? So financially speaking, they hold a lot of sway. But the majority of people who come from there, they don't even understand what that means. So they should just shut their mouth.
And they're actually just getting fucked over by the same financial system everyone else is. Just because you live closer to it.
Yeah, they get abused more. No guns, 9-month abortion. Like what the hell? I don't understand why they didn't just shoot everyone in office at that point. But hey, maybe I should watch my language. You know, it's just yeah. Like okay, what do they have? Their subway system, is it really worth it? Like you can't go on your own in that thing, but
yeah, I've heard that the subway in New York is really rough. I've heard it's like really rough and really dirty and smelly as well.
Yeah. Apparently.
Well,
I've only ever watched movies. Never been there, so I can't speak from experience.
Yeah, it can be, but a lot of New York is just more a lot of talk and intimidation. Recall distinctly being in a situation. I'm originally from St. Louis, which is always kind of dubbed or deemed the most dangerous city in the United States based on crime rates and shootings and stuff like that, right? Robbery rates. So I recall a situation where I was at the University of Missouri, and we were at a diner waiting to get inside in like a little vestibule, waiting to get inside, and some guy didn't like, I don't know if it was something I was in or doing, and said, "I'm from fucking New York City." And I'm like, "That's cool. I'm from St. Louis. We can step outside and we can figure out who's better." And immediately gets shut down, right? And it's like, "Oh no, man, it's cool." And I'm like, "Oh, so from being from New York City doesn't mean fucking jack shit, does it?" Well,
hey, you know what it is? It's because of the theater. They like to perform, right? What's the thing over here? We have what's it called in London?
The West End.
Yeah, so got West End and then whatever the equivalent is in New York.
Broadway.
Just a bunch of yeah, there we go. Bunch of Nancy boys. Fag.
It's a lot of talk and intimidation is what it is. It's a lot of mouth moving more so than anything when it comes to some of the New York attitude.
Yeah, same in London. Like all the talk is the same in London. There's these people who think they're better than you because they live in a specific area of London. Oh, I'm from this part of London and you're that part of London, so you're bad. You know, like they won't say that you're bad, but they're thinking it. And it's like, okay, doesn't really work like that. Yeah, people, for instance, who live in Chelsea. If you live in Chelsea, then you're fantastic and you're the dog's bollocks, and everyone else is kind of shit.
You just overpay for rent, that's all.
Yeah, and
that's the way I see it. It's like you just pay $2,500 a month for rent. That doesn't make you better than me. Like, you now just have less money.
Yeah, congratulations, you played yourself.
And the funny part about those situations is usually those people think they're better than maybe somebody that's from a rougher part of town. But I guarantee you, the friend you want to have and the one that's going to be loyal to you is going to be that friend that's from the little bit rougher part of town, as opposed to the pretentious part of town. Those are the friends that are going to stab you in the back and they're going to leave you the minute you freaking need them.
Maybe it depends on who the person is. Yeah.
Yeah, so I live in Florida, which is where a lot of people from New York tend to migrate is down to Florida. And ever since I moved here, I've said the worst part about Florida is the New Yorkers. That's the only thing I dislike about Florida. Not saying I dislike New Yorkers altogether, but for the most part, they're the ones that tend to rub me the wrong way.
I think the problem or the mistake you made there is letting anyone rob you anyway, right? Surely.
Not physically.
The silence was gold.
That's my wife's job to rub me the right way. But yeah, it's like even just in my little neighborhood here, we get together and hang out. A lot of the neighbors, we're all pretty close friends, and the one neighbor that, or the neighbors that people have an issue with or never seem to, the guys, the people we don't even talk to, and the ones that won't even look at us are the neighbors from Brooklyn. Everybody else gets along, and we're all from kind of different parts of the country.
What do you think is the major issue about the the behavior of the people? It's the general. If you're a woman or a man, is it from you came from? What is it?
So I think with a lot of people, at least what I've noticed with a lot of people from, say, like New York City, is there's just so many people in that city, right? You're dealing with so many people walking along the sidewalks and on a day-to-day basis that you always kind of have your guard up. You're never really very cordial to people. It's kind of like everybody for themselves. And I guess that might be a survival mechanism in such a large city with so many people. But when you get to other parts of the country, people are generally very courteous, open the door for you, wave as they're driving down the street. Whereas people who don't do that because there's just so many people, right? And you generally have to be a little bit abrasive to get your foot in the door, to work your way down the sidewalk. It just doesn't translate well in a different environment. So it can come off as very abrasive and not very concerning for your fellow human beings or your neighbors.
Yeah, there is a balance required.
I'm sorry.
Pardon me. Go ahead, my dude. No, go.
I think that if someone needs, if someone's have a bad experience about the people, like I do, because I'm talking for myself, you need, I think, many hours or time to think about it, to experience if he's manipulating you, if he tries only to get under your skin, to open you up only, and after that, the how can I say it? The result is the same. Understand? Someone comes up and says, "Give me your money," or "You're a fool, you're garbage." Someone comes up and says, "Hello, how are you?" You say, "Fine." You talk about yourself, and he does the same. So I think it's all about experience. If you're new or you're a student, it's easier to open up and be a kind of man you want. Or the environment makes you one of them. If your environment is friendly, you become friendly. But now I'm in an age, let's say, over 30, I cannot change. Whatever I see, I'm like a sponge. I take it, I take it, I take it. After that, it's over. You cannot change. You will always be suspicious. You will always be, from your experience, some things are like tagged over you. You cannot change. So don't judge these people. I feel sorry about them. This is the way I see it, because they can have another life with new people, with new experience, and delete all the other things. But I think they're just too hurt from the other experience they had. This is my point of view. Thank you that listen to me.
Yeah, that's a pretty good assessment, right? So I feel like people that maybe move away from someplace like New York City and go to a place that maybe may have just a more general nice approach or more welcoming type people around them. I think it's hard for them to adjust, because I feel like the city itself kind of makes people a little more standoffish, a little more closed in, and less likely to be courteous to a random stranger. So that doesn't always translate well when you move out of that environment, right? Because it kind of walls you off from people who are generally willing to listen to you and have a deep, meaningful relationship with you. But they still have kind of a standoffish attitude in an environment where they might not necessarily need that as was maybe previously a survival type mechanism.
Exactly, and I think that the issue is that the community you're living in, they build you up, and if you're built up, it's over. It's very, very strange and very, very difficult to make yourself again from zero to something. I see it by myself. I cannot change.
Yeah, and I
I
can't tell
want,
you.
but I cannot. I cannot. Every time I try, I see the experience, and after that, I say I was right. And many times I get away from bad things that would happen to me from my experience. But also, I cannot have new experience from zero, understand? Without thinking my experience.
Yeah, no, I get you. And we have a lot of people. So we have apps on our phones that allow us to communicate with people in our neighborhood or close surrounding neighborhoods. Whether you want to post that your dog got out of the house, and if anybody sees it, to bring it back to you. Things along those lines, to generally have conversation about what's going on in the neighborhoods around where you live. And lots of times you'll get people on there that have just moved here from a place like New York City, and they'll get on there and just talk about, oh, there's no good restaurants around here, all the food sucks, I can't find any good pizza or this or that, and it's just a complete rant about how shit everything is where they're now living. But then they expect people to be courteous to them, right? It's just this, oh, well, I'm from New York and everything up there was so much better and this and that, and everything around here is just complete shit. And they love to just go tell everybody how great New York City is and how shit this place is.
Yes, it's not good. I think if you don't like somewhere, you can move away. You don't have to tell your opinion about the place you are now and you hurt people. The most kindly thing is not to hurt people. If you don't want to talk to them, okay, just don't tell things bad about them, even if it's true. Even if it's true, you don't have the right to make people sad, because maybe he's not a good pizza man, but maybe he tried. It's the best he can make. Okay, if you don't like it, move along, or don't talk to people. Okay, I think whatever you have in the life is what you're worth about, what you deserve, let's say. If you deserve more, try for more. If you don't deserve more, it's what you get. Don't complain about your faults, or don't see everywhere. Let's say problem. He doesn't like me. He's bad. Judge yourself first. And I think you have, not you, I think we have a lot of things to fix about ourselves every day. Every day is a lesson. And if you don't take the lesson seriously, the next day you have to take the same lesson until you learn it very good. At first, I think you have to get along with yourself, not try to get along with others to feel good. At first, you must have, let's say, how can I say it? You have to be okay if you're alone. It's not good, but you have to feel good and you take care about yourself and everything. And even if you have friends, then you feel better. But it's not bad to be alone also. You have to take time, you have to relax, read a book, see a movie. You don't have to have friends all the time or companion.
Yeah, we have a saying here in the States that is misery loves company. And it kind of the meaning behind that is, if you have a miserable outlook on everything, you're going to attract more miserable people around you and more miserable situations around you, right? So
exactly, yes.
The saying is misery loves company, and it's very true because just your attitude and your approach towards everything can give back to you exactly what you're putting into it. Two different people can walk into the same situation and one can be perfectly content and happy with the way things are, and another person can walk into that situation and try to point out every bad thing or certain little problem that may be taking place within that situation. And those same two people can walk away from that situation, one having a horrible experience because of how they walked into it, and the other having a great experience because of how they walked into it and how they perceived it.
I understand. I think that every situation must give you a lesson. And at first, you must see what you have done wrong, not what others have done wrong. Okay? If you go for a woman or for a friend and your choice is wrong, it's not his fault that you have chosen a wrong person to be together or to be your friend. He is what it is. It's your wrong choice. So you must make the next time better choices. Not to complain about what they've done to you. He is what it is. And she is what she is. She will be continuing to be like this to other people also, your friend also. You must find what you want. If you don't want to be obsessed or be very mad, you have to make the correct choices to the correct let's say choices of what you want. Most people want something but don't want the other things that comes with it. Okay? If you want, let's say, a girl that is very beautiful, is very attractive, she has a little small skirt, she laughs very much, she's very open, but you want it only for yourself. From the time she's with you, you want to change her. It doesn't work like that. She will be like she is. If you don't want to be with a girl like this, be with another girl. But you cannot change people. Understand what I mean? You must accept what you see and don't want to change it because nothing will be changed.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you just said. And I'm starting to learn more and more in life actions I have with people and the relationships that I have with people and the people that are put into my life. The negative things that I see from people or the positive things that I see from people that are in my life, I'm starting to see more and more that these are also characteristics that I may have myself. And it's giving me an opportunity to see whether I like or dislike this specific character I have within my life, right? So it kind of opens up a mirror into, okay, I really don't like the way this person is going about this specific situation, but maybe I do this in my life, and maybe I can learn that if this is something I don't like, somebody that possibly I have some of that I am doing in my life that I need to think about more deeply and either change that behavior or something along those lines. Like, I feel like most of the situations that I get put into in life are also a way for me to learn an aspect of myself I may not consciously think of all the time.
Exactly. And then, I want to tell you something. It's like you go to the shop, to the market, okay, and you buy everything you don't like. Everything. Cheese, hamburgers, and all the things you don't like, you buy it. The silliest things, maybe the most expensive things, you buy it. And you go home and you say then, okay, I don't want to eat anything because I don't like these things. Okay, don't buy it. Understand? You will buy things that you want to eat. You will have friends that you want to go out. Don't make wrong choices. It's your fault. It's nobody's fault. It's your fault. If you don't have good friends, if you don't have a good girl, it's your fault. It's your choices. Nobody else. At first, you must accept this, and after that, you go to the next step, and you open up, and maybe you get married, you make children, but not with the wrong people. You cannot have a woman that you fight all the day and make a child with her. It's obvious that you will not last, and the child will be confused and very sad because you will break up. You will not have a long relationship with this people, with this kind of person. So it's your fault. It's not her fault, and either the children. So you create a paradise around you or a hell. It's your fault. You create your world. This is what I mean. Nobody else. And another thing is that you must not listen your surroundings. Let's say, okay, you want to open a shop. Everybody will say, okay, don't open a shop. You will fail. You will do this and you will do the other thing. Do what you want. You will have the earnings. You will, let's say, have some money in the side, or you will go broke. It's your decision. Understand? Because most people are like I don't know how to say it, like crabs. Crabs, it's in a bucket. If you go up, they draw you down. If you're down, they don't hurt you. They don't care about you. Every time you go a bucket up, the other crabs will draw you down all together because they don't want you to go away from them. They feel insecure. I don't know why. It's what I think. People are also like this. If you're like them, dress like them, talk like them, they feel comfortable. But if you say your opinion, you get tagged and called names. No one will experience positive things if you're telling your way. Because I will borrow a phrase from Everett, I think, the X-Men. People, it says, people are afraid of the different thing. And if they're afraid of the different thing, they want to destroy it. I don't know if you know what I mean.
What was the last part that you said there?
They say in X-Men, the movie X-Men, I think in the last movie, it was a scene and she tells a monologue and she tells people are afraid of the different people, let's say. What's different? And what's different, they are scared of it. They are scared of it. And if they're scared of it, they want to destroy it.
They want to destroy it, yeah.
Yeah. They don't accept the difference. Maybe it's I don't know why. I don't understand why. Why people don't say, okay, I accept this. They want to mock you, they want to point at you. Okay, let's say I'm Buddhism. Okay. You're a Christian.
Yeah.
Why must we have something to solve? It's your belief, it's my belief. If we are good persons, we can have a
The
coffee.
answer is ignorance. The answer is ignorance because Christianity and Buddhism are so alike that they're almost teaching the same thing.
All the religions are alike.
I don't talk about religion.
Hold on, bro.
I have an example. Okay.
Okay, you go ahead. But don't quote me on that because that was only half of what I was going to say.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, talk. I'm waiting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if Christians and Buddhists were to get together and talk about the fundamental tenets of the religion, right, or the way of life, right, they would see how similar they are and that they could easily be neighbors without any kind of controversy. The difference is belief is so small. And the same thing with Muslims and, Jews. But people want to focus on that which they agree on or disagree on, and they don't know how to say, okay, me and you are never going to talk about this conversation again because we disagree on it. We're going to agree to disagree and never bring this up again. And that's the only reason why there's problems between people with different belief systems.
Yes, the thing I said is like an example. Okay, maybe you're smoking. Okay, I'm not smoking. Maybe you are you want to race with the cars. Maybe I want to enjoy the nature. Okay, we can find something we are similar. Okay, it's not always to be enemies with someone because he will not do what we do. This is what I mean. If you don't go with the people, with the mass, with everything that the most people do, they will say, okay, don't talk to him because he's different. Understand what I mean? This is why I told also for the X-Men, the part. But you cannot change anything. Either you accept it or you move along, like I said. Nobody can change the mass, the people. Only the media. If the media say tomorrow, okay, eat fish all the day, the most people will eat fish because the media told them so. Do you agree or disagree? Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello?
Yes?
I was just wondering if anyone would like to come into a smaller like chat because it's very hard to speak when just wondering if anyone would like to come into a smaller like voice chat, like not as many people.
Smaller? Oh.
Yeah, just like join a new one, like the FE Beginners VC or something.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Yeah, alright. Well, if you want to come and join us, then yeah, I'm gonna join the Beginners one.
Okay.
Is anyone here?
Maybe if he would have looked to see that only a few people are talking, he wouldn't have had that problem, huh?
Yeah, I'm here, bro, but I'm at work, so I can't really answer you every time you ask something.
Okay. I'm just asking. I'm just telling my opinion. Okay. Nothing rough.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. It's just an opinion.
You cannot force someone to accept your opinion.
Right. That's why I told you. That's why I told you about conditional acceptance. You say, "Oh, well, you don't believe in the resurrection, right? So we agree to disagree. We're not going to talk about this no more unless you have questions, right? Then I'd be happy to answer." But instead, everybody focuses on the thing they disagree with. Like, I want to talk about the thing that we're going to fight over again. That's the wrong mentality.
Yeah,
should be saying we're not going to talk about this because in order for us to be neighbors, we have to have peace, right? In order for us to have peace, we have to let each other have our individual beliefs. So in Christianity, it says, love your neighbor. There's no caveat, right? It doesn't say unless he's a Buddhist, unless he's a Muslim, unless he's a transgender. It just says to love your neighbor. No caveat.
It says also something else. Love your enemy. Not only your friend. Love your enemy. It says also that.
Yeah, that's what I mean by neighbor. Everybody. Everybody. You love everybody.
The life's too short to are mad for a man or a woman. Just enjoy life. Life is a trip. Okay, enjoy your trip. After the trip is over, there's no go back. There's no I'm sorry. There's no forgive me. There's no nothing. It's over. That's over. Most people are doing things in their lives they don't want it. They have jobs they don't want. They have wives they don't want. And after a certain time, when they're old, they say, I've done everything wrong. Now it's too late. Live with it or not. And after that, before they go away, they will say, will you forgive me? For what? It was your choice. To forgive me for what? Understand what I mean? No one has to forgive you something that you wanted. If you want to change it immediately. Not the last time you will be before you're dead and say, forgive me. No one has to forgive you for anything. You live with your choices, good, bad, I don't judge this, and all's good. You cannot have everything. You cannot have money and to buy something to eat. You spend money, so you have something to eat. You cannot have both. But it is what it is. I will tell now a phrase I saw on the TV show Lost. There was two people and says the one people said, camel boat. You bring him in here. You brought them here. The other person says yes. The first person says you want to let's say you want to make me feel that I'm wrong. The second person says you are wrong. Everything happens once, and the second person says it's the same. They come here, they corrupt, they destroy, and they die. It only ends the same. And the first person says it only ends once. Whatever happens before that, it's just progress. It's good, no?
Yeah, I don't think progress means what they think it means. I think in a lot of ways it's regression. Everything's backwards. It's clown world. Right, so the way that we've, the way that we've done things for like thousands of years, like some of it really works really good. It's like undeniable how good it works. And then some of it, needs a little work still, right? But when people talk about like we need to do away with free speech because hate speech is, violence, it's like that's in the opposite direction. Right? That's not progression at all.
I think you have to let the people speak whatever they want, okay? They will create automatically some groups, okay? If you don't like to hear it, don't hear it. If someone wants to be like that, they will find a way to be like that. And I think it's all good. But to speak, not to get silent and say, no, you will not speak, it's against the law, you cannot go out this time, it's against the law, no, you can not do this because it's against the law. This is not good. I think you will make people to do that if you say, don't do that. It's like children. If you tell children, don't do that, he wants to do it. Just be yourself. This is what I mean. Be yourself, have fun, have good friends, have a girl if you want, be alone if you want, spend time with you, read a book, listen music, see a movie, enjoy your life. Life is experience. If you don't have an experience, you're already dead. Just you don't know it about. You just don't know it. If you're sitting in a room, if you don't do anything, and if you every time complain about things and don't like this, don't like the other things, I think you're dead. Walking dead. A man without dreams, without purpose, and without the meaning of life, it's dead. He's dead. In one way and another, all people must do something. Close the television. Close the TV. Not for movies, but for education, or do the opposite what the TV set tells you. If you tell you don't eat fish, eat fish. If you tell you don't go out, go out. I think it's a magic way to do every time the correct thing. Don't do what I tell you, and you will be always right. From my experience, I tell this.
Mike check.
There might be somebody here named Mike, but I don't know. I don't think so. Why do you want to check? Why do you want to check Mike for?
Just see if I was connected still. Couldn't hear anyone talk.
You're talking now. What's up?
Not much. Trying to find that curve. You got some?
No, the elusive curve does not exist. The globe is non-existent thing. It exists only in men's minds, in my opinion. And women's, I guess.
Yeah. The lack of curve.
If we've got a ball with no curvature or that's in motion in 4 different directions, but we can't feel any of it, it's in the space that we can't prove. But other than that, it's obviously a globe. So there you go.
Yeah.
So you're one of those crazy globe deniers, huh? I've heard about people like you.
Yeah. Crazy.
If I was talking to you 7 years ago, I would legitimately call you crazy. But since the last 6 years, since I actually honestly investigated it, this globe is bullshit, man. That's just my opinion. Others may differ.
I would probably do the same, bro.
Shit.
But I'm happy.
You've been here before.
I've been here for a while.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you, bro.
Feel free to spark conversation amongst all these people here. There's plenty of knowledgeable people here. You happen to get one that's not real knowledgeable.
I usually just come and sit and listen, do other stuff. Meanwhile,
fair enough.
I enjoy the conversations in here. It's like the best place to get some sanity.
I hear you, man. It's like a little oasis of sanity in a sea of madness, right?
Word.
Anybody else on the call, feel free to strike up a topic or play some music, whatever you want to do. We still need the curvature measurement of the Earth ball that everybody thinks they live on, the detection of Earth ball motion, and the existence of the Earth ball in the vacuum of space next to the gas pressure system with no barrier. Simple. Somebody come in and provide that, please. Thank you. We'll shut down the server.
I think it would be easy to prove the globe.
Yeah, if it existed, it would be real easy, wouldn't it? Just for example, go to any random 20-mile stretch of ocean and just show the 200-foot drop, where it curves away. Places like this wouldn't even exist if people could do that, which they can't do. So the globe doesn't exist. Prove me wrong.
I live by the ocean. I have about 20 kilometers to my neighboring country, which I can see every day. It's kind of in my face every day when I walk outside.
Well, see, the globular enthusiast would tell you that what you're seeing there is a mirage. Hello. Yes, ma'am. I see how everybody's going to be. You're going to get on the Discord and just sit there and not say nothing, aren't you? Ha. I didn't mean to cut off our convo there, SV, but I'm working at the same time. I got to mute sometime.
No worries, bro. No worries. I hear you. I've heard you talk a lot, Dave. Yeah, I've changed my name to. I used to call myself Ganja Rambo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember you.
Yeah.
Hopefully some of the things you've heard me say made some sense, I hope.
Everything you say makes sense, bro. I never heard you say nothing nonsensical at all.
That's one thing I try to do, is not make any claims that I can't back up. So you'll hardly ever hear me make any claims about anything. Except the globe being bullshit, so I back that one up.
I wish everyone could do that, man. Just stop making false claims.
Yeah, I mean,
Stop trying to prove their beliefs and religion. That would be really great.
yeah, if we all kind of stuck to what we can prove to each other, it'd be a lot easier place to live in, sure.
There's so much. I mean, the majority of people think they can get away, but without proofs, they think that saying something is proof. Saying NASA is proof. But NASA, but gravity. That's like proof to them.
Yeah, there's so many people, like you just said, that just one word, gravity or attraction, that's proof to them. That's all they know.
Yeah, refraction. Of course, refraction. Forgot about that one. The Earth is a
How
ball.
does gravity work?
How does gravity work? Good question. What is gravity?
How does gravity work on a flat Earth? On a flat plane?
Which gravity are you talking about?
So when you go off the flat plane, it's just like
I'm just gonna leave this unmuted.
Is it that funny? Which gravity are you talking about? Which fairy tale that they made up bullshit are you going with? Newton or Einstein?
Probably Einsteinian.
That's the new hotness, so that would be a good choice.
I would just say that it doesn't work on a flat Earth. There's no need for it. Gravity is kind of an idea that you need to keep things on a spinning ball, right? Because in reality, if you have a circular motion, then things will tend to move away from the center of rotation. So if you have the Earth as a spinning ball, then you need something like gravity to keep it all together.
Isn't gravity like an explanation for an observation, a cause?
Oh, it's kind of like a post hoc shit, yeah.
Yeah. So what's gravity, man? Callum.
No. Oh no. Can I ask you guys to upload something for me?
No.
I've got a model that I would like one of you to proofread for me. It shows the curvature of the Earth using mathematics and formula with exact measurements. I would quite like for you to upload it and for some people to have a look, if that would be alright. I work quite hard on it. It's even got a Microsoft Paint image in it as well.
Is it just a cartoon or is it a direct measurement?
Direct measurement.
Is it still based on Eratosthenes?
Nope, not at all.
Interesting.
I guess you could DM it to somebody. I'm driving. It can't be me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You're driving. Anybody else I could DM it to?
And then they'll decide if it's worth posting or not.
Yep. Yeah. Who can I upload it to?
Can anybody take his DM for a curvature measurement right now? This could be the end of the search.
Go
Finally
on
found
then.
person.
I'll bite.
Old dude's
Send
gonna,
it to my DMs, Callum. I'll bite. Go on.
old dude's gonna take.
Wait, is that the old look a new toy guy? Right?
Yes, mate. Yeah. Send it to me. I'll bite. Go on then. Is it a direct measurement that is built? This calculation is built upon.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me 10 minutes. I'm on 4G. I'll message it to you when I get home. I'll be back in a minute.
And we've only been waiting
Yeah, okay.
6 or 7 years. Another 10 minutes, no big deal.
That is going to be an excellent proof. He said he even spent some time in Paint.
Oh, Microsoft Paint. It's got to be real. Can't wait for that one, can y'all?
Those are the best ones, to be fair, like the little MS Paint thingies they try to make. It's hilarious.
So he described it as a calculation of a direct measurement. So I'm just curious what he thinks he has. I'm sure it's not anything. But I could be wrong.
Sounded trollish. His mates were laughing in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nerves. That's just nerves. They're only young. And if he's put a night's work into this and he's used MS Paint or whatever, well, he's given it a bit of a crack. In actual fact, a way more than an awful lot of others that come in here and just say stuff. I'm thinking this kid's had a real try at it. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Good on him in a sense.
Good way to
Yeah,
look at it all
it's
day. At
nerves.
least he put an effort, right? At least he put in some time.
Yeah, and hey, if he's drawn as a picture of Rick Astley, guys, I'm still going to post it. I don't care. Good on
Never
him for
gonna
effort,
give
like.
you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around. Such you. Y'all just got Rick rolled by somebody that can't sing. That's the ultimate Rick roll right there.
Sounded okay from here, big fella.
Anybody else new on here? I can't look at the list right now. Feel free to speak up.
The glob is dead.
And it was Copernicus who killed him.
Just sent it to you, my guy. You can read through it and then post it for me. That would be great.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for the work, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for putting in for some effort, Callum. Good job.
It's gotta be good.
long last, we finally have an Earth curvature measurement. I can't wait.
We're shutting down the server today, guys.
How did I do that? I just sent it to myself, didn't I? How on earth did I do that? Hang on.
Don't be mishandling those legitimate Earth curvature measurements now all day. Be careful now.
Yay, finally. Thank God for old age. That's a lot of work, young man. Well done. I don't know if it's right or not, but well done. Commendable in the work, sir. Very well done to you and your friends.
So it's legit. We can shut the server down now.
Well, I don't know, bro. It's actually a PDF. There's a lot of work in here. We're going to have to go through this.
Oh my God.
I'm a little bit skeptic of downloading stuff, especially from unidentified globers.
Yeah.
Can't you
Can't say
like
I've been all the way through it. Yeah.
post?
I can't guarantee your safety, put it like that. But hey, I've been through it. I haven't seen anything yet.
Well, I just got done reading it. Pretty hilarious. It's literally, giving the curvature math. Let's assume the radius, let's assume the sphere, and then this is like the tangent, blah blah blah, horizon, radius, generic horizon formula, distance to horizon, and then he says, well, this clearly shows that when Earth is observed 2 meters above its surface, then the farthest possible point that the horizon can be seen is about 5 kilometers away, which, is correct. That's the globe math. Cool. And then it says, therefore, scientific observations perfectly match up with the Earth being spherical. But where's the observation? There isn't one. There's no observation. It's literally just the math for the curvature, right? And then we have observations of 2 meters where the horizon's further. That's the problem. It's like, dude, get in here.
He ran away again.
You're up to scratch, Callum. You're up to scratch with where we are. That's where the geometric horizon of the globe Earth, according to the math, should be. But our observations, like the Black Swan and other ones, have shown it past that. Perhaps you haven't realised that. We've actually done the math side of it. Well done for confirming it's correct in that regard, but it doesn't stand as correct when applied to the reality.
Yeah, sorry, did I just cut you off mid-sentence? Sorry about that, buddy.
At least you're up to speed on what the globe claims where it should be. Good job.
Yeah, no, that's my workings. That's my personal, my mate's personal workings. Sorry, I worked through it with him.
I kind of responded to it a minute ago, but let me just go through it again. This is basically the math to calculate what the horizon distance should be for the radius of the Earth, right?
Yes. So
but hold on. I wasn't finished yet. So we have the math for that. We already knew that, right? That's basically what you find when you Google Earth curvature calculator. You'll find this exact math. The problem is that when you say that therefore this math proves that the observations perfectly match up, because we have observations where we're 2 meters above the surface or no less or whatever height, where the horizon's not at that location or much further in that location, right?
See,
So
I don't think
the problem is where is the observation that supports this?
So I gave you the observations earlier.
No, it's not an No. Hold on. There's literally no observation here. This is all math, dude.
Yeah, I was told to bring in the maths. I gave them the observations.
Well, we already know the math. We would have to find the observation that goes along with that, right? That shows you that from 2 meters the horizon is at that 5 kilometers.
Yes, so
do you have that observation, or do you just have the math that tells us it should be there?
What happened was earlier, I gave them the observations. They asked me for the maths, so I gave them the maths and the proof behind that maths.
So what was the observation?
The observation was that at sea level, if I stand at sea level, 2 meters above it, with where my eyes are because I'm 6 foot, I can see exactly pretty much 5 kilometers. Yeah.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because I saw a ship that went out 5 kilometers. Yes, I got a message from said ship when it reached 5 kilometers from shore. And it passed that point and I no longer was able to see it. I then got out a very good pair of binoculars, looked through them, and there was still no ship in the exact same spot. He said he was 8 kilometers out. So there's your proof, there's your observation. Good.
So you made one observation. Oh my god, he left again.
Was anything documented, or where was it? What was the distance? Where? Location?
I don't know if he dropped out, but he left again.
All he did was tell a story. He doesn't have any video or anything, does he? Nice story, Callum. He left again. Surprise, surprise.
I have a hit and run now, dude.
I need to thank him for highlighting one of the main points we make here. That's where the globe horizon should be if it existed. Now give us the observations where it's consistently there. Good luck with that.
It's also the problem, like, he only has that one observation from the sound of it. You'd have to do it on, like, different days.
Exactly.
Then you should get the same result. Like, this is the whole point that they make with the black swan, right? Oh, look, on a different day, the horizon is. That's the point, right?
Yeah, it's optical horizon. It's not a physical horizon like it should be on their globe, right?
Is there any new people in here? Anybody with any questions pertaining to the shape of the earth?
The numpties are spiraling in the lobby right now.
Can they come in and play?
Yeah, I wanted to say the lobby is so active.
The numpties are spiraling in the lobby.
Yeah.
I don't suppose we could let one out to play, put them back when we're done, right?
I don't know what these people are on, but
They're
I
on
need some of that
cartoon.
stuff too. I need some of that stuff too. Like, it's like they can't understand 2 words in a phrase.
The mass hypnosis leads to mass psychosis. Better unsubscribe or you get mass thrombosis. So get me get. I heard you in a second ago. I'll send you something.
What did you hear?
I heard your voice, so I'm gonna send you something. The New York Times telling the UK Times telling the government to shut up. Check that out. That's funny.
I'll check.
I don't care who you are.
Ouchie. Ouchie.
Too much data. Can you imagine a news agency telling the government, shh, it's supposed to be secrets? The irony of how that works, right?
Yeah. The UK government is providing material for conspiracy theorists around the world. It knows.
I mean, isn't the newspaper company supposed to be like, tell me more, right? But they're like, shh, big finger on the lips, cover one eye.
Man, I saw a video with a woman. She was a laboratory doctor, scientist, researcher into these jabs or, ouchie. And she said she put that stuff on the microscope and she saw, like, when the solution was cooling down, there was forming all sorts of particles and changing colors. She said she never saw anything like that, but it looks like nanotechnology for her, you know? Yeah. But yeah, let's change the subject because this is, yeah.
Can you imagine if, flat earthers were like, don't talk about it, right? Like, let's not talk about it. Like, you'd be like, oh, okay, I see what's going. They got nothing, right? They got nothing, But flat earthers are like, the opposite. We're like, show us what you got. Give me your best evidence. Please take our platform and provide evidence for the globe.
Yeah. Man, my parents took it, and yeah, they're advising me, and I'm like, no, I don't need anything like that. All I need is my job, my peace of mind, I wake up, I go to shopping, I go to work, I come home, I shower, I enjoy some time in here, in Discord. Yeah. I don't need
I just think everybody needs to mind their own business,
Yeah.
Like, back in the day, it would be weird if, someone talked about, like, what they do with their partner, right, when they're alone. And nowadays, it's like Facebook material. It's like, people don't understand. Public and private don't mix, right?
Yeah.
So, if I talk about something that I'm doing in my private life, right? Like, okay, I've talked about that I got skills with masseuse skills, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's like really nobody's business, right? It doesn't really pertain to the conversation. Who gives a fuck that I can rub backs and feet and hands and pop joints and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really matter.
What are we talking about? Sorry, I just joined. Are we talking about like fetishes and stuff? What are we talking
No,
about?
bro. No, absolutely not. No.
Why,
Oh, sorry,
why
sorry.
We're talking about public and private.
Why do I have to stab my arm if it doesn't hurt me?
Oh, wait. We're talking about how. Sorry, can you explain? Sorry, I literally just joined. I just want to know what.
Okay,
what's happening.
public and private. Do you know the difference between public and private?
Yeah, so a private means like when you're at home in your room, and in public means where you're walking around in public with all other races and other people.
Exactly. And they don't mix. Like, you can get dressed in your room, in your bathroom, right? You can get undressed. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But in public, you can't do that, right?
No.
Yeah.
Sadly not.
So public and private don't mix, right?
Yeah. True, yeah. A lot of, yeah, that's right.
Unless the other people accept also these things, because there are also beads from nudism. They're all naked, they're all together. They just agree together for one thing.
Sorry, Scylla, what were you saying? I heard, like, naked and that's about it from what you just said, mate. Sorry.
I mean, if you go to the nudism beads, they're all naked, they're public, but it's all arranged because they also
Those
agree.
are private beaches.
It's called private. If you go with 100 people or 1,000 people,
I'm confused.
So
Why?
So I don't know about your countries, right? I don't know anything about it, but in my country, Texas, If you have a nude beach,
What,
it has to be a
Texas is a
private
country?
beach. Yeah,
Okay,
you never
if you
heard of the
say
Republic of
okay,
Texas? The state of
Oh,
if you
Texas?
say it's a
It's kind of a
private
lot like the
town
state of
also,
Israel, but it's a little different.
I love
you can
Israel,
say
bro.
private town also. If you name it a private town, everybody can walk naked there or have something. I think it's like something do you agree with other people.
Why nudist beach? Or why are they even a thing? Like, I don't understand them at all.
Nude beaches?
Yeah, why are they
Why
even
are they
a
a
thing?
thing?
Yeah,
Because people know that they need to get sunlight to parts of their body that you normally can't. It's actually probably healthy. I wouldn't say that it should be done in a community fashion, but you should find ways to get sunlight to your nether region.
Yeah, they recommend getting sunlight on your parts of your body. It makes vitamin D and stuff, you know. So.
wait, so if you expose like your balls to the sun, you'll get the vitamin D.
Yeah, they say
Look,
that.
look, bro.
The doctors.
Vitamin D is responsible for 300 processes in your body.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man. I'm gonna start doing that. Thank you.
But it's not much, actually. Yeah.
Hey, if you go to jail, bro, you didn't get no legal advice from me.
So, Bo Quinn, I would assume you're a globe earther, yeah?
No, why? I had literally about a 2-hour conversation with Silo and so many with the Truth Flat Earth. So why you suddenly pulling that out?
Oh, it was just
My
an
friend.
innocent question. It was an innocent question.
Well, you're assuming something which you don't even know a single thing about me. So it's just a bit,
You don't have to get offended, bro. I was just asking.
All right,
just
cool.
just real quickly, he had a conversation with Golden Lemur and myself.
Yeah.
And he's a bit condescending and a bit trolly. He's a kid, 17 years old. And we're still not sure about him. Just FYI.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's because I was talking to Lima when Truth wasn't in the call, and he said apparently I said something which was offensive. I just misunderstood something, but he wasn't offended. It's only Truth which is offended for some reason. Yes,
Okay,
just to
we
point that out.
can go over that, but can you seriously talk about
Yeah. So
this? I mean, you're not a flat earther, because I don't think you know the arguments, correct?
Well, okay, so there's different levels to being a flat earther, right? There's people who know loads about flat earth, and there's other people who believe in the idea of it. Now, I'd say I believe in the idea of the flat earth because I don't think I'm in the position to like have like a full-on
Well, you see,
debate
this
with
is
a
how
globe earther.
this is how we actually get it when we talk to people, because they say it's a belief, you know, and for us, it's not a belief system. It is actually what we can empirically measure and know for a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you say like the sun is 93 million miles away, can you point me to the person that walked and measured with a ruler all that distance?
No, I couldn't give you that. Sorry.
You can't. Yeah. So, but because everybody else believes that when NASA is telling them, it's a general consensus. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do I have to believe that story by default blindly?
Yeah. There's no.
That's what we are doing. We are questioning
facts.
And
you know what I mean?
we are okay. You know, we are okay to have questions which we don't have an answer for them.
Yeah.
But we are not okay to have answers to some questions which you cannot question those answers. You know,
Because science is never settled, right?
No, it's always changing. Yeah.
Yeah. And to be science, something to be scientific, it has to go by the scientific method.
Yeah.
So, and for example, we're talking about the shape of the world. They tell us it's a globe. It has a radius.
Yeah.
And the globe, sphere, is a shape. Some come up and say it's not a perfect sphere, it's ellipsoid or oblate or whatever, but it's still a ball-like.
Yeah.
And you have a radius. It's not equal everywhere, but
Yeah.
it does have a radius. Some places it's smaller, some places it's bigger. Okay, but where it's bigger, we have lower our curvature. Where it's smaller, we have a much
higher arc curvature.
Yeah, higher arc curvature.
Yeah.
So the curvature drop rate would be increasing exponentially, or decreasing.
Yeah.
But these things we should be able to measure.
Yeah, we should.
Geometrically, yeah. And we can't. I mean, the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, tells us that we should have a 8-inch per mile square drop rate.
Yeah.
And according to the sphere, this drop rate increases exponentially with distance. It doesn't just double, like every mile you go, you add another 8 inches. No, it increases exponentially.
Yeah.
So,
Just a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is your
ask.
name? What is your name? Just so. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is here Get Beget, Jet Bejet, or Alex. How do you prefer?
I'll call you Alex.
Okay.
My name's just my username is Boquin. It's the same as in real life.
Okay, cool. Bokin. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Alex.
Yeah.
So
was
where
this
was we?
the question, or yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was just a question. Sorry.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, I got a question for you. So we told you that they tell you how far the sun away, right? And you can also Google the mass of the sun. But what about the Earth? You know, a lot of people don't want to talk about the Earth. How about the radius? Can you Google the radius for me, or search it on your favorite search engine?
Yeah, it's like 6 point something thousand kilograms or something.
Okay, so you've been in here before.
Kilometers.
Kilometers, sorry.
59.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, so you've been in here before. So have you ever went to an Earth curve calculator?
Yeah.
So you know that if you type in 1 foot observer height, you get 1.225 miles to the horizon.
Yes.
So it's definitely measurable then, right?
I guess so.
The Earth is definitely measurable. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away.
Well, the horizon
So
is
1 1/4 mile away, yeah, at 1 foot observer height, the horizon is 1 1/4 miles away, right? And you can manipulate the observer height to get further distances, right? But that should
I've seen
be
the
very measurable.
example. I've seen the example of oil rigs being 9 miles out, and you can still be able to see them, even though it's meant to. The horizon is meant to go down by like 1.2 miles. Yeah, I've seen the examples. Yeah.
Right. So my question to you is, why do people always come in here with Eratosthenes telling people to measure the shadow of a stick, and they claim that somehow that correlates to the size and shape of the Earth? Does that make sense to you?
No.
So if you go to a shoe store, do they measure your forehead?
No, I don't think they do. It's only if you're buying a bandana or something like that.
Right. What do they measure in a shoe store?
Like your feet.
Now, why do they measure your feet directly?
Sorry, what did you say?
Why do they measure your feet directly?
Because they want to find some shoes which fit you good and not tiny ones or really big ones.
Exactly. They want precise measurements. Now, why is it that if you go to Gem Panda server or another Globe server, they'll tell you to look at the stars, look at the Southern Star Trails. They'll tell you to look at the lunar eclipse.
I got one word for that.
Right? They'll tell you to...
Because they have
What's
a bone
that?
in the brain. They're not real. Fake.
Well, I
They're
call
not
it
real.
obfuscation.
Yeah. This is the only true flat Earth server. Many other ones are just run by people who have a slight bone in their brain, and they're not true. And this one is run by very factual people. And I've heard that there's some scientists coming to here, like apparently supposed real scientists coming here.
Yeah.
Did you manage to convert them?
No, we don't convert people here.
No.
All we do is offer people the ability to think
Yeah.
for themselves.
Yeah, instead of listening to the government and NASA and all the other idiots.
Yeah, you see, we are civilians, ordinary people, vast majority of us, and we are not paid to do this, and we don't have an agenda. We don't follow any narrative or agenda. What we put an accent on is being empirically correct. Facts.
Yes, facts only.
Yeah. And science. Yeah, we love science.
Yeah.
Vast majority of us, well, everybody here, all the flat earthers.
We can always look at conspiracy theories, but we can always think about those. But the thing which you need to be telling people is actual facts.
Yeah. Heliocentrism actually is a religion based on blind belief. It's a belief system. They make outrageous claims about. They look at the sky and they make all these wild claims and speculations. But nobody has.
What do they believe it as facts as well?
Sorry?
Do the people who make these wild claims believe it as facts?
Well, there is, for example, a famous astrophysicist called Mikio Kaku. If you know him,
I haven't heard. I've heard of the usuals, but not him.
Michio Kaku, and he is saying he's a famous astrophysicist. He's been on Discovery Channel, National Geographic, all these famous mainstream channels,
Yeah.
And he said that in his field of study, astrophysics, they he's saying in science, when you are off by a factor of 1, 2, or 3, it's a very big problem.
Very big.
They start quickly questioning where are they wrong, what are they don't understanding, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But he says that in astrophysics, they are off by a factor of 10 to the 120. And that is...
We're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Oh, yeah.
That is a huge mismatch.
Theory and experiment in the history of
Unbelievable.
science.
Yeah. So what he's saying is actually that these people, they are looking at the stars and they are making fortune telling. It's just like these witches that you show them your hand and they do your future, they do a palm reading and they foretell your future.
What
That's
witches?
what they are doing.
What witches?
Yeah.
Palm readers. You ain't never heard of a palm reader?
Yeah.
Sorry?
heard
Jehovah's
of
Witness people, Jehovah's Witnesses.
I don't know if Jehovah's Witnesses read palms, but you never seen a palm reader.
Is it the people who can like read your mind and stuff like that?
No, they read your palm.
What's your palm like?
They look at the lines on your palm.
Psychic.
Yeah. And they say that they can read your future based on the
How's that even
lines
possible? You
on
can't
your
do that
hand.
from someone's hand.
That's very crazy. Yeah, indeed.
Are they real people, or are they just like crazy people who are looking to
Yeah,
just
look it
scam
up.
people?
There's palm readers, there's face readers, there's all sorts of people who think they can do all sorts
Wait,
of
hold on.
things.
What do the face readers like forehead
No,
wrinkles? Do they read them?
the face readers might be a little more scientific than the palm readers. Because think about it. If you
Dude,
make
the face reading stuff.
yeah, it's pretty legit.
I can read someone's face if they're in a bad mood or in a sad. Is that kind of the thing?
No, it's kind of like this. If you make a microaggression of grief because you lost your oldest child at childbirth for 20 years, not microaggression. I meant to say micro expression. So you make that grief thing over and over and over again, you're going to have lines on your face after 20 years.
Also wrinkles, like forehead wrinkle.
Yeah, each line has a different meaning.
What about my forehead wrinkle? What does that mean?
Between your eyebrows. Yes, that's true. In between your eyebrows, though, if you, like you said, if you have
Like a
pent-up
unibrow.
side, I've read a book on it, and no, that the unibrow means that you think all the time. Like you don't stop thinking. Your brain is always racing. Some people pluck their unibrow, and it helps them sleep at night.
What? I don't have no unibrow, and I don't understand.
Look up a book on it.
Do you have a unibrow?
Anyone just see the lobby?
Well, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening at the
You
lobby?
missed it. So there was at least 20 accounts, okay? And they all spammed the same damn thing over and over and over again. So I just banned every single one. You can see a couple of them in
What
there.
absolutely idiots? What?
It's just retarded that they think they can get away with it, but it's stupid. We
It's
just
a
ban them and they're
retardation.
done.
Thank
Every
you,
retardation,
NJ.
man.
It's amazing. Come back, please, trolls. Come back. I want to ban some more. Please, come back. You've not done enough to show how much you control Flat Earth. You've not done enough. Fucking morons.
So, honestly, people who come here just troll other people and like try and get a little laugh. You know what I mean? It's just so stupid and sad.
Is that a projection or
Intellectually dishonest? Yeah.
What does projection mean? Like, what do you mean?
So when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that humans are just vials of fecal matter, obviously he was wrong. He was projecting. So he's really full of shit, and everyone else has actually got stomach
What, is this guy saying I'm full of shit?
Who just
Well,
said
no.
that we
Number.
are projecting?
Why do you think
You guys
that?
are misunderstanding.
You think flat earthers are projecting?
No, this person.
Ah, okay. I was just like twisted.
no, Justin? I said that I'm talking about him. He's like, well, isn't it odd how these people come and troll while he's in here trolling? Like, dude, come on.
It's like you don't understand something always. It's something like you're new here in the world.
Yeah.
Why is that?
So, Joaquin,
I don't want to. Yeah, sorry.
an advice. You are new. Obviously, you are quite new to the flat Earth knowledge.
Well, I've been in it for a year. It's just I'm very new to talking to people about it, so I'm just very curious and asking questions.
Yeah.
And trying to understand.
Okay.
better.
Then this means you already saw some videos about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some like short clips and like all different types of stuff. Yeah.
And you see, there are many arguments and stuff.
Yeah.
And the best stuff, you can find it all in here in this server.
Yeah, I've realized that. I've tried joining
You will
medieval ones, but a
find,
lot of them are just
yeah,
full of shit.
you will
basically.
find the trained people here
Yeah.
capable to guide you into arming yourself with knowledge.
Yeah.
Like logical fallacies, also
biases.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very grateful for it all.
So
Fuck's sake.
take your
Sorry.
time, and yeah, I'm okay for you to get a role like something as a beginner.
I don't think
Intellectually
he's.
honest.
I don't know if he's ready for a role. There's people in here that still think he's a troll.
Hey.
He doesn't actually understand anything.
I like to. I'm sorry. I like to talk to these people, and where are they saying all this?
Yeah.
Who's saying I'm a troll? Who's saying that?
Okay, I'll ask you the 3 questions, right? What's your best evidence, or what was it that did it for you that made you go, huh, like that's really good evidence for the Earth being flat?
Well, so I was talking to this woman earlier today, and we're just talking about different stuff, and she can back me up, right? And I was just talking about how, you know, on the so-called the ISS, how just weird like stuff happening. So on the live streams, a lot of like you can kind of see like a green screen in the background on some of it. And I was talking to I think he isn't here anymore, Lima. How they have fresh food, like fresh fruit and stuff on this space station when it takes, well, from NASA's knowledge and what they put out, it takes days for stuff to get up there, obviously, and takes a lot of resources. And also just when they like just playing around with random stuff on the live streams, sometimes you can literally just see it just like that in one place. So it's mostly stemmed from the fact that the NASA lying, and eventually from there I just went to go and look at like, you know, stuff about the flat Earth and stuff. So it's mostly just from lying. And I also looked into stuff outside of the flat Earth, like the government lying about other stuff. And if you really think about it, why would it's like people ask the question, why would they lie? Like, why would they not lie about it? They're earning so much money and from lying, and it's so much more cost efficient than actually doing it. If you get me, like it's so easy to fake stuff about the Earth. You know, like I think I've seen this example of like these flat earthers having a discussion, and it's just so easy. You can literally do it yourself. Like make a fake version of it. You don't even need to use CGI anymore. It's so simple to fake like a video from space. You know what I mean? And think about how much budget they have. Like they have millions, and if you can do it from home by faking it, then they can easily do it 100 times better from how much money they've got.
Well, that's true. I mean, there's so many YouTubers nowadays which use a green screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, in their videos, and you can see that they are using fake backgrounds, but in the live stream he's making, it looks like he's behind this.
Someone explain to me Elon Musk's live stream.
Which
one?
Just curious.
Which one? What about Elon Musk live stream?
The car from orbit.
Okay, what about it?
Why is it fake?
Real because it looks so fake.
Why is it fake? Well, let's put it to a test. They say that car is in the vacuum of space, right? It's literally in space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. NASA's vacuum of space, they say it's a pressure of 10 to the minus 17 torr. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, the air we breathe is about 14 psi. Do you know the magnitude differential between 14 psi and 10 to the minus 17 torr?
Yeah, but you're mistaking absolute pressure and differential pressure.
No,
I think
one
you think
moment,
they're the
one
same thing.
moment.
Oh,
One
is this
moment.
guy? Is this guy
Yeah,
a global
one
or
moment.
something?
You see, that car, they said, it came out from the factory line. It's a standard car, and it has car tires on it, inflated.
Yeah. But dude, so the burst
If
pressure
it's
of
standard,
Which material is that
if it's a standard car tire, then it has to be inflated with about 2.5 bar air pressure.
yeah, but you don't know how pressure works.
Well,
And
tell
you
us, how
have
does it
that,
work?
and you
Yeah,
have that
I will.
next
So
to 10 to the minus
if you
17.
let me speak for a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolute pressure is pressure relative to a total vacuum, and differential pressure is a measurement of the difference between 2 points. And I think what you're doing is conflating absolute pressure and differential pressure.
No.
So when an item is designed to hold pressure,
Okay,
it is
do you have to
designed
have
based on...
a container for pressure? Do you have to have a container for pressure?
So you know how I said, can you
Do
let me
you
speak?
have to have? It's a yes or no question. Do you have to have a container? Then there is a container of Earth that you cannot get out of. Sorry.
Yeah, that's because of gravity, my guy.
Mic drop.
Gravity holds
You
the
are
absolute-
retarded.
No, I'm trying to
You are retarded.
changing the topic because
No,
you
I'm
can't.
not going to let you talk because we're talking right now. You just want to
talking.
tell us your little story, okay?
Yeah.
But I want to make sure that you understand. What you're saying is that a container can open up and be free with gas pressure. You moron.
The
What
Earth
a
is
moron.
a closed
This guy.
system.
This guy, honestly, the balls in the
Let me
brain.
tell you about how. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me tell you how reality actually works. If you have a propane
Can I
tank,
finish my
hold on,
explanation
bro.
of pressure?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. If you have a propane tank at 250 psi and you open the nozzle, it's going to spew out till it reaches equilibrium
Exactly.
on the surface of the Earth.
Exactly.
Defying gravity, right? Because the pressure doesn't give a shit about your theories of the bending and warping of space.
Gravity is so weak, remember?
The pressure is going to press out until it reaches equilibrium at the
Gravity is
surface
so
of the
weak,
Earth where the
remember?
gravity is the strongest.
This is not what we're talking about. This is what I said earlier.
You said gravity.
Yes, it is.
Wait a minute. Stop. Answer this
Holy
question.
shit, don't get...
Did you say gravity, sir?
He did.
Did you say gravity?
This is what I said earlier. As soon as the
I'm
discussion...
not going to let you talk unless you answer our questions. Okay?
Exactly.
We're not going to let you speak in here and
Did you say
teach us
gravity?
your bullshit. Okay?
Did
We're not going to
you
let it
invoke-
stop. We're not going to let it. We're not going to let it, guys.
Nope.
We cannot let them have an inch. Okay?
Did you invoke gravity, sir, and then say we're not talking about gravity?
An inch.
Oh, wait, I got sub-muted. I thought...
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
server
answer the
muted because
question.
we're not going to listen to you talk about your bullshit.
Isn't that...
Did you
isn't that
invoke gravity?
indicating that you're, like, a little bit scared of...
No, we're not scared. You're just scared to answer
Right,
our
listen, can I just say, this guy's just waffling. He keeps saying how we're so scared, but doesn't actually say anything.
It's amazing that they think that they can just do this to us, but we have all the questions for them.
Yeah.
So, sir, I'm going to ask you again. Did you invoke gravity and then the very next sentence say we're not talking about gravity?
We're not talking about gravity, though. I talked about
Why did you
something
bring it up?
that wasn't gravity, and you guys didn't know how to answer, so you're like, well,
You
gravity.
just said the
Like,
gas
I'm not
pressure
talking. You guys were
is
saying
in
that
our
the Tesla
Earth
live stream was
because of
impossible because the
gravity.
tires would
That's
explode.
what
I'm just
you
explaining.
said.
I'm just explaining for the
No,
specific...
I'm not going to listen to your explanation. Server muted. You can't be talking. Sorry.
Hold on.
We are here and we understand the whole logic that you are stating. Okay? Because we were there in your shoes saying the same fucking shit. So guess what? We're not going to let you have an inch. Okay?
Nope. Hit
You're
me
going to
out, hit
answer
me out.
our questions. not us answering yours. Okay? Your server muted
You
until
came to our
you can
territory over
actually
here.
make sense with us.
Yes, but
Hear me
what
out.
Justin? Sorry, please. I started this talk with him about.
I know, but once he invokes
Tesla's
gravity
tires.
and then says it's not gravity,
Yeah, I know.
that is
I know.
100% end of story muted.
Listen,
But I wanted to ask him a question, though, in regards to this subject.
I'm just
I was
not going to let him
talking
have
to
an inch today, dude. No inches. Okay, it's bullshit that they can't they can't see what they're doing.
No
the thing is, he keeps going on about like, "Oh, I was so wrong," and then he keeps saying the exact same thing though. You don't actually explain why we're wrong. He just keeps, "Oh, you're so wrong," and he has no evidence to back up what he's saying.
Yeah. What I wanted to tell him is actually.
Hear me out. What do you guys think is holding us to the ground? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think is holding us
Nothing's
to the
keeping
ground?
you down. Nothing's holding you, bro.
You don't know what is holding us down to the
There is no
ground.
space.
and you don't get to learn that.
What is holding you
Why do
down?
you?
My legs?
You don't get
Why do you
to learn
need to be held down?
Legs?
Yeah, I know.
Legs? Is it legs enough?
Yeah.
My legs keeping me on my ground. Is that okay?
Yeah, I just want to point out to all the new debaters, right? If you don't want to talk about dark gravity, dark matter, or gravity, don't bring it up, right? Because if you bring it up, I'm going to say, what's that? Right?
I don't even want to talk about it after they bring it up, Hank. All the time.
And then they accuse us of weaseling. That's not what I'm talking about. I didn't say gravity. Like, who else said it? You think a flat earther brought it up?
Yeah, no, we don't bring up gravity here. Gravity's not a thing here because we have a container of Earth. Yeah.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Closed system. We cannot leave
Guys,
the Earth.
all the gravity heads. What happens when you drop a helium balloon?
You can't drop it. You release it and it will rise.
You release a helium balloon.
That's a loaded question fallacy. My bad. What happens when you release a hydrogen balloon?
It will rise.
Oh shit!
No, it rises, but if you turn around, that means that it's falling down.
Okay, so for all the Globers, this one's important. What happens when you release an anvil made of steel?
Oh, it will fall down.
Until a pool of mercury. What happens when it falls into a pool of mercury, Globetards?
It
Hey,
will
wait, I can
float
show you that picture
on the
too.
mercury.
That picture's the best
It'll
one.
float? What about gravity?
Here's that picture. Here's that anvil right there floating. Oh.
What about gravity, guys?
Well,
Gravity is so powerful. It's just going to
You
take
forgot
it
about
down.
gravity. If it's not floating.
Hold up. What just
I'm still stuck on the question.
I'm not the coward. You're just not answering our questions.
Wait, hold on. Hey, Justin. What is holding us down, though? I can't get over that.
I'm actually
Who
interested
is
to see what he
holding
has
me
to say.
down?
I know you
What
are
is
scared
holding
to
us
answer
down?
our questions. Thanks.
Should we give him one more chance to answer the question? If he doesn't, we just
If he starts going off, okay. If he starts going off, that's it. That's
I
it.
would like to answer the question that was asked by the guy that was talking to me earlier about
very nice.
tire pressure.
Great.
Regardless of anything else,
Go ahead.
that's what
Go
I
ahead.
was answering.
That's great.
What I was
if
saying
you invoke
is because
gravity one more time, you have to tell us about it. Okay?
what I was saying was absolute pressure
Yeah, I can laugh too.
Come on.
is different to differential pressure.
You are using gravity.
So when an item is designed to hold pressure, it's designed based on the differential pressure. So for tires used on Earth, if you put the tire inside a pressure...
Wait a second. Breathe now. Which one of these pressure, what you're saying, it's without container?
Guys, I want to address what he's got to say, but I got to hear it first.
Yeah, guys.
So,
I was willing to finish my question to him,
A tire has a burst pressure of 200 psi, and the atmospheric pressure,
He won't
not the
answer anything. He
differential
won't
pressure
listen. He'll
of
just talk over us.
60
That's
psi.
all he wants to do.
Moderation in the room. Literal chaos, guys. One at a time.
We can convert between differential pressure and atmospheric
He won't listen
pressure.
at all. He doesn't listen at all, guys. Nothing.
You guys aren't listening to me.
We don't need to listen to you, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in here.
You're an
You're a fucking moron.
This guy.
We have learned everything that you have learned, you motherfucking moron. You are challenged. You have not listened to anything we say. You don't even know what we fucking know. You just think we're dumb. You're a fucking moron. That's why you think we're dumb.
Right, so you have this absolute pressure, right, which is probably going to be about 35 psi, right? And that's plus 14.7 if it was done near the ocean, right? So I get what you mean by relative pressure. So it's not actually 35. It's probably a little closer to 60, right? So 60 psi in this tire, and then it gets launched into a near perfect vacuum. Now, all that pressure on Earth that was pressing down on the tire is no longer there. So the tire is going to blow up like a balloon, even though there's no more added volume inside. But it's the lack of pressure from the outside which causes the volume to increase. Now, tires are made of. Hold on, bro.
What if the tire wasn't actually?
Hold on, bro.
Enclosed?
Hold on, bro.
Oh, so hey, listen. Let me speak, man. Let me speak.
Yeah. So the tire is full of all sorts of metal and things, right? And as that metal starts to stretch out, it's going to release its tension, and then that rubber is going to start acting like a balloon instead of a tire. Because when those little cables inside pop, right, those things are going to explode. The tires would actually explode. It's like if you pump up, and relative, pressure is important here. I completely agree, right? So if you were to pump it up at, let's say, 60 psi in space, it would explode. But 60 psi here on the Earth, it wouldn't explode because there's a countermeasure of pressure from the Earth's atmosphere pressing down on the tire to keep it from expanding to a volume that's completely irregular for a tire. So the problem is, hold on just a second. I'm almost done.
Yeah.
So the problem is that how is it that those tires are still inflated and not blown out in space?
So think about it like this: what if they're not inflated? What if they have a cut in them? They just maintain their shape.
That's a cool story, bro.
All right. So
I believe he said it. I believe he said that.
Cool story.
Listen, bro. I believe he said it was a regular car, like it wasn't conditioned for space. He didn't make it for space.
Yeah.
So do they just take like regular cars and put them on the showroom with no gas pressure inside?
I mean, you would have to say then, Martin, that
It was his car, right? It was his car, right?
Okay.
Was it his car? Okay, so he puts it on a stand, right, at an angle, right? So there's modifications to it. Do you think they would,
what modifications do they make to the
no pressure in space?
Wait, what modifications?
They don't care. They
Space isn't real. That's why.
ignorant.
Liz, like what I said before was, as soon as you hear something that departs,
bro, stop.
Your rehearsed script of what
gravity.
to say. No idea what to do. You're like,
let me tell you.
I'm trying to explain atmospheric pressure and how tires work to you, and you guys are like, can you explain gravity? Like, I'm not talking about that. I didn't say gravity.
You did.
You didn't record it. It's live stream recorded, you fucking dumbass.
I didn't say gravity. In my explanation of absolute and differential
I will
pressure,
go back to the live stream and let you
Shut up, mate.
Listen. If the car's not held up by the tires, right, and it's open to the atmosphere, the pressure in the tire is going to be the same as the atmosphere, right? So there's going to be like no pressure difference, right?
No, actually, the air pressure in a car tire
sorry,
is like
wrong.
a lot more than the air that you breathe.
Sorry, if the tire is
Jacob,
slashed,
please look.
okay,
You don't want us.
the
You don't
pressure
want to be
outside
afraid
and
of you. Whatever.
inside is
Just
the
stop
exact
interrupting.
same.
The floor is.
I mean,
yours,
even
bro.
even
Welcome
if the tire wasn't slashed, it would still hold because we can convert from absolute to differential pressure, and the conversion leaves a differential pressure of 60 psi.
Listen.
The tire's burst pressure is 200 psi. It's well within.
One moment. One moment. Let me make clear this, because I brought this up, and now you inflate in your room. You inflate a balloon, and you inflate it until it's a certain size. Yeah. That means you will have a air pressure inside that balloon. Now, if you put this balloon in a vacuum chamber, yeah, and you start vacuum pumping out the air from that vacuum chamber, what will happen to the balloon while the air pressure in the vacuum chamber begins to fall, decrease?
The volume of the balloon will increase.
Will expand, yes.
Of the counter pressure not countering it as much as the vacuum decreases the volume.
Right, but hear me out here. Hear me out. If you can't prove that the Elon Musk space live stream is false, then like the Earth is a globe.
Why do we need to prove it false? That's your claim. You gotta prove it true.
Because if it's true, if it's true, then the Earth is right.
Like, wait a minute, bro. Hold on.
Stupid idiot. You absolute idiot.
Even Elon Musk.
Relax. Deep breath.
Even
Okay, so
Elon Musk
let me illustrate what you just did. Okay, I think that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, and if you can't prove it wrong, therefore the Earth is flat. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but there's
Does
like
that make
a
any
4-hour
sense?
live stream of a car like rotating around a globe.
Does that make
That can
any
be
sense?
saved so easily.
There's evidence for it.
Listen,
I'll make you some cartoons. I'll make you some cartoons tomorrow of a 4-hour video of green grass on the dark side of the moon. That's why the Earth is flat. Those things aren't even correlated. Those things aren't even correlated.
Yeah. Elon Musk said they have better CGIs than this live stream that they showed you.
Jakob,
What?
can I ask a question? Jakob.
So if they had better CGI, wouldn't they use it, you fucking morons?
Well, I think it's impossible.
Well, you're just a default ignorant clown.
You absolute stupid idiot.
Sorry?
Or I think he's autistic.
You can tell it's wrong because it looks so fake. Quote is referring to why the camera quality looks so good because there's no interference from the atmosphere.
I didn't speak over you.
Jakob, are you retarded? Like, who's taking the photo of the car itself?
There's booms attached to the car. It's literally in the Tesla car evidence channel. You can see photos of the car before it left Earth, and there's cameras attached to it.
And we're living in a closed system. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So all of this is just debunked. There's no cars in space, bro.
But okay, that's irrelevant if the live stream is like, not fake.
Irrelevant.
When you talk about gravity, when you talk about gravity, right?
Oh, you brought
prove gravity, then talk about it.
But if the Earth is round, then it proves gravity.
Talk about gravity now.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does because it has to have an atmosphere, and the atmosphere is attached by gravity.
Are you breathing right now, Jacob?
How come the atmosphere inside my propane tank isn't held inside when I open the nozzle? Where's gravity?
Because Earth is such a massive object that the distortion in space-time it causes particles to be drawn to it, which is gravity. That's how shit forms in space.
Listen, the propane in my propane tank is deep inside the Earth's gravity well. deep inside its clutches.
Mhm.
How come when I open the propane tank, it says, fuck your gravity well, I'm going outside, it's a bit crowded in here?
Because everything is held within the greater, like, hold of the gravity.
greater
Things can
what?
still act within. Things can still act within the, like, system of gravity.
Why does the anvil float in Mercury? Where's the gravity?
What?
Why does anvils float in Mercury?
Because Mercury is more dense than an anvil.
Oh, now we get it. So it's not about gravity, it's about relative density.
But
I thought it
if
was
you're
about
talking
gravity,
about relative density doesn't matter if there's no gravity. Gravity acts on something as it's like.
Hold up.
Gravity acts on something according to its weight.
You're a
Gravity
stupid
is
idiot.
the
That's
only
what you are.
mechanism by which relative density could be used as a mechanism of explaining things falling.
He's going to back it up. Show me in a scientific experiment how I need gravity in order to do the experiment with specific gravity, aka relative density. Show me.
Because if you have no gravity, then there is no mechanism by which things can fall, regardless of their relative density. There's no force on the object.
Hold on. Can you remove gravity to prove that, or is that something you can't manipulate?
If gravity is removed, there's no
gravity
to act on the object.
Can you manipulate gravity?
What?
Can you turn gravity on and off?
This puzzle got a lot to say now.
Can you turn
No,
gravity
you
on
can't
and off?
turn gravity on and off.
Then how do you know it's the cause?
Because there's no other cause.
Wow,
Okay, that is a logical fallacy. Right, what you did just now. It's a logical fallacy. It's
Whatever causes what.
Excuse
it doesn't
me, sir.
matter what
I'm
it's
talking.
called.
Excuse
Sorry,
me,
go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's called the affirmative consequent formological fallacy. So you walk in and your lamp is turned off, and your mother said, "Oh, it must be the bulb again," and then you check the bulb. Oh, it wasn't the bulb.
Facts.
What?
Right, so your mom said it has to be the bulb, right? It couldn't be anything else. And then you replace the bulb and it wasn't the bulb because the bulb worked, right? And then you check and the puppy chewed the cord, right? That's what you just did. You said it has to be gravity. It can't be anything else.
All right. So have you done an experiment with
Jacob.
gravity doesn't exist?
Yeah. What?
But Martin,
Jacob.
you understand that's a burden of proof reversal, right? The
Jacob.
positive claim.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
Okay. Let's say we're in a Globe Earth Discord server right now. The burden of proof is now on you. What about that?
No, it's not. That's a
Have you
burden
done
of proof.
No, you're in a 5 Discord server, you idiot. So let's not go there.
Just
Let's
out
not
of
go there.
interest, what would you say?
It does, the burden
This is
of
our
proof
Discord server.
doesn't
If we
work like
flip
that.
something-
The burden
if we
of
flip something,
proof
all
is
of a
always
sudden,
with the
you guys are
positive
right.
claim. The
Jacob,
positive
if you
Jacob, you're an
claim
idiot. I
carries
hate
the
you.
burden of proof.
No one asked, bro.
Hey, new guy, you're just going to hang out for a little bit and let us have this conversation, bro. Try not to interrupt.
Yeah.
Not you, sir.
What I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that whatever the force is called, like whether it's called gravity or something else or however you choose to define it, without any mechanism that acts in a manner similar to gravity, there's no way in which relative density or whatever other mechanism you propose would work.
How do you know
because
this?
there's no force. There's no force to act.
How do you know this?
It just makes sense, dude. If there's no force to act on something, it doesn't move.
Listen to his question.
Formological affirmative consequent fallacy. The car won't start. Well, it has to be the battery. Well, maybe the key's not in it. Right?
Can I ask a question?
Maybe the starter came undone. You're saying it has to be gravity. That's the same fallacy you just did a few seconds ago. You didn't learn after the first time you use it, so this time you're doing sophistry, right? And we don't appreciate sophistry around here. So if you make a fallacy on accident, right, we'll correct you, and then you say, okay, I will reformulate my argument, and I will make a better argument. You can't just go to the same old thing over and over again, right? You can't say it has to be this. Show me why it has to be this, or don't say that again.
Because there has to be force acting on something to move it.
Okay, Jacob, can I ask a question?
That's a logical
Can
statement.
I ask a question, please? Okay. What will happen if you drop more dense thing in the in the medium in the air?
Sorry?
What will happen if you drop more dense thing than air?
It falls.
More dense thing.
More dense.
Yeah, than air. What will happen? It falls. Why is falling?
Because
why
of gravity.
falling?
Because of
It's not true though.
Gravity.
Because of gravity. You said. Okay. Let's drop less dense thing in air. What will happen?
It rises.
Why?
Well, it only rises to the extent that it's
Why is it rising? Why is it rising?
because it's less dense.
So not gravity.
Listen this now. I ask you very, very precisely. Why less dense things when you left them are going up? Because of density, you said. Because then
in the atmosphere.
But listen, yeah, of course. But listen this. When I ask, listen this. When I ask, what's happened with more dense things? They are not falling down because of density now. They are falling down because of gravity. Listen this. Less dense things, more dense things. You know, less dense things, density. More dense things, gravity. More dense things, density. Less dense things, density. No. Less dense things, density. More dense things, gravity.
Yeah.
Let me test the science document, okay?
Gravity,
let me ask you a question.
acts on
Let me
less
ask you-
dense things.
Hey, bud, hold
I've
on.
just been
Let me ask
asked
you a
two
question.
questions in a row. Can I respond to the first one?
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
So for gases, which is what we're talking about, like it's not really helpful to compare a solid object falling and a gas like rising, because how it works in the atmosphere is things respond. They're held within the influence of gravity, but things spread through like a density gradient. So if you have a helium balloon and you set it off and it rises, they only rise to a certain point, and that's the point at which the air is the same density as the balloon. But the air is the same density as the balloon because the
will explode. But listen this point. This is the best point. All what you are saying now, it's mass attracts mass. Is that true?
Huh?
All what you are saying now, this gravity is that mass attracting mass? Is that one? And look at this now. You are behind 160 years. That's debunked with Einstein. We are not. We don't have force, man. They are saying that.
So
that
force is not a
space of time bending.
Force acts on objects like relative to how much it weighs.
No, gravity is not a force. Gravity is not a force.
Then what is it? Force is just something that acts upon an object. It's by definition a force.
Listen this.
To establish a force.
Listen this quotation. George Musa, astrophysicist. You know that means not Sasha, not me, not you, Jacob. Not that means some famous guy. You know. Listen this quotation. Gravity is not a force.
But you can think of it as a force.
That's an appeal to authority, my guy. That's a logical fallacy.
Oh, really? That's what you
No, if he's a specialist in his field, that's not an appeal to authority. If you go
So
to...
you trust specialists? What's up with that?
Hold on, bro. Yeah, you trust specialists in their field. You don't trust everything he says because
You trust
he's a man.
specialists that match what you believe?
Listen, bro. Listen. If
I'm
you
pretty
go
selective, I'm not gonna lie.
to Jordan B. Peterson, right? He's a famous psychoanalyst. If you talk to him
He's also a fucking
about
idiot.
something...
Oh, you.
Have you read his books?
Jacob, what is your Jacob? What is your
Hold on. Have you read his books?
I've read 12 Rules for Life, and I've watched several of his lectures.
Okay, so you don't like making your bed, you fucking nasty motherfucker? Why wouldn't you make your bed when you get up in the
It's
morning?
not. You don't need a degree to know that making your bed is like a good thing to do.
We're gonna bar.
Okay, so here's the deal, right? You're crazy. You can't even let me explain. If you ask him about psychology, that's within his field, right? Whatever he said, he's probably going to cite some sources right? He's probably going to back it up. But if you ask him about baking, that would be an appeal to authority. Well, Jordan Peterson's a doctor. So when I ask him about baking, he's going to know how much baking soda to put in my muffins. That would be an appeal to authority.
So if I ask an astrophysicist if gravity exists and they say yes, then gravity exists, or what?
No.
But not in your form, man.
Oh,
Not
so
for you.
if they agree with the globe, then it doesn't exist.
Astrophysics.
No, you missed the point. I'll try again. Okay, listen, sir. I'll try again. If you ask someone who's a specialist in their field and they answer you about something that's related to their field, right? That's not a logical fallacy. If you ask someone who's in a separate field, right? Like if you ask an astrophysicist about quantum mechanics, they're probably not going to know what they're talking about, right? So I posted something for you, right? It's just for you, right? And the live stream voice text. Can you see it?
But you're like cherry picking 3 dudes that disagree amongst the vast majority of astrophysicists and astronomers
Sorry,
that do.
sir. Can you define cherry picking? Can you define cherry picking? Can you define cherry picking?
Stuff that favors what you believe.
No,
in opposition of
So that's not what
you're cherry picking. You're cherry picking.
That's not what cherry picking is. Cherry
So you're
picking
saying the
is when
majority of astronomers would say the Earth is flat?
Hold on, bro. Cherry picking is when you take a little piece out of a quote and you remove some of it, and then you present half of it. I've presented the whole thing here.
That's not what cherry picking is.
Yes, it is. It's when you remove something from its context. Now listen to what I'm saying. I've provided the whole damn thing here, so you're more than welcome to go look at the whole thing and show me where something contradicts in the context, right? In the context, within 2 or 3 sentences, and show me where I've cherry picked. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Cherry picking. Noun. The action or practice of choosing and taking only the most beneficial or profitable items, opportunities from what is available. That refers to.
Show me where I've done that out of this text.
In regard to evidence, you're only choosing and taking the most beneficial evidence for your argument against the vast majority of the scientific field, which would agree that the Earth is a globe. You're selecting the very few specialists in the field that would agree with you guys. That's what cherry picking
doesn't prove
is.
anything.
Incorrect. They're actually globers. He's citing globers. He's citing your side. You just don't realize that yet.
Yeah, can you get me? Sorry, do me a favor. Go to Oxford Dictionary or Cambridge and read what it actually says, and not wherever you got that source from.
I mean, that was like the first definition on Google.
Can you dig a little deeper, Sunshine?
Yeah.
Cherry pick. What you want? Like an Oxford Dictionary?
Yeah, because they speak English, right?
Okay. Cherry picking.
They're the ones who give it.
This is Oxford Learner's Dictionary. The act of choosing the best people or things from a group and leaving those that are not so good. And the example is there can be no cherry picking of statistics that happen to support your case. Funny, that's exactly what I said it was.
Okay, so show me where in the text, right? Because I cited the whole thing. You can click on the links and you can go and see the whole thing, right? So show me where I've left out the important part where I want to tell you how great Newtonian physics is. It's the best because we like Newton rather than Einstein. So show me something like that. Show me something that's going against what I'm saying here, because I'm not saying anything, right? This is, professor of physics, the chair of physics at Yale, bro.
I mean, I'm saying something there. I'm saying that for something to move, a force has to act upon it, right?
You're going to have to find him. You're going to find him contradicting himself in the links that I provided. Because hold on, guys. He accused me of cherry picking. Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Show me where I've cherry picked. Show me something to the contrary in the links that I just sent you.
Being very pedantic. I asked a question.
You made a claim that I was cherry picking. I'm asking you to back up your claim. Is that
kind
so
of avoiding
hard to
my
figure
question?
Out? No, sir, no, you made a claim. Did you make a claim that I was cherry picking? Are you the same person?
I take it all back. I take it all back. You didn't cherry pick.
Now address the argument. So what is Professor Shankar saying here? This is the end of Newtonian physics. Is he promoting mass attracts mass here?
Yeah.
What?
Jacob, you promoting
This is
mass
the
attracts mass.
nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. Professor of physics at Yale. Today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. Shoot it
Yeah,
down.
but like, what
Nail in the
specific
coffin.
aspect are they attacking?
It's a similar thing with Newtonian
The
gravity.
Newtonian
We can and do
physics.
Yeah.
He doesn't
So tell
mention
me.
gravity one time in that entire transcript.
What?
It's a similar.
Here, I'll
He's
quote
not talking about gravity.
And what
He's
does
just
this
saying that
mean?
Newton didn't account for like
This is the
relativity
end
and
of
shit.
Newtonian mechanics.
Does Isaac Newton mention
Newton,
gravity?
No, bro.
didn't know that light can be a wave and a particle.
Can you
like
cite your source?
obviously,
That's what he's talking about.
I
Can you cite your
literally
source?
just
That's what
looked
he's
at the
talking about?
thing. I just looked at the fucking transcript. That's the source.
Okay, so what is he saying in this?
He's just, obviously a theory that that is like invented in the 17th century or something is going to have flaws in it, and he's saying flaws such as not accounting for modern day physics, like relativity and shit like that. That's come about recently. Newtonian physics is not a complete model. He's not saying gravity doesn't exist.
One moment. You mentioned relativity.
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, you're the one talking about mass attracting mass. Sorry, I'll be quick.
I never
You're the
said
one talking about. Oh, so you never mentioned gravity, and you never said anything about mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
I mentioned gravity. He didn't.
And mass attracting mass.
You mentioned mass attracting mass, or I wouldn't have brought that up, bro.
Well, no, you guys were like, do you endorse mass attracts mass? Do you endorse mass attracts mass? And I was like,
no,
I guess.
I'm showing you where it's shot down, bro.
No, he doesn't
Nail in the
talk
coffin.
about gravity
This
in
is
that
the end of
lecture.
Newtonian mechanics, bro. You got to be kidding
First
me.
of all,
what is
this isn't a peer-reviewed paper. It's a lecture transcript, which makes it an unreliable source. First of all,
Really?
second of all,
Says who?
it doesn't mention gravity at all.
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. We work at the really is level over here, right? And you said that you need a force in order to make things move. You're talking about Newtonian, mass attracts mass, the force, right?
Yeah.
What else were you talking about? Were you talking about Star Wars? Were you talking about the Star Wars force, or were you talking about Newtonian?
It's still accurate to some degree, though.
You talking about the workforce? What are you talking about, bro?
Just because part of a theory isn't correct and has flaws
This
doesn't
is
mean
the
that other
end
parts
of
of the theory.
Newtonian mechanics.
It's not even a theory.
Cherry picking. Literally, you're reading out the lecture title and
Please go
acting.
back. Please go back
You're
and show
reading
me.
out the title of the
Show me where
lecture
I've cherry
and
picked.
acting like that means gravity is wrong. Like it
Show me where I
looks
cherry
like
picked,
you
bro.
haven't read what you're saying. You just saw the title and
Show
you're like,
me where I
"Oh, this
cherry
is funky."
No.
Okay,
Show me.
you cherry picked.
Oh, wait.
You cherry picked. I am. Let
Yeah,
me speak.
show me where he's
You're
promoting it.
Martin.
You're
Martin.
cherry picking because the
No,
title
he
says
didn't.
the end of
Martin.
Newtonian physics, and you're taking that to mean gravity doesn't exist.
Martin,
He doesn't
stop.
mention
You're going
any
nowhere.
lecture gravity.
That gravity doesn't exist. You'll hear me on here day and night talking about specific gravity.
Martin.
Right?
So you believe in gravity?
Specific gravity. Yeah, I talk about it all the time in here.
So wait, gravity exists.
If you're saying yes, specific gravity exists. Yeah. You can run it through the scientific method and prove it.
Okay. Go explain specific gravity.
Okay, so when
This is the first time I've heard one of you guys say gravity exists in any capacity.
Okay. Yeah, pay attention. So when you release a helium balloon, it rises up because of its relative density, aka specific gravity.
Oh, so wait, it's not actually gravity. It's just your relative
It
density.
is actually gravity. You can Google the term specific gravity.
But you're you like don't realize that relative density needs something to make it like go.
Jacob, listen. Do you even know what the word gravity means?
Would you like a specific definition?
Yeah, show me a definition of gravity.
Yeah, what is... I would like the scientific definition, but even give me your definition.
The definition of gravity is a force that attracts a body towards the center of the earth or towards any other physical body having mass.
Gravity. That's Newtonian, which was debunked by the double slit experiment.
But your like specific, I'm not defining your specific gravity concept. You just said it's relative density. I was asked to define gravity.
How the world works.
Okay. So now the question is, gravity, that's what it means. It's a Latin word for density.
Yeah.
And?
That's what it means. Weight. Density. Weight. It's got nothing to do with no magical unicorn farts or anything like that. It means how dense or heavy the object is.
But are we
What is
speaking
hard to
Latin?
comprehend? Well, you don't know
Yes,
what
you're speaking
You're
Latin
just-
when you say
yes.
gravity.
Like the Latin roots of English words are pretty fucking irrelevant when you're talking about what they actually mean. Like, sure, there can be
It's a
some relation.
It's a scientific term. It is specific. Just like law, science is specific.
Yeah, the definition of gravity in English is a specific definition.
Well, it depends
did
on
I
what
just
kind of
say?
gravity. If you're talking about Newtonian gravity, that's different than Einsteinian gravity, and that's different than dark gravity.
Explain the difference.
That's different. No, bro. No. Did you say same difference? What does that mean?
Explain the difference between Newtonian and Einstein. Dude, you're just pulling words out of your fucking ass.
Be quiet. I thought you said something.
Explain the difference between all those types of gravity that you just so carelessly mentioned.
Let me help you out a little bit here. First of all, Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity have different geometries, so they're not in the same geometry. Secondly, they don't have the same inertial reference frames, so they're completely antithetical to each other.
Explain the difference. So with Newtonian,
Hank, you're roboting, bro.
It's spooky action.
You're roboting, Hank.
What?
I think Hank's not coming through. All right, listen. You're going to invoke this gravity, and you don't even know what gravity is. You don't. You don't. You don't
I do know what gravity is.
No, you don't. Shush. I'm
In
speaking.
regards to this argument,
Shush. I'm speaking,
Okay.
dude. There's like 5 different types of gravity. 5 different imaginary fucking conceptions and abstract fucking
Can you name
bullshit
all
of
5 of them,
gravity.
please?
Yeah, name them.
Yeah.
No, I want you to name them because
He was asking you.
You're the listen to me.
You made the claim
gonna
the
help
burden of proof is on you.
Oi, fuckface. Listen and shut the fuck up.
Jacob, you don't have to
You're
share
the
your pain
one-
with the rest of the room.
You're the
Sorry?
you're the one that wants to invoke this special retardation. You learn about it. I've already learned about it. I'm telling you. Go research it.
I want to be an
Okay, if you've already learned about it, then I humbly request that you educate me.
Jacob, you didn't know what gravity was, right? We schooled you on it.
When?
And then you asked, what's the difference between the two, right?
I'm interested.
So when did they ever proven this magical thing you
That's
call
what I said.
gravity? When
Okay,
is it ever been
here's a
proven?
simple experiment you can do. All right.
Mm.
Are you guys like you're sitting at your desk, right?
No.
Yeah, you pick up a pen, right, and you drop it.
Is
So
that-
for
that-
something
that-
for something
that-
to
that doesn't happen by
move,
itself.
force needs to act on it.
Nothing doesn't happen by itself.
Who did that, Jacob? Which force was used? Which energy was used to pick up that pen?
Sorry, take
The energy generated by the mass of the Earth.
Which energy was that, or something else was happening? taking that pen. It was your
Yeah, you did it.
or something happened.
You picked it up, you put it on the side, and you dropped it.
Guys,
You
let me
fucking
tell you
idiot.
Okay. You said something about the 5 types of gravity. I want to hear.
Can you hear me better now?
Hank, you're roboting a little bit, bro.
Can you hear me better now?
Why are you not telling me about the 5 types of gravity,
Martin,
man?
can you shut up, please, and let Hank speak?
Jacob.
I just want to hear the 5 types
Right.
of gravity.
So Newtonian, right? Spooky action at a distance, right? The spooky action at a distance, it's simultaneous, right? All over the universe. So the gravity moves faster than the speed of light. That's against Einstein. In Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. Right? So that doesn't work out. Einstein is for space. You've heard of space-time. You've heard of space-time, I'm sure. Sorry, bro. Can you not interrupt me while I'm explaining that you asked me to explain?
You just stated something that's not right.
What's
that?
not right?
A mass,
You don't have to talk over anyone
something
else.
with mass can't move faster than the speed of light. Does gravity have mass?
Gravity.
Yeah, no.
Gravity is a force, therefore you can't measure its speed. It's like everywhere.
Gravity's not a
don't make
force.
stuff up,
Demonstrate
Jacob.
that to you, Jacob.
Don't make
So
stuff up.
gravity
Hank was
is not a
correctly-
solid object, therefore you can't measure
Yeah,
its
don't make stuff up.
speed.
It's also not
Yeah,
a force.
you're making stuff up now, right? According to your model, Hank was correct. Okay, don't make stuff up. Learn
And,
your
and
model
what,
and then come
like
back.
specifically, what was you correct about?
Hey, bro, shh, be quiet. Stanford at addiction. Let's see. Action at a distance in quantum mechanics. I'm looking for it in Newtonian physics. Let's see. Modern physics.
You said before, you can't.
Right.
It's not
So
physical, so you can't measure it.
Instantaneous, right? Sorry, just real fast. Instantaneous. Is that faster than the speed of light? Look what I posted here. And it's Wikipedia, right? But this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
It doesn't matter if it's
What do you mean it
faster
doesn't
than
matter?
the speed
You
of
asked
light
me to-
because
Yes,
gravity's
it
not
do-
like an object. It's not a thing.
So it
it's
doesn't
a
matter.
force.
It doesn't matter in Einsteinian
not a
that
force.
something moves faster than the speed of light. Is that
No,
what you just
objects can't move faster than the speed of light, but like forces aren't objects.
Gravity's not a force.
So the speed of light is irrelevant.
Yeah, but
it's not.
good.
Alright, let's say, okay, let's ignore
Hank,
Newton shit,
Hank.
alright?
Nothing moves.
Gravity is
One moment,
change in
guys.
space-time, right?
Martin,
yeah,
you can go
guys.
next, dude. Just chill out.
Yeah, I want to say that he mentioned so many times gravity is a force that I got tired of it, and I really want to go into this. Do you know the main construct of a field, sir?
And what like reference, like a football field? Because that's some white painted lines. Or...
No. Magnetic field, electric field, electrostatic field.
Okay, what's the question?
What is
the
the
definition of
basic
field?
construct of a field? Of this kind of field in which a force manifests and exists.
Stand by while we get it, Google.
What? What are you
You
trying to
don't find it
ask?
in
Stand by
Google.
while Jacob Googles.
Yeah, I am asking you specific questions, scientific.
What is the
What
basic
is
construct
the
of a field?
Basic construct, yes, of a field. Like
Can you
a
describe it?
magnetic field, electric field, electrostatic
They all have
field,
field lines.
in which you
Martin,
need a field to have a force, yeah? You need to have a field in which this force manifests and exists. And the field requires a certain construct.
Space.
Like the vectors in which it acts?
No.
Okay, what is it?
The vectors do exist in a field, but
Oh, okay,
you have
thank
to
you.
tell me what causes the vectors.
What do you mean?
What
That's like saying what caused the universe. Like they just exist.
So
That's a dumb question. In the concept of a field, vectors have to exist. You can't have a field without the without vectors being involved.
No,
you can't ask me what causes vectors.
Yeah, the charge dictates the vector. You can't have the vector without the charge in an electric field. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but the vector's the basic construct in the sense that it's the way in which the charge acts.
Without the charge?
Do you have
without
any
the charge
without vector?
Can you have a vector? Yes.
It's certainly not quantifiable. You asked me the basic construct. Like, that's a very subjective question. I answered that in the sense that
basic.
I answered that in the. I answered that.
You didn't.
Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak?
Once again.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
So I answered the question, what is the basic construct of a field? In that, the basic construct is like something that you can't measure or the thing can't do anything without. Like, if a field doesn't have vectors involved, then like you have no way in which to quantify how it acts. Therefore, it is the basic construct. Everything in a field acts around the construction of vectors.
Yeah, what gives you the vectors?
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. But what's your point?
You don't understand either.
No, I get your point. The vectors in a field arise from charge, but you can't measure a field without vectors. Therefore, without any method to quantify it, you couldn't
What causes the vector? What causes the vector? That is the question.
I fail to see how this relates to the point.
Remember how you said answer the question. Do you know the answer? Yes or no? And then
answer the question. You've clearly not listened to me.
My original question, yeah. What was my original question to you?
What is the basic construct of vectors? I mean, of fields?
Not vectors, of a field. Yeah?
Okay.
Because the vectors, they exist in a field.
But if you wanted me to say charge, then you should say what causes fields. Not what is the basic construct.
Well, it's the same, yeah. Construct.
No, it's not.
What causes the field?
Answer that.
It
answer
is.
that.
No, it's not. No.
What causes fields is charge. What causes fields is charge.
That's
the
all
basic
I'm
construct
hearing.
is vectors.
Okay. And
then you're not listening.
Yes, we are. It's recorded.
Try listen better, dude. If that's all you're hearing.
You keep saying you don't understand anything that we are saying. You stupid idiot.
So emotional.
So the field has a.
We're not giving you an inch here, okay? Because you are not saying one thing that's relative to the subject.
Dude, we were having a decent conversation until you spoke. Just like.
Actually, no, we're not.
Bro, actually, we were having a decent conversation till you came in here, because when someone cites their source, that's
You're having a
generally
decent
accepted in
conversation
academia.
until someone challenges
You
you.
interrupt everyone.
Do not overtalk me, sir. What I was saying was is that when you're in academia and you cite your source, that's not a logical fallacy. You're supposed to cite your source when you quote someone, because you have to give them the credit, right? You can't just go around stealing the credit like Einstein. That's not how academia works, sir.
Yeah, but your source was the title of this non-peer-reviewed lecture that he gave. There was nothing within the lecture that proved your argument.
So, back to my question.
That's not true. That's not true. The title just happens to be the whole fucking argument in the paper and what he's talking about.
But it's not relevant to gravity.
Really? This is the
He
end
just
of
can say
Newtonian
whatever he wants,
mechanics.
guys.
He doesn't mention gravity
makes
one
no
time in
sense
the
that we're
entire
actually-
lecture.
What is Newton known for? Is he known for his work in the Book of Revelation?
I'd say he's known for his 3 laws.
Newton is known for
his laws of gravitation, right?
No, it's laws of physics.
His laws of physics. Is that what Newton's known for? His laws of physics.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have anything to do with gravity?
It could.
It could.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
He's a relative truther, guys.
Oh my god!
But just because some aspects of a 400-year-old theory. Hey, so you guys complain whenever I like mildly interrupt.
Something else that was directly.
We complain because you don't listen to anything we have to say.
You ignored it, Jacob. So we cited you something, then we gave you George Mooser on a Fight the Flat Earth channel, your team, and you ignored that as well. So what do you want, buddy? We're trying to give you everything you need. You're just ignoring stuff at this point.
What have you cited, sir? Did you make any claims and back anything up? You've accused us of doing several things over and over again. Have you actually validated any of the claims that you've made in here? No, you can't, right? Because if you did, you would call it cherry picking. I can't validate my claims because I've already accused them. When they do that, it's cherry picking. So if I do it, then it's cherry picking. So I'm just gonna bloviate a whole bunch of hot air into the microphone until they kick me out.
Would you say that the minority of physicists or astrophysicists or astronomers, the minority Earthers.
Consensus doesn't prove anything, Jacob.
Is that an appeal to consensus? That's a logical fallacy, bro.
Yeah,
majority.
Look. Okay, hold on. Listen. Why do you keep on talking about astrophysicists and all this dumb shit when it's a pseudoscience when you're talking about the place that you live on? Stop.
Because you guys cited astrophysicists. You fucking moron.
Finish, Jacob.
Listen, Dipstick. So we are talking about the Earth, the place that you live on.
Mm-hmm.
You are invoking all these mystical forces. If you cannot do an experiment to show your mystical force, then it doesn't exist.
That's not an experiment. Okay, sir, we're going to have to test your science acumen. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment? What are the three things that you need to conduct a hypothesis test?
Independent variable, dependent variable, and isn't there usually 6 parts? Like question, hypothesis, experiment, observation, analysis, conclusion.
Okay, a question. Why are boobs good? So we're going with your science.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with science, does it? So in natural science, we observe a natural phenomenon, right? So what is your naturally observed phenomenon in this pin dropping?
Would you like me to frame it in
don't frame it. Just give me the naturally observed phenomenon. Just tell me what's your naturally observed phenomenon.
Things falling.
So you observe things falling. And what's the cause of that? What's the cause?
Gravity.
Okay, so how do you turn off gravity to test and see if it's the cause? Because you have to manipulate your independent variable.
The fact that you can't turn it off kind of proves it exists, no?
No. According to Karl Popper, if you have something that's truly science, it has to be falsifiable. Now, you may have heard of Karl Popper, right? He's not just your average rank and file scientist. So let me post something for you, right, from Karl Popper. It's going to help you understand. You can't just say, well, maybe it's the green grass on the dark side of the moon, and the fact that you can't disprove it, that's the reversal of burden of proof fallacy, what you just did just now. So according to Karl Popper, he believed that the criteria of the scientific status of a theory is its falsifiability, or its refutability, or its testability. A theory or idea shouldn't be in scientific unless it could be, in principle, proven false.
Okay. So he said testability. You can test it by dropping something. It can be proven false by saying if you drop something, it doesn't fall.
Jacob, we're trying to walk through the scientific method here, one step at a time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Hank.
Okay, so let me explain to you how it works. Say a caveman sees the water boiling, right? He hypothesizes maybe the cause is heat. So the dependent variable, which is the natural observed phenomenon, we're talking about natural science, is the water boiling. What is the cause? He says maybe it's heat. So he goes to the ocean, he gets water, he adds heat, it boils. He takes away the heat, it stops boiling. He adds the heat, it boils again. So the heat is his independent variable, that thing which you must manipulate in order to establish a cause and effect relationship. So what is the cause
You're
of water?
again, Hank.
Oh,
He's fine for me.
how about now?
But essentially, you're just affirming the consequent. If there's gravity, we would see pens fall. We see pens fall, therefore gravity is proven. But this is so dumb that I could say invisible unicorns make the pen fall. We see the pens fall, therefore we proved invisible unicorns are making the pens fall. It's not logical. It's not a proof of anything. It's certainly not scientific.
But
Nor is dropping
like you could call gravity invisible unicorns and it would still act in the same way. Like it doesn't matter what you call it; it has to exist for things to fall.
Or you could call it specific gravity, right? And you could actually do a scientific experiment on this. Okay, so let's say
I'm going fucking insane. Holy shit!
Because I'm about to destroy your premise.
You realize that
Be quiet.
Words that are coming out of Hank's mouth, please.
Yeah, try not to spiral on air, okay? So let's say you have an apple, right? And you see it drop from the tree. The atmosphere wasn't dense enough to hold it up, but it fell in a pail of water, which is, right? And so it doesn't sink to the bottom of the pail, right? So then if you were to manipulate the independent variable, which is the medium that causes things to rise or sink, and you take the water out, it'll go to the bottom of the pail. And then you add water, and then guess what? It rises to the top. You take the water away, it falls again. It sinks, right? So what causes the apple to rise and fall? Is it gravity? Well, we can't manipulate that. But what we can do is manipulate its relative density. So we can't manipulate the mass attracting mass because the Earth's mass is too big and we can't do that. Well, how about the bending and warping of space-time? That's a concept. We can't move that either. It's metaphysical. It's non-physical. We can't manipulate non-physical things. Like you can't manipulate my idea of liberty, right? Or justice, right? Those are concepts. You can't manipulate those. But you can manipulate the medium that something is in. And when you do, you manipulate the relative density, right? Because as the medium changes, so does the relativity. Like earlier when you were talking about the relative gas pressure. It's the very same thing that you started off the conversation with. So what did we prove just now? Things sink and they rise due to the medium that they are in and the relative density, also known as specific gravity. Thank you.
He rage quit.
Oh, how sad for him. His feelings are exposed.
The picture I posted while you were talking, it was too much.
It was too much for him, huh? Let me go check.
Good job, guys.
He'll be back. He's just saying we're living rent free. That's obviously a projection. He's over there spiraling.
I think I posted it in the wrong place. It's in the right place now.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not there, bro.
Well, never mind. It was all you, Hank.
I saw it now. I would like that you spoke with him, Elijah. I don't know why. We just need to calm down. There was too much people talking, but this guy was just off tap. He's just gravity.
Oh, but I didn't say gravity. You guys said gravity.
But then later he explained what it is. He's dropping stuff from the table.
Did anyone listen to the recording that I did?
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
He goes, you can't test it because it's a non-physical thing. So then how do you attribute a physical thing to a non-physical thing, you idiot?
I hope he comes and he brings science with him because we're open to a different experiment that might prove something different. Yeah, but you can't just drop something and call that science.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how natural science works. You have to make an independent variable, and I probably should cite my source for that, just so we're all clear.
And we got someone new. Carl.
At least if he said Cavendish, for example, but he said dropping the pen. Oh my god! Like, come on.
Carls, are you there? You have an open mic.
Enemy spotted.
Hello. Hello. All right.
He's there.
Oh wait.
Not there.
He's there. He lit up for a sec.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, we'll come back to you here in just a minute. Lucifer, I see you're new too. Hello. Lucy? Fur? Hello? Hi. We're all nice people here. Just don't get on our bad side.
Is it too much to ask people to be honest and cite their sources and back up their claims?
Yes.
We would love it.
I mean, we really are nice people.
It requires research.
We really are nice people, but if you're going to come in here and just, bloviate and foam at the mouth with verbal diarrhea right, without backing up, you're just going to come in here and, blurt out a whole bunch of stuff that you can't verify or prove.
We are not your physicians. We do not prescribe medication.
Yeah.
Now, if you come in here with facts that we can verify, we will gladly take a look at those facts and or sources that you may have cited. We will gladly entertain any scientific hypothesis. Any scientific
We want something new.
Backing up people's claims.
It's the same thing over and over.
Old story.
But if you come in here with a just so story, I'm just going to consider it poetry, right?
You know the funniest thing is there's balls everywhere, but the universe is flat. That's funny too. I love that.
Oh my gosh! Right?
Well,
right? Well, no. These balls are just laying on top of the flat thing, like a bed, and then they seep down like memory foam. That's it. Yep. That's all it is. It's memory foam in space.
Yep. And the vacuum expands, which is it's oxymoronic.
Yes.
I know you guys doing this for years now, because I'm doing it with you here also. But yeah, you have to put your seatbelts on because we still have 6 billion of them to go through, or 7 billion. Whatever.
I need a helmet.
There.
And maybe a pacifier so I can shove it in their mouth.
I need a hazmat suit for all the verbal diarrhea I got to trudge through just to get like a point across without getting interrupted, because people just being here like blah, 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 blah. It has to be. It has to be. There's no other reason. Why is it Photoshop? Because it has to be. Why would they lie? Because they have to. They can't tell the truth. The truth is not in them.
Force. But the gravity is the force.
The galaxy looks like a freaking flat disc. What the fuck?
Yeah, bro. That's what they say. In the scientific papers, they say that the universe is flat.
Yeah.
How is there a flat universe?
I heard they've been changing it to now saying that it's not flat, bro. You know what experiment they did to come across this new knowledge?
Oh shit, who knows? Please.
Where's the crickets? Hey, can I get a crickets? There's no experiment. They just changed their mind based on philosophical stuff.
Damn it.
There we go.
Got my hopes up.
Because if the flat spacers are correct, then the flat earthers might also be correct. So they just changed it based on their philosophy. That's why I say this is it's a religiosophy. It's part religion, part philosophy.
And why aren't the galaxies spherical? That's a good point.
Yeah, because all that gravity, you would expect that it would look like some sort of like the old atom models. Just a lot more.
Hank,
I thought about that too, actually, Drace. Why isn't the galaxy spherical? And I think they portray them like a disk because of the polarity of magnetic fields. All these imaginary balls, they have a north and south. They have a magnetic field.
Yeah, I disagree with a lot of stuff that the Thunderbolts project says, but I cannot deny the amount of Birkeland currents that they point out that's up there. So I don't know a whole lot about a Birkeland current. I just know that he predicted that they would be there, and they're everywhere up there.
The next thing that they're going to introduce is ether. That's going to be the new thing. That's why I sent you that excerpt from that book, Hank.
Oh, I didn't get it. What was it?
Oh, they're going to introduce ether as their new sort of gravity thing, which has been here for a while. But they threw that out because they wanted people to believe in magical flying balls. So now, because you've got all these dark matter and dark gravity, whatever they want to name it, they can't prove it. So they're going to flip that in.
Oh, that's what you sent me in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember now.
Yeah. So, and I've got like all the books like that, and when they truly speak about it, it's not. It's a medium that is which is air. It's the same thing, but you have to throw that out because that makes it so it's flat and stationary, and that actual medium is acting upon the earth, the ether, what they call now air.
Well, if we're bringing ether back, then we got to bring back Michelson Morley.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, it's hard to prove it because if you prove it, then it will be like having a Kalashnikov machine gun and firing bullets on automatic fire. And those bullets should be orbiting one around the other, spin around each other.
Hey, let me help these new people, right? So let's say I make the claim that the Kalashnikov or the AK-47 is one of the most reliable weapons known to man. I should then be able to back that claim up by demonstrating how reliable it is by shooting it underwater, dropping it in the mud, picking it up and shooting it, then dropping it in sand and picking it up and shooting it, and then putting it back in the water and picking it up and shooting it. Right? So if I make that claim, right, I should be able to back up that claim. Now, if I say that the, what is it, the 14? Yeah, the 14s in Vietnam, what were they called?
Oh,
the M14, yeah. If I claim that the M14 is just as reliable, right, I should be able to back it up and demonstrate it, right? Most importantly, it should be falsifiable, right? But here's the thing. If you drop those in the swamp and you drop them in the mud, they're not as reliable.
You're dead.
So
you don't even get to think about being... You don't even get to think about if it's reliable or not. You're dead. Yeah. The U.S. soldiers were actually very careful with their machine guns in the Vietnam War.
And at 500 meters, the M14 is much more reliable.
Yeah.
It does matter what you mean by reliable. I'll give you that. They're very accurate, and their reliability, as far as accuracy, is really high. I'll give you that. But in a place like Vietnam, I've heard firsthand experience that these soldiers were dropping their 14s and picking up AKs.
Yeah, when you go in a place like shooting polygon, like a special warehouse, big covered, there's concrete on the floor, epoxy floor and stuff like that. Yeah, they are very good at shooting targets and stuff. But if you go in the woods, that's it.
They shoot very, very far over a flat plane.
That's right. Yeah, I'm just trying to demonstrate that you can make claims and back them up. It is possible if what you're talking about is true.
So you guys got some trolls in here. No one wants to talk.
Well, we had many.
The one topic that all the trolls come out together for. It's Halloween every day here.
Yeah. Never ending. We have to go through all this 7 billion times.
$8 billion.
Yeah, maybe 8.
8 trillion.
And imagine 1 billion is Hindu, so we need to learn Indian language. Then another billion are Chinese.
Yeah, then you got like 5,000 dialects in India, and then the other 5,000 in China. So you've got like 5 million fucking languages, and nobody understands anybody anymore. Doesn't matter if they're speaking the same language. It's just
yeah.
Bro. I just sent you something in the DMs, Get.
Oh, wait, I'll have a look.
Yeah. I've had that book for a while. It's from like the 1880s. So these guys knew what they were doing back then. But apparently now we don't know what we're doing.
Oh my god.
I should scan it and like send it to you if you want.
Ammonia.
Yeah, they've got some awesome things in there, bro. Like when I read it like years and years ago, I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Whoa. This is very interesting. $1,065, $1,068. German Pharmacopoeia.
The scientific method says ask a question. Really? What's 2 plus 2? Is that science? Are we sciencing now? Are we science tards? Don't be a science tard, kids. Natural science deals with natural phenomenon. You have to make an observation. Right? What's the cause of that observation? You do ask questions, but you're going to need to make an observation first. You can't just go around like asking questions like, why did Leonardo da Vinci like paint his Cesar Borgia boyfriend and say that that was Jesus? Are we doing science yet? Right? Or why did Michelangelo put like hidden messages in his paintings? Is that science? Are we doing science now? Or why did Prince wear purple? Is it because he thought he was royalty? Is that science? No, you have to observe a natural phenomenon first. Stay on track. Right? After you observe a natural phenomenon, then you got to figure out what might the cause be. Then you can ask educated questions, right? Because that's the whole point. You can't just ask stupid questions like, why are boobs good? Why is the grass green? You have to observe something first. That's why your scientific method stinks.
Hey, ballers. Got a question for you. How many degrees of resolution do you need to see the curvature? 180? That's half a circle.
I would say 2 or 3 degrees tops.
Right?
Because if you're looking down a straight, narrow
at least 15 degrees
pathway, you could probably get, like less than the moon width and make an observation. That'd be a really high zoom. Yeah, it would be like 83 zoom at least, right? The P90 can zoom in on the moon and have the moon take up the full picture. So yeah.
But listen this experiment.
Less than 5.
Okay, can experiment what the guy said. I have really now in my hand the pen. I drop the pen falling onto my table, gravity. Earth is a globe, man.
Oh, it all makes sense now. Because I can drop my pen. I can just say whatever I want to after that.
No, I prove it first gravity. If we have gravity, then it's globe. It's obviously, it's connected.
Oh, I get it. It bends away from you like a paper towel roll in all directions. I got it, but you can't see the actual art.
No, what he means is if you state something that's true, then whatever else you say after that automatically has to be true, right? So they killed Kenny, therefore Cartman's mom is a whore. That follows, right?
That's that logic, yeah.
They think a word is proof of something. It's like me saying, I'm going to give a unicorn example. So we made the word up unicorn. We've defined it. So a unicorn is a horse with a horn on its head and it's got wings.
I think it's not only a verb. It's not only a verb.
That's how these guys think. So therefore now unicorns exist.
But it's more like it's even more than spiritual thing, man. They are believing so much in that it's more than spiritual. How to say? More than God.
It's bad, but they've latched onto something that you can't prove. Just because there is a word for and it describes a unicorn doesn't mean that there is unicorns. You cannot find one. You cannot see one. You can there isn't any. It's the same with the gravity, whatever they perceive it to be. It's not science. It's got nothing to do with anything.
I like that we cited always what is pseudoscience, because there is written what is scientific method inside of that definition. That's good. You know, inside of pseudoscience definition, it's written scientific method. That I like. But it's written that it's opposite of. They're only saying pseudoscience, nothing wrong with that. But it's not science.
Yeah, replace the science with morals, and then people still don't understand. You know, you have morals, and then you have pseudo morals, or morals that only suit your own needs. So it's like one of these things to where, you know, the pseudoscience only suits the needs of those that have made an assumption with no actual proof. So they have to come up with calculations to prove the curvature instead of, you know, just showing us the curvature.
So, does anybody else find it strange that that young man that was in here for the past hour, he perfectly explained the difference between absolute pressure and relative pressure, which I'm sure everybody in here knows what that means, right? You really don't have 33 psi in your tire, right? You got to add also the absolute pressure, which is, it's going to be closer to 50. I think I said 60 last time. That's wrong. Anyway, 50 is the answer. That's the absolute pressure inside the tire. But the relative pressure is 33 to 35. So how could he understand that so well that he was educating us on that? Pretty good, might I add. He got it right. But he can't understand relative density because there has to be gravity involved. And when you say prove it, what has he got? Nothing. There's absolutely nothing to prove that you need gravity. And in this case, we're going to say one of the three of their gravities to prove our gravity, which you can do with a scientific experiment.
Well, Hank, you got to realize too that their gravity is the reason why that air pressure is inside that tire, not because of the rubber. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say the rubber is the reason why it's inside the tire, right? Because without the rubber, the tire, it would fuck off. You can air up a rim all day long. Yeah,
exactly.
I think I tried it for a few minutes after I popped my first bike tire. I kept on pumping and was like, man, this thing is filling up.
Or it's even worse when the rubber's intact, yet the shell is cracked, you know, the rim. So, you know, never mind. I'm not, Just think about it with the fucking plate tectonics, guys. It's a fucking theory.
I would like to see a model of some bowl tectonics. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's the name of my pipes, man. Tectonic bowls.
Especially on that geoid, that's not even perfectly spherical.
Yeah, that thing looks like a rotten potato.
But not from space.
Wait a minute, you talking about the potato Earth? Actually, that thing looks like a jawbreaker you used to get from the 25-cent machine. Stick it in your jaw and then go ride your bicycle to the skate park, and then, you know, you spit the damn thing out, and it's all like, you know, rolled up looking. That's what it looks like.
No, everyone saw how it looks like. It's perfect ball. You can see now. It's 24/7 live stream from ISS. You cannot see any other shape. It's perfect ball.
You notice how they hate it when we reference their guys? Like, they're like, wait a minute, you can't do that. You can't use this guy as a hostile witness. I'm like, oh, really? We can't, huh? Why not?
You know what? I'm gonna.
Time for another round of who's going under the boat.
You know what I want to do? I want to prepare. Actually, I'll do it. Prepare a lawsuit. I want to take it into court, bro. This is getting out of hand. Like, it's ridiculous.
I think we need
supposition either prove the curvature or pay me.
Yeah.
For deceiving. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I'm one of the because this is it's way out of whack. If people don't start doing this, it's gonna keep on going. Sorry, Dress, go ahead, bro.
Plus, in US,
I just think we need to put these conversational maxims in front of these globers before the conversation starts, just to like fix up the quality of the conversations, because they just go all off the handle. I can post them here real quick, so I don't have to take up the airtime.
You know, I do realize that a lot of these Globers come here thinking that, you know, we're just misunderstanding on something and they just have to explain it about 25 times until we go, oh, that's what it is. How did I forget, you know?
Yeah. We didn't even speak. We didn't speak with him, with that Jacob, about flat Earth. We spoke about gravity all 2 hours.
Yeah, because they can't keep their God's name out of their mouth, right?
Yeah,
How do you make Spaceballs? Right, gravity.
Right.
So he couldn't even.
Yeah, they don't understand that the heliocentric model is an esoteric teaching.
Yeah. He kept on spinning out. How do we stay on the ground? How am I on the ground? I'm like, bro, you're on the ground. You're on the ground. He's freaking out. Like
something's keeping me down.
Yeah, like
well, do
something's
you have
gonna
wings?
resolve him, and he's
It's
gonna.
the white man trying to keep you down, bro. That's why you're on the ground. It's that white man gravity. It has to be, right? It has to be. Because the white man's not for keeping a brother down. Right?
Yeah, but why are birds on the ground? Because they're not flying.
Yeah.
It's that white man gravity.
Everything was good till that debunking Einstein stuff. We had that good gravity keeping us down. Now we have fucking keeping us down space time. How to understand that? At least we could understand something is pulling down.
Yeah, it went from a force pulling us down to we're being pushed down.
Yeah. And freedom is stretching, is not bending. That's it also. If you didn't, I calculated in last 100 years that freedom it's stretching is not bending like time.
Well, you know how they say space-time continuum or space-time fabric or whatever, space-time whatever mumbo-jumbo smoke? Well, the thing is I know that time is money. So if they want to keep you down based on time, that's just a thing to program you to say, yeah, you need to just sit there and work your 40 hours a week.
Yeah, it's another concept, time. There's a maxim, what is it for the scientific method? So the maxim is...
And all this speed, Igor, with all this speed that we are going, where the fuck we are going? we will never stop, you know?
Yeah, I get that, bro. The maxim is you have to be outside the whole of the system to know what the system is doing. So nobody can get out of the system to see the system. You can only do partial stuff in the system.
But if you cannot go out of the system, can you say that system is closed?
That's what I'm saying. But this is it's a scientific maxim. So you have to be outside the system to know the system. So we can't get out of the system, so we can't talk about this fucking airy-fairy,
And they even saying that they can go out, but nobody listening.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
They're even saying
in the system, we can boil water, we can pump up stuff, we can get gases, but we cannot speak anything out of the system because we cannot land on a sun, we cannot land on a moon, we cannot go anywhere.
And we can imagine that it's flat in this system.
Well,
because it's moving, we can only imagine that it's flat. But that's the logic, man. You can only imagine that Earth is flat. That's what you're seeing. That is imagination. That's because reality is something what you cannot perceive.
It's ridiculous, bro. Like
reality is refracted. That's the problem. Reality is optical, and then it's fucking up here.
Yeah, then you just become a fucking sophist or a fucking, solipsist or something. It's when I hear these guys, they're worse than like these, preachers. Oh, I've got no
And
words.
he's laughing in background, like, look at these retards. I'm so intelligent, and they're so stupid, and showing them how they are stupid, and everybody, and I cannot understand, man, that kind of position,
It's.
Well, they have to come from that angle. Where else are they going to get their confidence from?
Yeah, but we don't need to speak about gravity. Let's say, okay, that's all right. Okay, gravity exists. Okay, but where is fucking curvature?
Yeah, again, even if you were to admit the gravity, they still don't have the ball.
Yeah, because that gravity will conform the ball. Okay, great. It will protect us also. Great. The gases will not go out. Great. But where is curvature then?
Where?
To be sphere, of course. Because sphere is sphere. Like, I show you the car and say, this is airplane, man. But where are the wings? Well, guys, wings. You don't need wings for airplane, man. It's it's written Boeing 777 on car. What do you want more than this? Is it written in every books? We have in every school. It's globe. What the fuck you want to see in nature globe? Are you kidding? That's the logic. And the best thing is that globe. What they are selling down. It's written. It's not for the educational things. All right, great.
Yeah, but they won't read that. They won't turn the thing and look at it upside down and read because they don't understand even English. They can't read. They'll look at the ball, but they won't turn it upside down and say, "This is not. It's not real. It's not a proper depiction."
Conspiracy theorists, blah blah blah. That somebody put that like an argument. You are conspiracy theorist. No, man, water cannot be conspiracy. Goodbye. This is not John Kennedy story. This is water. Let's see what water is doing. If water is, want to deceive us, that means that water is have so power that we cannot know. But water is natural only state, nothing else. At least I know.
Yep.
You know what pisses me off the most? It's when they ask, why would they lie? So you're asking somebody that is not lying about something why somebody else is lying. So if just say Hank killed Sasha, and then I ask Drace why Hank killed Sasha. I don't ask Hank. I'm going to ask Drace. What the fuck are you asking me what other people like?
No, the guy is not dead. That's the point.
No, it's retarded.
We have the dead body. Why somebody killed him? We don't know why somebody killed him. That means guy is not dead.
Yeah, but the point is, you don't ask somebody else why somebody did something. Why? I'm going to ask, Hank, why did you do it?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to ask somebody else.
But
my answer's going to be, obviously, he made me do it. He broke into my house in the middle of the night and tried to steal my children.
Well, that's fair enough then. But no, but you get what I mean, though, bro. You know, if there's a killer there, you ask the killer why he did it. You don't ask some dude that is not there why somebody did something.
With simple words, it's like this. We go outside on the beach. We see so that water is flat. Or saying that it's curved. That's it, No more discussion, Water is there, but you can speak about everything what you want. That's the dead body, that flat water, No, let's see, why would they lie about that flat water? Man, it's flat water there.
Yes, why would they lie? I asked, why would they not? Why would they lie when that's all that they got?
I hope you like games, because they're playing games with us.
Because guys was saying that's if we realize why they're lying, then we can maybe put the argument that Earth is flat,
Liars lie because they know the truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't lie. Otherwise, it's not a lie. It's simple.
Yeah, it's not a lie. Everybody's confused. Nobody knows what is true, and we still need to find out what is the truth. But you are not presenting anything, because you don't know. Also, but that is fear. That's the problem. If it's fear, show me.
We could write a book on excuses Glover has made.
Big. Ron Jeremy fallacy. Next. Because you're not. Snoop Dogg fallacy. Next.
If Earth is sphere, how could be flat?
I heard that one actually.
Well, you see, it's all just a simulation, right? And I'm going to go with the middle of the road fallacy this time. It's both a sphere and it's flat.
If Earth is a flat, Earth is flat. If Earth is flat, then how come I can't see something far?
And if they're always going to accuse us of cherry picking, why do they always say stuff like, I'm going to drop this pencil and prove that the Earth is a globe? That's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You're taking the information and you're painting the target over it to prove what you're trying to prove. That's not how that shit works.
Or if Earth is flat, why is curving everywhere?
You can't paint the target on the data and be like, see?
Like, look, it's curving here, it's curving there, and you are saying that it's flat. Are you dumb? Are you retarded? Look, I show you there every inch. I show you with all data, and you don't believe still.
I know you globetards are listening. Why don't you guys come in here and provide evidence for your curve? Come on in. I know you're listening. You always listen. Like, what else would you be doing with your life? Like procreating? Come on. Get serious, guys.
You can't see Jason and Jets because they're behind the curve, so there.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me.
What they're scared of? They're scared of the flat Earth.
You know what? The flat Earth is very terrifying. I have to agree with that.
Do you know what will happen if flat earthers take the lead of the everything? It's done, man. It's over.
Oh man, the cities would dissolve, and everybody would have their own land, and everybody would produce their own stuff, and everybody would trade with the barter system and use silver as a medium of exchange.
Maybe we will believe in one God. Can you imagine that? That will be so bad, man. In one, only one.
And we wouldn't need Fauci's.
And listen, this we will not need anymore to spend money. This 60 million per day, every day.
That's just NASA.
Okay.
There's like 72 other fucking other corporations that are like NASA.
Yeah,
72.
only. Let's do like
Imagine
this.
if they spent. Imagine if they spent that 70 million a day feeding poor and homeless people.
No, imagine this. If they say like this, okay, let's do like this because we want to first to give this money to our country because we want to have our country rich and big and important, and we will stop for 20 or 30 years the all space things, and then when we grow up totally, when we are all satisfied like country, we'll use all this money for hospitals, everything, and then we will start again for the space program.
No, you can't have that. You need people to suffer. People need to ask what has any type of space bullshit contributed to us.
No, we got for humanity because for the space. 30 years is nothing, Let's sacrifice 30 years of our money for the good for people, and then we will continue for the space program, the next 1,000 years,
The only thing I know of for sure, like that was something aimed to help humanity, was the hydroponics and the fuck did they call it? The growing of insulin crystals and low gravity fucking parabolic flight thing or whatever tends to cause larger crystals to form.
Yeah, but all of that research was all just funded by NASA, not actually NASA.
But nothing ever came from it. It's just we know that.
Let's now count accomplishments. All this money was spent in the last 50, 60 years, and now what we let's make conclusion.
Well, it's the Third Reich, right? Because the Third Reich is the extension of the Nazi rocket program, right? And we've been using that. We've been using that all over the world, right? Because we definitely benefited from World War II after we confiscated the Nazi scientists, right? And the Nazis won the war and the Germans lost the war. That may be a difficult thing to understand, but once you realize that not every German is a Nazi, that may be difficult to understand. But it is a true statement.
How long ago was I saying that?
Yeah, I got it from you. I got it from you. I ain't gonna lie. But I understood it before you said it. But after you said it, it was like that makes sense. But yeah, it's very important to understand that we got not an American space program, but a Nazi missile program. And whatever we went to space or whatever, however unlikely that is, we definitely been dropping bombs on civilian targets, right? That's what the reality is. And everyone who's all for it, yeah, it's the blood of the innocents on your hands. I'm not all for it.
Yep. 100%, bro. That was my point. So, out of all this space bullshit,
Hank said about bombing. That's good because I want to add only a little point, Igor. Sorry. And all that bombing, if people don't know, it damaged the land because there is radiation Still, 20, 30 years after, not nuclear weapon, normal weapon, you know? They call that, I don't know to say in English, uranium, lucky uranium.
A dirty bomb. Dirty bomb.
Yeah, uranium. Yeah.
Fallout.
So it's got radiation.
Yeah.
So the point was that for 70 years, all that money has not given any one of us anything to make our lives better.
No, nothing. We
Exactly.
can go
Where's the little robot that'll walk my dog for me, man? Come on.
Yeah.
You know, I want to ask I want to say a statement here. I've asked a question as well. Has anyone looked up the old photos that they have of like huge cities, and ever wondered why there's no people walking around in those cities? Have you ever noticed that? I have. I just noticed a couple of pictures last night. Huge cities in the daytime, like noon, 1 o'clock. And no one is out on the streets. No one. No moving cars.
Are you
No
talking about
nothing.
in China?
All over. Not just China. There was some in Europe. There was some in here in America. But the thing is, some of these places that have been taken pictures, there's no recollection of them. They've been destroyed.
Stay home with me. Don't go out there.
So they make this huge town and then just destroy it.
Yeah, that's what they do. There's people already living there. Then they told all the residents, be in fear, don't go out, be afraid of the sun or whatever it is, so they can go through and take a survey of the accomplishment of that previous society before that city is destroyed.
This is it's also
like a phoenix. Like a phoenix, man.
We're living in a society.
Well, why would they lie? Come on.
Well, think
Why
about
would they
that.
not? Wouldn't they tell the truth that that's all they got? But instead, they got lies.
All
And now they got caught.
Why would anyone lie to you? Why did your parents lie to you about Santa Claus? Tell you to be a good boy so you get good
manipulation. Presents. He's watching you.
To control you.
If you're not good, you're not going to get a present this Christmas.
And they almost got away with it, but the flat earth smacks their head every day.
Look, the flat earth, we might as well just start calling this the scientific reformation, because we're trying to reform it away from the whole ask a question. Really? About what? About math? Should we ask a question about how soap is made? Or how about technology? Maybe we should ask, why is RAM increasing every year?
Yeah.
Why is the price of RAM falling? Go ahead.
I have a good question, Hank. How are you feeling today?
I was a little tired earlier, but I had taken some poison to amp me up a little bit. Don't worry, it's just Starbucks. I'll probably live.
No, he got one Newtonsteinian. That was a problem.
I was like, what kind of sorcery did Hank take? He's energetic.
I'm sorry, can you tell? It's obvious I'm on shit right now. I'll take a picture of the empty Starbucks cup if it helps.
Starbucks, man. That's
a triple shot. A triple shot's a real ring dinger, man.
Yeah, dude, but that's some straight evil shit. That's some straight evil doing shit. You ever seen the Starbucks Maiden? The siren?
Yeah, I know. It was either that or, I don't know. Probably go home because I'm too tired to work. I take my driving seriously, and if I don't get enough sleep, I have to do something. I want to be 100% aware when I'm driving.
No, you don't. Gravity will fix it, bro. When you're driving, just invoke gravity.
I'm not invoking any of these pagan gods.
Yeah, if you're traveling
Mars,
east,
Jupiter, gravity, Helios, none of them.
Hank, if you're traveling east, you just put it in neutral, man. The rotation will get you there.
It needs a force. It needs a force. Well, you picked up the pen, you moved it over to the side, you opened your hand, and you dropped it. You were the force.
Does force has unit? Unit.
Yeah, just by the act of you holding the pen and then releasing it has imparted potential energy into the system.
Yeah. It's very simple.
You move the pen from the listen this, you move the pen from equilibrium. That's it.
Yep.
Pen was standing on the table, not moving, nothing's happening. You move the pen.
And then
have you guys heard of me saying that we should add this? Sorry, Josh, I think you're breaking up. Have you guys heard me say that we should move this specific gravity thing onto the second law of thermodynamics? Because if it's seeking its equilibrium, isn't that what the gas pressure does? Or the high energy?
Yes.
It's just seeking its equilibrium.
Yes, Hank. Everything seeks equilibrium.
Yeah, correct.
So it's really not gravity, it's the second law.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's what
everything obeys it.
Entropy is about.
All matter.
It's about the heat going into equilibrium with the surroundings. That's what it's all about. It's the breakdown
or the electrical charge.
Breakdown of energy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is their argument? Like really?
And then the whole space-time thing, it like gets you like away from matter when that's what it's all about. It's all about material seeking equilibrium.
They have an conception of a con. It's called conception, but they don't understand that the conception is the con, that the things that they conceive are not truly their own thoughts. Because if they were thinking for themselves, they would not be thinking it's a ball, because Eratosthenes, a Greek poet and comic, made something up.
People, I'll ask a question and I'll say what answer we get. Why was science made? Why was the scientific method even made?
To better
because of its role cause and effect relationships.
Okay, so
it's rigorous testing.
Yeah,
the manipulation of variables.
Yep. To be able to explain concisely how things in the material world work. Material world, not metaphysical, not imagination, material world. Otherwise, you cannot do science. Natural science or natural philosophy cannot be done. It's only done on the material world to explain the material world. I hope that makes sense.
That has sense. For me, I don't know.
But all these yahoos want to come in here and they want to talk about the bending and warping of space-time, which exists in the near-perfect vacuum of space. And in the near-perfect vacuum of space, there's no material there to speak of except for a few hydrogen and helium molecules, allegedly, or atoms, actually, atoms floating around, right? But this is where the space-time is. So the space-time is nothing because it exists in nothing. There is no material, therefore it's metaphysical. It's not physical.
But all these stars and things inside, what's that?
Well, see, the thing they don't understand, right, is they are believing and going by the teaching of esotericism. What has become the hidden is now available for everyone to believe. And what was believed to be true is now hidden. See, it's the flipping, it's the upside down. It's been inverted 500 years ago, man.
Yeah.
Renaissance. Age of discovery, all that shit. And they say we live in the information age. Well, it's a weapon, right? All these ages are coined because of the technology, but the technology is always used as a weapon, right? So the age of discovery. So when Columbus discovered America, that act of calling it a discovery was actually a weapon because it nullified the inherent rights of the native inhabitants of the land, right? It's their land, right? Just like with like all the colonies, right? They say, "Oh, we discovered this and we claim this." You can't claim it; it's already owned by a family group.
Yeah, that's 100%.
So, like, it's always used as a weapon. Like the space age, that was used as a weapon, right? The atomic age, that was used as a weapon. The computer age, it's used as a weapon. We can see that today. The information age, this information is used as a weapon. All these ages are used as weapons. So think about it. The golden age. What good is gold when it comes to a weapon? Not very good. Doesn't hold an edge, right? And we're in the Iron Age, right? We're still in the Iron Age. We're still in the Kali Age. And everything we have is made out of steel, iron, right? That's a strong material. Then we have a weak material of aluminium. So it's this, people don't understand that, you know, all these ages, all these technologies are actually weapons against humanity. Because the technology will only take off. Like, here's the thing. I was thinking about coming up with this little aromatherapy kit, this little box that would get plugged into, like, say, a special website where videos would be in there and it would be programmed, you know, at this certain time when, you know, when we're going to show an image of cinnamon rolls, that there's going to be vanilla and cinnamon and the smell of fresh baked bread coming through the aromatherapy thing. So it's a smell-o-vision. Then somebody asked me, hey, could that be used as a weapon? And I go, you're right. I should not come up with it because it can and will be used as a weapon. So it's just one of these things to where, you know, the hell is paved with the best intentions. You know, the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions, that kind of a thing. The path to hell is a golden brick road. Because man will always use it as an evil for their own desires. But the basic thing is these guys think they have something down, but yet it's all clouded in mystery and maths, something that's not real. I mean, can you show me the square root of 3 apples? Not really, can you? You can show me the square root of 9 apples by handing me 3. But can you show me the square root of that answer, that square root of 3? No.
is just a corporation, a police state that won't tolerate insubordination. Did you know your birth certificate is just a receipt? You were born on a tax farm, isn't it sweet? They brainwash you with the TV, then enslave you with debt. I see people oblivious and it makes me upset. So listen, all this is my call for an uprising. It's time to brawl because we've all had enough lying. Not done trying, but fuck crying, it's time to act. I see everyone waking up, but no one fighting back. We're in a state of emergency, how we live is absurd to me. Currently, they're about to crash US currency. A problem, reaction, solution, the oldest trick in the book. Been trying to tell you about it, no one would give it a look. Now the new world order is right around the corner. We're living in the last days, time is getting shorter. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land.
You've been messing with some delicate minds. It's a deception. Everything that you've been fed was a lie. Be careful with the medicine that you have just been prescribed. It's the devil and he wants you if you're dead or alive. Look, suggestive thinking's got you a victim of this suicide. And you've been blinded by the invisible prison that you have been doing time in. You're entitled to the truth you think that you've acquired. And the conditioning's what makes you violent with the refusal bias. In zombie land, where we poison our water, we feed you lies about the wars and then reward you for slaughter. And boy, it gets darker. The FDA just pulls you in farther with poisoning toxins in food and even more from the doctors. You could either wake up and just think for yourself, beginning by questioning everything education and media tells you, or you can stay asleep, remain in critical health, and fend for yourself in the prison of the material realm. Let's get it.
This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. This is the land of the greedy and the home of the slaves. It's on the back of dollar bills getting thrown in your face. But most people are too stupid to even understand. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land. I welcome you to the divided states of zombie land.
That shit was like fresh gold bars out the fire. What the fuck?
You haven't heard that before?
That's the first time I heard that. That was really good.
That's all that one.
That was new to me. First time I heard it.
Yeah, you want to check out ODD's back catalogue. He's got a ton of amazing songs. I'm not really into rap, but his stuff, he kind of combines like that, like a rap sound and a rock sound quite nicely. But I think my favourite ODD song is probably New World, Fuck You, something like that. It's a really good song. So check it out.
Sounds right up my alley.
Yeah. The chorus goes something like, I want to shove some money up Alan Greenspan's arse and light it, or something like that. It's like, I want to choke George Bush and then, like, you know, throw him over a bridge or something. Can't remember, but just basically a bunch of violent shit.
Okay. But you sounded good in the beginning when I judged about its cover.
Maybe someone can play it, actually. Does anyone have access to the bot in here?
What was that? I think Gribble's stepping on your signal again there, Hank.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Yep.
So am I talking too much? Is that why he said, "What am I on today?" How are you feeling today, Hank? I'm a little hyped up, to tell you the truth. Am I speaking too much? Maybe I should take a back seat.
No, dude, you've been on fire today in a good way.
Yeah, keep going, dude. You're on a rare form today.
Yeah, I usually avoid that stuff. And back in the day, I would be on keto. I haven't done keto in a while. I love my chips and salsa. That's the only thing that keeps me.
Is that like a drug or something?
No, the ketogenic diet, where you get to eat like steakin' for breakfast and eggs and cheese and steak and broccoli.
Yeah, fuck all those diet things, man. Those not healthy for you.
Actually,
instead,
I've dropped a lot of weight.
Think about how our forefathers ate. They didn't eat the same thing every day. They didn't have the stores. They were probably a lot healthier than we are. Just don't eat the same thing every day. Processed foods. That kind
Well, I can't just go outside with my 22 and feed myself. I suppose I could get a fishing license.
But I'm saying, you know, like everybody knows pizza's delicious, but it's not really meant to be eaten. A lot of processing involved in that.
Yeah, I don't eat stuff like that. I mean, I say that, but I do eat, you know, like Mexican chips and salsa. So that's a lot like a pizza now that I think about it.
So, like the keto, there's no gluten, right? No grains, right?
No.
So, does that mean you can have corn because corn is a sacred wheat and it's just starch?
No, I don't eat corn or potatoes. I mostly stick to like asparagus, cabbage, cucumbers, pickles. You know, stuff with high fiber like celery.
Shit, then you would have liked what I had for dinner last night. I had mixed bitter greens with
oh, that sounds good.
Some baby spinach, and I did like a little vinaigrette with some sesame seeds ground up in it, and threw in some wonton strips and cut up some eggs, threw that in there. Ooh, pretty fucking good.
Yeah, but the thing about the keto diet is when you're only eating like bacon and steak and meat like that, like you get tired of eating. So like I'll just be like fasting for like 3 days and go, okay, I'm working around all this food. I'm kind of getting hungry now. It's like 3 days of fasting like resets your immune system, or should I say invigorates your immune system.
Well, see, I think fasting is a good practice because if you think about it, back in the day, like our ancestors, our forefathers, the men who made our families what they are, you know, they didn't have the opportunity to eat every day, right? So they would stretch out the food so that, you know, it would last. Kind of like it reminds me of when the Israelites were wandering in the desert and they had manna one time a day. That was OMAD. They were on one meal a day and it was a small amount.
I actually grew up eating once a day, and I was very thin when I was young. Very lean. So the intermittent fasting and the keto diet back together, like those things are awesome.
Yeah, the problem is most people today are addicted to food in the Western world. They feel they have to have 3 meals a day. In fact, they're so addicted to food that they'll even eat between meals. Crazy, huh? And then they wonder why they have a problem with obesity.
Yeah, I gotta say it. I'm hooked on food. I don't really drink or smoke weed. I just like all the different flavors. Like I got like probably like 6 different types of hot sauce.
Dude, fermented peppers. Have you ever tried making your own hot sauce?
Oh yeah, I worked with Mexicans.
Yeah. Okay, so you take a bunch of chilies.
I got a recipe from each one of them.
So you take a bunch of chilies, wash them, cut them up, just like cut them in half or whatever. And then, or if you want, you can even puree it beforehand, like Tabasco does and Frank's does. And then you just puree the chilies with garlic and onion and whatnot, to your liking of flavor. If you want cilantro, you can put it in there. Personally, I think it tastes like soap. And then you bottle that in a container with about 6% brine solution, salt solution, just to be safe. But I think you can get away with 3. But just to be safe, 6%, right? That stops anything else from growing besides that lactobacillus. And keep it submerged with like a weight or something to where, all the particles are under the brine. And put it in a jar with the fermenting top with the water lock, or even a condom or whatever, and then put it in the fridge. But I wouldn't use a condom because you have to keep it fermenting for like 6 months. But then after the end of 6 months, you just take it out and you put it all in a blender and you put it through a sieve and you strain out all the pulp, and then you have a nice fermented pepper sauce. You can add vinegar if you want to thin it down.
Yeah, you have to send me a recipe. But yeah, I do like making my own sauce.
Well, I'll sell you.
Go ahead.
I'll sell you on the chili chump. Okay. And he's from New Zealand, and he makes his own pepper sauces, and he does the walkthrough on it.
Normally, what I do is I take tomatillas, brine them, get the skin off, grind them down, and then add grilled onions, jalapenos, garlic, lemon juice, salt and pepper, and then very last thing I add is like avocado chunks, and that makes like cilantro, yeah, cilantro. So grilled onions and fresh onions, and to me that's just like with a heavy garlic, heavy avocado flavor, and lime, and then maybe a little lemon juice. Yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, Hank, if you're still there, I'm going to post this video. In this video, he goes through the difference between mash versus brine fermentation. Like the brine, the peppers are whole. The mash, they're mashed up. But they still use like a brine.
Oh, and the thing about my sauce is I don't blend it. I kind of grind it up, so it's like chunky, not everything all blend together. It's not pureed.
Yeah. Well, this guy, he's got a great channel. He goes through like a lot of steps on like many different recipes of pepper sauce. Like he has a couple of sweet ones. Like, see how this one's more of Episode 11, right? So this is like looks like it was fermented and then squeezed and drained, right? And then I think he'll even, because the goodness is in the pulp, so he'll grind it up so he can put it as a thick pepper sauce. I don't know how he grinds it, but I think he uses a food ninja. So, yeah. Dude, look at the saliva on that fucking dragon.
Someone to give you the roll. So, oh shoot.
What's up, Creation Bear?
So if high temperature moves to cold, high pressure moves to low, and high charge moves to low until it seeks equilibrium, what makes you think that objects in relative density would act any different? Objects in a medium would act any different.
Especially when you consider that atoms and their newest model has an electron cloud, so there's charge in the matter, so they can't escape electrostatics.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have an equation for it.
Yep, they have the equation for it, and it's way stronger than gravity supposedly is, but they don't account for it when they're looking for gravity.
Well, like the guy said earlier, you know, if he was cooking the books and his accounting was off by 96%, like they are with dark matter and dark energy, they're not doing a very good job of their accounting.
Well, think about it. You know, they say their Messiah was born the same day as Newton. So they celebrate Christmas on Newton's birthday. Two people I know of in history that were born on December 25th, Isaac Newton and Nimrod.
Interesting. The one world government and the one world religion. All we need left is what? The one world money?
Yeah.
It would just be ridiculous if his birthday was in 1666, wouldn't it?
Oh, no. Is that his birthday? Yeah. Is that Newton's birthday?
I don't know. I don't know what year.
Well, he must be a prophet then. Let's worship him. Yeah, he must know it all.
No, I don't think his birthday was 16, because 1666 was the year of redemption through sin.
Wasn't 1666 the year he postulated it? Gravitation.
I think it was.
I'm not sure. I just know he was born on December 25th.
Yebediah Zebi, I think is his name. I might be wrong about the name, but yeah, that was the Jewish Messiah in 1666 who proposed redemption through sin. And that's a very interesting rabbit hole in case you ever went down it. Zebediah, maybe? I don't know. I got the name wrong, I think, but you should be able to find it. Redemption through sin. Zebediah Levy, maybe something like that.
It's Levy. Once a year, you get like, I don't know, bang your wife's your brother's wife and his children and all this dumb shit.
I mean, at this point, why don't we just get a Satan room so we can just have all these topics go to the right room?
Yeah, there should be
I mean, you can't really bring up the year 1666 without triggering that one. I mean, I'll never forget that rabbit hole. I just forgot the guy's name.
Yeah, the claim about the guy also being the god. Yeah, that's might be an issue. Yeah. We got another one. We got Lord Stephen Crust.
Yeah, I never claimed he was God. He said he was a Jewish Messiah. I think he had 1 million followers.
Oh my goodness. No, I don't know what you're talking. I'm just talking about the claim about the book and him. That's what they're claiming about this guy. Yeah, the Jewish Messiah. Yeah, that would be a false Antichrist. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a pretty disgusting dude.
Now we got Lord Stephen Crust, though. The advanced.
I don't know what you mean by we. I certainly don't.
Well, I could tolerate.
Yeah, I could tolerate some of his followers. They're okay people. Just the stuff that they believe. Like if you look up and you see the Orient, like those are like cities in China when you look up and you see the stars.
Absolute insanity. Absolute mind-boggling insanity to think that you live inside of a magical cell. It is literally the weirdest group of people I've ever met. They're insane.
Well, it's no different than saying that the stars are actually, distant suns.
Yes,
no different.
But the issue with the concave Earth is that they didn't need slave masters to tell them about a deception. They just started believing one on their own, so that they could be slaves to their own psychosis, and fantasy gurus on the internet, anything to make sure that they are the smallest minority, the most specialist. Look how good we're, so special. We actually used to be flat earthers, and they're really stupid. Actually, the Earth is actually a concave. Dumbest group I've ever met in my life. Every single thing about reality disproves anything else other than what we experience. That's the reality. We don't experience shapes and balls. We don't experience any of it. Just absolute mind-boggling. Just another desperate attempt to be special. Whereas the plane of existence humbles you, takes away your self-worship, shows you that you are special because of God, not because of you, your self-worship. Look at these. Where's Glatflow? Look at these people in chat. How come I can't get any of my questions answered? Yeah, I always go to the guitar teacher to ask about drums and piano. Please try to focus. Please. Please. Still got some trolls in this chat right now, but they don't want to speak for some reason.
Hey, who's still retarded out there? Let me at him.
I don't know if you need to mention their name. Their name is Legion, so they don't have individuality. They're just the same people possessed by the same demonic forces. But yeah, somebody mentioned one world religion earlier. So the one world religion has been the outer space religion for some time. And that's why atheists and Bible believers, so-called, and you name it, any group out there can all rally up and watch the magical phallic symbols go into outer space. So the one world religion's some time. But the one world currency coming soon. Yeah, it's already been patented. Yeah, Microsoft. Be careful with cryptocurrency. You'll be paying back for much longer than you think.
Oh, if you can pay back at all. It's all coming to a screeching halt, guys.
What is it?
Real soon.
Gain a man to have the whole world and lose his soul. So you lose yourself, you lose your soul. That's what this is about. I mean, this should have been obvious from the beginning. Hidden currency. So it's just unbelievable. So you guys are in big trouble, yeah. And people are going to be begging for this chip on their forehead and their hand. Patent number W02020060606. Just look at Revelation 13:18. Thanks.
You know, I don't think you could have hit that on the head any cleaner.
We're in big trouble. Not even
what
and
the
the Christians won't believe it. They won't. It'll be 2 or 3 years before they start admitting what this is. They're not going to admit it.
Yeah, it's sad, right? It's real sad. They can't catch up to reality just yet. But another thing I was going to say, you know what the most potent one world currency there is right now, the most transacted one? Fear.
Souls. Oh, I was going to say souls. Yeah, fear and souls.
Yep, that's basically what we're dealing with.
Yeah, the fear is what makes you give your soul away. Instead of fearing God, they fear their government, they fear man, they fear science, and it's all good. And think of how scary this must be. All these so-called conservatives admitting that we're being poisoned and murdered, but will believe their space program. That's got to be a battle inside of the soul. That has got to be the most. Could you imagine being that stupid? By the way, yes, you voted for Trump last year. That's fine. We can forgive that. But after this plan has, of course, been initiated for the last year and a half, and then you still believe other parts of the government named the Antichrist and Apollyon and, all these insane satanic names, you'll still, and you'll probably claim you're a Bible believer, and they're poisoning you. You won't let your children go near them, but you're going to let your children watch them and worship them. That's the great deception.
Certainly the biggest one. Because, if you get rid of that one, you unravel most of the others.
The reason why the reason why it is what it is because they are literally doing what they don't think they're doing. They think, I'm a good person. Which is insanity in space, right? But I'm going to literally think of it this. Here's what you got. Let's back it up. Watch this. If everything NASA said was true, let's pretend it's all true. They're still the largest criminal organization on Earth. If everything they said was true, it would be literally a self-worshipping, perverted criminal entity that's just based on making itself look good.
Honestly, dude.
See, I'm just saying that's the reality. Even if it's true, it's pure evil. That's why people are without excuse. I'm sorry.
I almost think it's worse for them if it's true. Check this out. If all the Challenger people didn't survive and they just blew up a bunch of people for no reason, holy shit. Right? And I know they're willing to do that in certain other instances, but you know what I mean? That's just, you got to be kidding me. And for what? Millions of dollars a day just to do that? The only thing you've accomplished so far is perhaps killing people. It's fucking retarded. I'm sorry.
Right. It's so amazing because it's one of those damned to the lake of fire either way. There's no way out of this. There's no excuse. That's why God says, that's why Jesus tells you, you are either for me or against me. If you're standing on the fence, you're not on the fence, you're on their side. If you're on the fence, allowing these things to happen and allowing these tactics and these is just insane assimilation causing Stockholm syndrome to further ingrain this control into a population. Remember, the stick in the arm is just to maim, torture, kill, and sterilize you. It's not the mark. The mark is worse. They're just killing you right now. That's the easy part, guys. But the point is, the so-called, there's a rebellious group of people that believe this, Glatt and guys and flat earthers. This rebellious group, though, however, believes in all the rituals given to them on television. The rituals. They believe in the rituals. We go to space. We go to these magical places. Those are all rituals. So again, they think they're anti-government and they're 100% pro-Satan. That's the great deception.
I agree. And you got, so Luciferianism is one thing, Satanism is another, but they're both working together against God. Is that right?
It's all the same. The titles are almost pointless because it's because here's the thing,
Yeah.
just like the Most High has different names. He is the guardian of the gates of Israel. He is the I Am. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He is the one that always is, always was, always will be. The adversary also has many names anyway, right? So Apollyon, Satan, Lucifer, these are all the same person.
Hope you guessed my name, right?
So yeah, that's why, again, if you're a fence sitter, you're not on the fence. You're on the side of evil. Sorry.
Can't afford to be neutral on a moving train. I don't think a lot of people realize what afford means. Like, you might say like, oh, I can't afford that this week. Wait till next week. I'll get you a toy. Right. But sometimes it's, I can't afford to, accept your benefits and privileges. Right. I can no longer afford at this time. I cannot afford to take this contract with you or your lovely titles. I can't afford to take these things. And it's like, think about what afford really means. Like, I can't afford to be neutral on a moving train because it's moving and you're going somewhere and your inaction is action.
It's like watching people being taken out of your prison camp and they don't come back and you hear blood-curdling screams and you keep raising the people around you to go along with this system. These statistics I don't believe in, but the point is, they just like every liar, whether it's NASA or the government or whoever it is, they always end up admitting their lie. Well, this is no exception. They've been admitting it doesn't work. Their solutions don't work. And the protected people now have to be protected against the unprotected. If that's not the most satanic evil claim I've ever heard, I don't know what is, because that just shows how stupid people are. They're admitting to you it doesn't work. They're admitting to you that all these people are having all these issues, but you have to do it because if you don't, you're selfish. This is the beginning of the tribulation. What this is. And the people, it's not the powers that be that did this to the people. You people did this to yourselves.
Apathy.
You allowed this. You went along with turning up the heat. Okay, 5 degrees, no big deal. You allowed that. You allowed it, went up 15 degrees hot. Okay, 50, 75. And now you're getting close to boiling. And you keep telling people it's okay. Well, actually, no, it's your fault. It's not okay. It's your fault.
Yep. And the people in the YouTube chat are a prime example of what kind of psychosis they have to keep up with every day to keep up with the Joneses. It can't not be deteriorating their sense of self and their soul at this point. But they don't care. They're just going to say, well, it can't be that I was wrong, or it can't be that I bought a lie. Not me. I'm too smart. Get rid of the pride. Quick, guys. You're running out of time. And yeah, Flat Earth's easy to understand. We got to take care of some other stuff too. Hurry up. Catch up to reality, please.
It's mind-boggling, and it's not going to get any better. You're not going back to normal. That's never going to happen. I'm sorry, it's over. The dream is over. It was a hoax from day one. Your Constitution can't save you either. That's another hoax. It's all a joke. It's a stage, and you're continuing to go along with it, you psychopaths in the chat, because it's your God, and you are your own God to you, and there's no way you will admit that your God was wrong, which is you. And that's what this is about. You're going to literally, to the very end, take your pride as your prized possession, which is it's actually your most worthless possession, and you're going to die for that. You're going to say, nope, it's too important.
Yep. If they had to defend their lives about this topic, they'd die for it. They'd die for it to be a globe.
Right.
Crazy.
Right. Exactly. Now,
That's fucking nuts, bro.
Right. Now, here's where it comes into some interesting things about people talking about the Most High's judgment, how, God wouldn't, punish people like that after death. Well, if God just shuts your lights off, like all these evil people want, he's giving them what they want. Do you think the most important being that's ever existed, that the creator of all things, that is pure justice, is going to give evil people what they want? You got to rethink these things, guys.
I agree.
And you can't, there's not one channel that knows what they're doing. You can go on the internet right now. You're not going to find it on Flat Earth channels. You're not going to find it on the Bible. I've gone to the Bible preaching channels. Obviously, that's what I do. And I only can get so far. Well, all of a sudden, now the Bible can't be taken literal anymore, Glatt. No. It's all literal until we start talking about the fact that maybe we shouldn't trust cartoons on TV. Now it's just allegorical. And that is the great deception.
It's, cherry picking what feels best in the moment.
It's insane, bro. I go to these Bible teachers that hold messianic classes and witness to all these very important biblical events, which are great. But then when you bring up, well, what about Joshua stopping the sun and moon? Oh no, that didn't happen. Oh, okay. So you guys are just here to pretend that you're following the word. That's what it is. All of these people are fake, bro. All of them. As soon as you show them,
it's the Catholic Church.
Yep. It's worse. It's worse. It's all of them. It's not. It has spread through that lie has spread from the Catholic Church to even the J churches, the ones that, of course, you would be able to say, okay, these people at least got to believe what the word says. Nope. Send one Christian Bible literalist there, such as myself, and it's over. Every single one of them will run from their lives. Literally, I've been kicked out of groups that were Bible studies because I believe the Bible is literal. Yeah, it's fun.
That's a mess out there, huh?
But it's not even the F word. It's not flat earth. Here's what I'm telling you is that just with simple words that people use that they don't know what mean, like when they say the word species, right? Like you can't tell a preacher, hey, do you know what the word species means? It actually means to speciate, which means evolve, and there's no such thing. It's a fake word made by obviously Satanists to confuse us away from the Bible. And they go, oh, no, that's not really true. Actually, the word really, and they'll come up with excuses why the biblical word kind doesn't matter. We need to use this new age term. So they're so prideful, and that's because they love to sound smart. Haven't you ever noticed, you hear people have these evolution debates. Every time somebody says the word species, it's like they're exalting themselves. Look how smart I am. And that's what
brand
it
new
is.
species.
Right. It's this magical word. It's one of the top 6 magical words: gravity, refraction, universe, species, and there's a couple more. And that's one of these words that literally you're casting a spell on yourself.
And to that point,
go ahead.
To that point, they're the kind of people that wear reading glasses, but they don't need to reading glasses. They're just for style. Like, what? What are you doing? Like, come on. That's not important. Why are you doing that?
Like there's this thing at Sukkot where we get together and we witness these, traditions, of course, that are in the Old Testament, and you have to get different branches of trees, right, of different kinds of trees. So we go there, I witness to this, and that's fine. I love to be a part of these things that witness the things that Jesus experienced. Great, let's do it. And then we go there, and the guy starts talking about, these are the 5 different species of trees that we're going to use. I'm like, really? What's that word mean? And then after that, actually, and I was really polite about it, not like I am now. I was very, very quiet and calm. And I said, well, actually, my wife and I don't use species because of its etymology. And, I just explained it gently, and the guy flipped his lid. Sure. I don't even get it. My point is, I don't get a chance to go anywhere near flat earth. I don't have to. I don't have to bring it up. I can tell somebody you shouldn't say the word species, and all of a sudden, I don't know how to read the Bible. That's literally the kind of people I'm talking about, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think it's because they're so used to the people who's teaching them their proofs of the Bible. Whenever you say you can't say species and evolution is wrong, what you're doing is you're taking away the foundation they have for their belief. They're going to have to relearn it all, and they don't want to relearn it all.
Well, I'm telling you that it's worse than that, everything you said is true, but here's my point. These are people that don't believe in evolution. These are people that say they're Bible literalists. They even believe in a 6,000-year-old creation. But as soon as they start showing them, hey, these words are, harmful, or, I'll try to be very polite about it. Like, here's why I don't use these words. I use what the Bible describes. Why would I need a new word? And they get offended just by that. These are young earth creationists. that are messianic, that witness and practice the Old Testament tradition. So I assume these people gotta be open-minded to taking the Bible literal. That's what I'm telling you, is that the supposed on the outside looking in, these are the most Bible literalist groups, and you go there and they fold like a $2 lawn chair in 5 minutes every time.
Wow.
That's
the
the deception. Even go ahead.
The Freemasonry indoctrination of the church is pretty deep, man.
I'm just trying to give an example. Like when I say something like that, I'm not even telling them, hey, don't do that. I'm just trying to show them, oh, okay, but let me just, show you where I come from. I don't tell them, hey, you shouldn't do that, or that's evil, or that's demonic, or whatever. I just show them, hey, do you know where the words come from? And that's it. You got to realize men are so egotistical. So when you meet these preacher men that are the ones that have this, I'm going to teach you what, things are, and I'm the Bible expert. As soon as they meet someone, such as any of you that know that you're being lied to about something and it conflicts what they're doing, they can't help it. You're literally attacking their pride, and their pride is just too important. It's not just the atheists, it's the Bible literalists too. They think they're Bible literalists, is what I'm saying. And that's why the Bible says that God, you're going to see signs and wonders and deceptions, and even the elect, if possible, will be deceived. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there will be. Sure there will be. Why not, right? The whole thing's a big, smart deception. You and I are deceived somehow in some way. We're trying to, keep the tracks on the tracks there, the wheels on the tracks. But, everyone's deceived to some degree, and we don't have the capacity to know all the shit. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So we know what we know. We know what we can prove. That's why we're still here in this server. We can prove stuff. I can't prove what the Rothschilds think, right? Who gives a shit? Earth is flat. Show me otherwise.
Right, and because you found out the Earth is flat, okay, Glatflub, and now you found out that all these people are liars. You now have to become a psychologist and explain to me why they all lied. And if you can't, therefore you don't have a claim.
It's just pride. That's it. It's easy to see. Just pride. That's it. Like, you don't have to be a psychologist. You have to have the thing that they talk about all the time: common sense. Oh, common sense. We're spinning. But anyway, yeah, it's common sense. Pride is the number one killer of dreams, of families. What do you got? You name it. Pride's the killer.
Yep, that's right.
In fact, when you start talking to preachers about entomology and it's not supposed to be King James.
So yeah, but I don't want to be a psychologist. I just want people to go, oh yeah, it is flat. Damn it. Okay, moving on. That's all I want.
Well, yeah, that's I want you to elaborate on that, Joshua. I use the King James often, but I also still have to go to the Greek or Hebrew. I have to go to the Greek or Hebrew to make sure. Yeah, there's problems in it. Yeah.
If you look up who James is in the Bible, it's not James, it's Jacob. It's Jacob. So why was it translated to James?
There's many name issues. That's why I have to go to Hebrew. Yeah. Jehovah, that's an issue.
Yeah, well, it's almost like the name for God is salvation, Is it Elijah, or is it is it Isaiah, or is it Joshua?
Guys, I got a whole cheesecake today. I just did it. I went and did it. Just for myself. All right, I'm done talking about that, but
now, did you order a flat cheesecake, or did you just to make it normal? Okay.
Honestly, it looks concave. So
this
I don't know what that.
Special. This is some sort of roulette.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Oreo one. That's all I know.
Or Chicago.
It's the best.
New York or Chicago style?
I need to watch it because I'll go nuts, right? I'll eat like 2 or 3 pieces and just want to build a house or something. Oh, yeah, no, I can't hear Josh. Hang on, let me...
was wondering if it was a New York style cheesecake or a different style.
What is New York style? They just put a bunch of trash on top of it? How does that work?
Well, no, a New York style is it's just straight cheese on the side and it's only got a graham cracker crust on the bottom.
He said trash.
I'm sorry, I should have said dumpster fire. Sorry about that.
You're like old needles and band-aids.
Yeah, I thought I should have said old needles.
With the New York style cheesecake, it's a lot thicker and richer.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I don't know if I got that or not. And then the Chicago style cheesecake, just gunshot wounds.
I don't know if it's Chicago style, but they have a different style of cheesecake where it's more decadent, more creamy instead of
New Jersey smells like Guidos. It's whatever cheesecake it is, it smells like Italians. Sweaty, greasy. Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah, you guys, I got to talk to Chocolate Saiyan and Elijah about this, about them being in New York. How are they? I mean, I heard it's bad in New York right now. It's like China and LA too.
Oh yeah, California. There's some places in California where you're not allowed to shop unless you have the green passport.
Yeah, you guys probably need to move to Texas or Arizona. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how you guys could still be in those places. There's plenty of land.
I keep telling these guys, come move out here where I am. We could use the strong men and all that because this is rather a weak area of elderly people and meth heads that don't care about nothing but getting high. Come on out to Arizona, guys. The water's fine. You want oceanfront property, don't you?
Learn to swim.
Yeah, so I guess Arizona Bay is an actual area.
So is Black Mesa.
Yep. I mean, if it's the California lifestyle you want, no problem. Just move to Lake Havasu City, Arizona. In fact, you could just get on a boat and go to California whenever the fuck you would want. I don't know why. Well, I guess I can understand why. To go to the dispensaries and needles. But marijuana is bad for you, okay? It makes you eat 3 times a day. Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't have to eat.
If I lined the bottom of an airboat with dry ice, could I get across the desert faster than on water? Because you wouldn't have much resistance from the water. Because the dry ice would keep the boat, off the ground as it evaporates.
What? I don't follow.
It's not a lot better. Be more efficient.
Once upon a time, the Globers said that they could watch dry ice slide down the mountains of Mars. And so they created videos of ice down the desert dunes. And the reason they're saying the dry ice is sliding down the desert dune is because the dry ice is evaporating on the bottom and it's keeping the dry ice elevated off of the sand.
Somebody get a medic for the guy in the YouTube chat who is convulsing and having a seizure, who is claiming the sun doesn't move when clearly the entire military industrial complex and NASA, they claim it moves. So you might want to look up your own religion. Cupcake thing.
Yeah, not only do we travel 666,000 miles per hour around the sun in an orbit, according to their heliocentric cult, the sun is also traveling around, so i.e. moving around the galactic center, which is in return moving around the great attractor, aka Satan, the hidden
See,
one.
you would already have lost them. Okay? They're not even paying attention past that point. So can they just answer this simple question? I mean, Josh, you're brilliant. That's the problem. It goes unnoticed by these troglodyte pigs. But anyway, so all you got to do is say, "Hey, when'd you go to the sun?" and figure that out.
No, you could just observe it move from east to west. Just go outside.
So what?
Watch it.
So what?
If the sun is moving,
sun goes from east to west. Yes, it goes from east to west. You know what that tells us? The sun moves above from east to west. That's what it tells us.
Exactly. That it moves.
That's all it does, man. It moves. We don't. What the fuck are these people thinking?
Well, they're psychopaths, clearly possessed. But that's the point, is that every time we tell them, hey, the earth is flat, they have to say, how does the sun work? Which means, again, they are stuck hiding from what we can prove. They're not interested in reality. I'm sorry, 7 years ago when somebody said the F word to me, I never cared for 1 second what the sun, moon, and stars did. I knew that would absolutely have to be proved by the construct of the shape measured below my feet. Anything else is a coward.
If you're hung up on whether the sun is moving or not, I mean, at this point, don't you worry about that pudding. You know, just keep taking your medicine, right? The doctor loves you.
Excuse me, but by this model, you know, because gravity's so weak that it can't even allow air to be stuck to the ground because it's so weak. If a rocket were to leave the Earth and go into space, it would be doomed and never return and instantly be flinged off like a flea on the back of a donkey while it's escaping a freaking herd of coyotes, you know? Or a pack of coyotes. It's just gone, never to be like coming back. Just bye-bye. But they don't think like that. They think, oh no, gravity will keep that flea's ass from flying off the donkey.
Yeah.
Wait, which gravity is that?
The down kind.
Their gravity that makes it a ball, their gravity that bends light, their gravity that bends water, even though it's not bending or perceived to be bending at all.
Are you talking about the income paper? That's what you're talking about, the income paper?
Huh?
Hello?
Concept, the income paper. That's all it is. Conceptual.
Could I just ask a question?
Go for it.
Well, when I was in the verification channel, or that stuff, one of them said they didn't believe the Earth was flat, in the universe that's thought normally, from the Big Bang. They thought of the universe as the Earth at the floor of it, and everything being above it, right? And my question would just be, if we were at the floor of the universe, what would cause gravity and things to fall,
The density relationship in the medium.
That's the thing, you don't know what gravity is. You don't even know what type of gravity you're talking about.
I'm mainly just saying, why does something fall when I drop it if we're at the floor of the universe?
So what is gravity to you? What is gravity to you? That's what we're trying to understand. See, there's two types of gravity, or actually 3 or 4 or 5, whatever the mode or the Goldberg wants to talk about. We want to know what you have about gravity. What's your thoughts?
I don't really understand what you're asking me, so could you just
What? Gravity. What is gravity? Tell me all
Gravity
about
to
gravity.
me, what I'm talking about is the force that keeps me on the ground. That force.
How did you determine that? How did you determine that?
Well, I'm on the ground
What is the theory? What is the testing? What is the scientific thing that you can tell?
Hey, Justin, is he claiming that no one ever went down to the ground until the word gravity was
I'm not sure what he's claiming. I'm just trying to ask him what gravity
does he know
is.
that? Do you know that people went down and fell down and things fell before the word gravity existed? Do you understand that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
I'm asking you, do you understand that? I'm asking you, do you understand that things fell before the word gravity existed? Do you understand that?
No,
this is a really
not
simple
asking anything
question.
about that.
I know that's
What
the
I'm
problem. Is that
asking
I know this is called a test to see if you can just be literally just honest and understand a very simple premise here that things fell in society in all of human history before the word gravity was invented. Do you understand this fact, or is this something that you can't understand?
I understand that, yes.
Good. Now, here's the point, is that many ancient cultures built structures much more difficult than we can build our structures today, much more advanced technology without gravity. So nobody depends on gravity anyway. These people are just trying to show you that the earth is not a ball. And if they can prove that, they don't have to prove anything else. And if you're asking them to prove something else, then you're hiding from what they can prove. Go ahead, Justin.
Just out of curiosity, could I get an example of one of those structures that we could not recreate today?
Well, first of all, we need to know where your understanding of gravity is. You still haven't told us your understanding of gravity.
They're called the Great Pyramids.
If you're asking,
you can't build the Great Pyramid. So if you claim that you can build the Great Pyramids, it would just prove that Globers lie. You can't do
Hang
that.
on, from what I gather from what he has explained already, this individual has gravity type D. So it's not the atypical Newtonian, it's not the B-typical Einsteinian, and it's not the C-typical relative density.
Well, that's fine.
D-typical
That's good.
because my feet are on the ground. So
yeah, if he has a claim for when that's ever mattered, and if anybody ever used it for anything in reality, then that would be helpful. Yep.
So basically, which model of gravity would you say best describes your feet being on the ground? Would you say mass attracting mass, the bending of space-time because you are heavier than the air around you, or because you observe your feet on the ground?
I guess from what I've learned, my one would be mass attracting mass.
Newtonian. Okay, so why did you learn that? That was superseded 106 years ago by Einstein's relative or special theory of relativity. Were you aware of this?
I wasn't aware of that, but I was taught it by just looking it up. I know that's not tested by myself.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't have the means to test that, you know?
But school teaches you about Newton, right? It's always about Newton, mass attracting mass. But mass attracting mass has never been proven in any experiment. Now, Einstein, 106 years ago, came out with his special theory of relativity, which says that gravity is the effect of something's weight warping the space-time around it, causing a warp or a path of least resistance, right? So, in other words, he says it's not a force. So he's contradicting Newton. And by the way, do you know what day Newton was born on?
No.
I'm willing to celebrate, or I'm willing to bet that a lot of people in your area celebrate his birthday every year without even realizing.
What day would that be?
December 25th.
All right. I mean, like, Just because his
I don't know who's
birthday is on-
roboting, but someone's roboting. Socel or Socel, you're really lagging. Sorry, buddy. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Damn.
Hey, Coastal, can you hear me? You're lagging bad. Yeah, try to restart as many things as you can. Come back.
Yeah, connection is real bad, man. But yeah, so you see the conundrum here. If academia no longer accepts Newtonian gravity and only accepts Einsteinian gravity, and then you have the theoretical physicists that will sit there and say, we cannot explain gravity, we don't know what gravity is. What does that tell you about gravity itself?
Right. It's a non-claim. There's no such thing.
Personally, I think it tells me that it's just something we don't know yet. Maybe we will
There you go.
know it
You're
in
right.
the
Oh,
future.
you're right, bro. You win. He wins. No, he just said it's something we don't know. That's correct. Yeah. You are the winner of the month and the year of 20. I can't wait to tell Glatflow. He's going to be shocked that you just admit it's something we don't know. That's the correct answer, Dare.
I heard
and
it.
That's as far as we can go. That's the smartest thing I've ever heard a Glober say in my life. It's something we don't know. You're 1,000% correct. Don't take that away from you. Listen, you just won the conversation. You are winning now. That's the point. You admitted that we don't understand that. So all we're trying to do is show you that we can disprove what they're telling us. I don't have to give you a new cartoon, Dare. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? I don't have to give you a new religious belief because I disproved Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny, right? That's what this globe Earth is. And what I can prove is that the Earth is a plane of existence. It's flat, especially over the ocean, for thousands of miles. And if I do prove that, I'm asking that you concede that I don't have to prove anything else. Thanks.
Yep, I heard that. That was great. Admitting that I don't know something has been a really freeing experience.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people celebrate my birthday every year, and I'm quite upset about it.
Oh, April 1st?
April 20th, yeah.
And that tax day?
That's the second April 1st.
No, April 20th, the 420.
I know, that's the second April 1st. Yeah.
Got it.
That is my 420!
See what I mean? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, nicht Strauschen, nach die Lieber, Schweinhund. Yeah, absolutely.
Should not.
Yeah, you can't help but have a good time.
Should not partake in the pagan festivals, my friend.
Is a birthday a pagan festival?
I'm not sure. It depends.
Do animals have birthdays?
If you're the king that's worshipped on that day, then yeah.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Well, they're born on a day, but they don't celebrate.
Yeah.
I don't celebrate mine.
I give my cat a treat, though.
Yeah, they
every
deserve
day.
sardines every day, though.
Every day.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Good, because we have all the psychologists here to help you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm here with Dara, same room. We're here to mainly because we're questioning our beliefs about the flat Earth, thing and round Earth, and which is what's the truth basically. And I basically want to ask some of you guys, what's your belief? Why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Okay, let me stop you right there.
One at a time. Okay, one at a time. Okay, one at a time. Yep. Okay, relax. Nice and slow. Go ahead, Joshua.
Belief denotes a faith, right? We don't have a faith in something that we can test, right? Can a belief be tested? No, because that indicates faith. That's believing in something without evidence. We don't believe in the flat Earth. We know the Earth is not a globe because the water measures flat. Do you understand that?
I didn't mean to offend you. I just
no.
We're not